All right, special edition hit or miss because you didn't get enough of them this week. This is the Sunday Gunday hit or miss edition.
Wait, what now?
Me and Night Strike just read the chat and talk to people, just like Matt, because Matt's dumb and we're awesome. So hey, I see you out there.
I should have done this on my channel then. What the hell?
Night Strike's out there. What's up, Night Strike? Yeah, good morning to you too.
Yeah. Hey, Strike, how's it going?
Clay was out there earlier talking about Death Wish. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see the trailer for it, but if I had to guess, most of the time when they remake stuff that was cool, it ends up not being as cool.
Well, wasn't Death Wish Charles Bronson?
Yeah, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
That one dude with the thing and the stuff.
And that was that crazy mustache.
Yeah. I see Moon out there. He's got a little green dot, but he hasn't said anything yet.
I'm not sure we want him to. Otherwise, he'll say, buy a CZ.
I like Moon. He's a good guy. I'd say buy a CZ.
Well, I know you would. Cool.
I'm going to shoot my CZ on Tuesday.
Which one did you get?
Well, I mean, the one I've always had. I just mean I'm going to go. We've scheduled a Michigan gun channels meetup at Dusty's house.
Uh-huh.
So me and Squib are heading over there. I guess he's on a farm or whatever. So he just has like a shooting range there or whatever. So I'm going to bring my stuff and go shooting. I think a couple of the Ohio guys are trying to weasel in on it too. So we'll see if they show up.
I'm not sure I like this new Death Wish movie either, because apparently Bruce Willis is supposed to be filling in for Charles Bronson.
Yeah, but I mean, Bruce Willis makes sense as an action guy. I mean, he does good.
I guess, but Death Wish? I don't know.
I just saw, was it an article or was it a video? I think it was an article I read, but it was talking about how, the new Death Wish is a giant commercial for the NRA. And like, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And basically their whole thing was like, see, this just encourages, vigilantes and spreads the myth that a good guy with a gun is a good thing or whatever. It's like, first off, it's a freaking movie. But secondly, I agree in not going out and actively hunting criminals. Like, I don't think people should do that in real life. But yeah, a good guy with a gun does defend you from a bad guy. So I still don't see how you're gonna, like, where's the counter argument to that? Like, nah, it's better to just get shot than to fucking defend yourself.
He's not gonna go out of his way to defend you, but if you're right next to him, sure, he'll defend you.
Oh, I'm not defending other people. You're on your own. I'm just kidding. I would defend family and friends or whatever. I do feel it's harder for me to say, people have asked, like, what if you, like, come across a fight and, like, a couple guys are beating up a lady or something? Like, that one's harder to know if you're going to jump in or not. I think the problem is it's very situational, and especially
at that point you call the police.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if something's going down like right now, it's tricky, right? So, yeah. And even legally speaking, it's tricky. God damn it! Fucking stubbed my toe, bastard.
Again?
Well, that was my little toe.
All right, fine.
Not my big toe. No, my big toe's been fine for months. All you naysayers telling me to go to the doctor. And what did I do? I got off it for a while and, like, iced it down when it hurt, and it got better. Surprise! It got better. So, whoop-de-doo. Whether I broke it or had gout or whatever the hell I had, doesn't matter because it went away now. But anyways, yeah, so like you can legally defend someone if, like, on behalf of someone, if they would be legally able to defend themselves. The problem is, and maybe I used a bad example with, like, you know, multiple attacks against one person or whatever, because that disparity of force normally counts. But like, let's say you just walk up and there's, you know, one dude on top of another guy pounding him in the face, and you're like, oh no, like he's getting beat up, like I'm gonna stop him or whatever. Well, the thing is, what you don't know is maybe that dude was actually the victim. He just happens to be winning at the time. You know, maybe the other guy pulled a knife on him and he was able to like disarm him, and now he's like trying to hold him down to keep him from like stabbing him or something.
Well, Smeggy, I guess in that instance, if that's what's going on, then to make a joke, then we should just get a bookie and start making bets on who's going to win. You know, right? And yes, I am being not serious and I am joking, but you know, you're not going to know the situation until after the fact, unfortunately. So, right. You know,
well, and that's why I wonder, and this is all theoretical and whatever, and
maybe this should be a topic
not worth talking about or thinking about it, but I think it is I don't know, like maybe I would draw on that situation and just be like, hey, both you guys stop. Like, I don't know what's going on here, but just stop for now and just chill out. And then if they turn their attention to me, then I realize, oh, this person's the bad guy because now he's attacking me. And if they don't, then yeah, maybe he was the good guy, or maybe he's a bad guy who stopped. So, yeah. And then at that time, hope the cops show up and then, you know, deal with that. But I mean, I remember that time when my neighbor got in a fight with his buddy. It was summertime. My windows were open. And it's like, I saw them earlier in the night when I was out. I came home and they were having a bonfire in the backyard. And they were like, oh, hey, what's up, man? So like, I walked over. I talked to him for a few minutes. And whatever. And I ended up going to bed and stuff. But so 4 o'clock in the morning, I just hear freaking dudes yelling at each other or whatever. The one dude's like, you know, get the hell out of here, blah, blah, blah. And the other guy's like, no, you know, screw you, blah, 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 all this shit. Like, just, you know, your normal back and forth. And then I hear, like, the neighbor's wife yelling, like, I'm calling the cops. Like, just get the hell out of here. I'm calling the cops. And it was weird. Like, you could kind of tell, like, my neighbor was still kind of concerned for his buddy, even though he was the one kicking him out for whatever reason. That's, you know, I don't know what started it. But he's like, dude, you're on probation. Like, get the hell out of here. If the cops show up, you're going to get in trouble. You know what I mean? Like, that type of thing. And the dude still wouldn't leave. So they end up, like, getting into a fight. And the friend grabbed a golf club out of the garage and was about to, like, hit my neighbor upside the head with, like, a freaking driver or whatever. So that's totally like, okay, you could kill a dude doing that. But by that time, like right when he was doing that, the lights showed up and the cops were there. So I, like, in my head, while all this was going on, even the fight, like I was considering, do I go outside and get involved? Like, you know, right now it's just two guys yelling at each other. Maybe they push each other a little bit. That's not my problem.
Yeah.
You know, but it like instantly turned from two guys pushing each other and grappling to a guy's got a deadly weapon in like 2 seconds.
Yeah. So I think in that instance, Meg, unless they pulled you into the situation, then you really shouldn't get involved. Unless the police come to you and ask you for a statement on what you saw happened, don't do anything. Because it's no offense, but it's really not your place. You know,
well, I know, but I also don't want to see my neighbor die.
Well, yeah, but you know, it's pretty hard to kill someone with a golf club.
I don't know, man. You swing upside the head, dude. It's gonna.
Dude, you can break it in. You can break a golf club in half with just your knee. I've done it before.
Let's see what Chipmunk Dano wants to say about it.
It's the
Sorry, Dano, refresh.
Chipmunk edition.
Hit or miss Tuesday, 9 o'clock? Hit or miss Tuesday, 9 o'clock?
Dano, say hit or miss Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Oh.
I wasn't sure what he said. Did he say, I wish you a Merry Christmas? That's what I heard.
So. When that happens to Dano,
Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas.
When that happens with Dano, I really want him to say hit or miss Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock. And I want us to record that so we can play that back.
That'll be our promo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I said it fast, but man, he's got it down.
Yeah, right?
Oh, we're getting some more people in the chat. So Dano's out there in the chat. He hasn't said anything, but I see a green dot. Rick's out there with a green dot. DTF Pfeiffer is on the chat.
Yep. DTP Pfeiffer.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. Pfeiffer.
Pfeiffer?
Fi Pfeiffer. Oh, Fi Fum. He must be the giant from Jack and the Beanstalks.
First in, first out.
There we go, Dano.
There's the Dano we know and love, full of excitement.
I think you might be talking about the wrong Dano.
That too.
But Dano, when you're doing the Chipmunk, you need to do hit or miss Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock for us, so we can record that and play that back later.
Well, if I could just figure out what's causing it, I'd be more than happy to.
It's because
sometimes just refreshing does it. Sometimes I have to reboot my system.
It might just be your I'm assuming your laptop.
No, it's the PC.
It's a desktop. Okay. Well, it might just be your machine.
Who knows? Could be.
Yeah, so.
I guess I'll give Matt a thumbs up. I'm not going to listen to him, but I'll thumb him up anyways.
Yeah, I'm done. He's talking about homesteading and, whatnot. I mean,
so, were you guys talking about the video that came out either last night or this morning from Active Self-Protection of the robbery, or attempted robbery, I should say, of the coffee shop?
I was not talking. Yeah, I was not talking about that at all.
We were talking about when the right time to use to exercise what is it, use of force?
What degree of use of force?
Well, self-defense.
Okay.
When to exercise, your CCW, I guess.
Well, I don't know.
That's what I was trying to get to. As far as, are we just talking about time to feed it out of there, or use of hands, use of words, or actually the time for words is over and the time for action is there?
We're more or less when the right time is to use the time of action.
Okay.
What the hell are you even talking about? That's not what we were talking about, but okay.
This is an all-star morning.
Heck yeah, man.
Yeah,
it's a hit or miss daily gun show team up to take down the big bad established media of Never Enough Ammo.
Exactly.
Our 5 viewers versus 150.
Well,
we're awake.
Well,
at this time on weekends.
The morning is still young. We're still good.
I got 4 hours sleep, and then I woke up, which does not bode well for this afternoon.
That means you're just taking a longer nap this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Here's something cool. I got an email the other day from Apex Gun Parts, and apparently They got a whole new shipment in of East German parts and part kits for AKs and AK-74s, 47s and 74s. So I figured I'd just mention that. If you need some East German parts, they're available again.
German 74s aren't something that's really ever been available, so that's pretty cool.
They said it in the listing. I'm not sure whether they actually have anything other than maybe like, butt stocks or something.
Oh, now you're backtracking.
Well, I'm not backtracking.
Fake news. Fake news.
Shut up, Smecky. I was just reading the email, all right?
One of those kind of guns that any part people are looking for to make their, recreations more authentic.
I mean, all I'm going to do, I've done is just gotten a sling. Yeah, I know the parts kit that Foose used was like a AMD parts kit with some other stuff here and there. But the issue is, I just wanted it to look kind of like the East German. Didn't have to look completely 100% because I just like the furniture on it, and I may want to get a bayonet to make it look better. And I've got the sling, but, you can get a sling from any AK. Hell, I can make my own if I wanted to, and it'd still look authentic.
Yeah, but there's a difference between any old thing that works and the actual correct accoutrement for your rifle.
What you mean is military issue. And yes, I know, but...
What I mean is authentic accoutrement.
What you mean is...
But there is a law of diminishing returns when you're searching for the right accoutrements.
Yes. But if you... the mecca of accoutrements is coming up. It's at the Wanamaker Gun Show, home of all accoutrements. Whether it's your 1800s lever action and you want authentic internal parts.
I wish I could afford
Or your
authentic.
milsurp flavor of the month.
Are internal parts accoutrements? I thought accoutrements were like the extra stuff, like the slings and the oil cans and cleaning kits and all that kind of stuff.
I suppose if it's part kits, because at some point those, if you want original innards, that supply will at some point eventually dry up or become very expensive.
An accessory item of equipment or dress, military equipment other than uniforms and weapons, outward forms of recognition and trappings.
Thank you, dictionary.gwebs.
I thought it was gwebs.dictionary.
Paraphernalia, fittings, dress, material, clothes, stuff, equipment, tackle, gear, things, kit, outfit, trimmings, fixtures, array, decorations, badge, apparatus, furnishings, trappings, garb, adornments, casing, bells and whistles.
Trimmings sounds like Thanksgiving.
Or Christmas.
Or Christmas. It's the holiday season.
So are you going to salsa in October? In November, I guess?
I've not made a commitment.
What?
I've not made a commitment.
No.
Didn't care for my holiday rendition.
Oh, it's good.
Andrew, was it Andrew? Somebody. It's the holiday season. All the boys, and all the toys, and all the toys. Da, 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 da.
Jeez, I mean, I know it's been a little chilly the past 2 days, but I'm pretty sure it's not winter yet.
Not yet.
Like, yes, it's weird to be, 55 the first weekend of August, but it's not quite winter yet.
Yeah.
Let's call Al Gore and see what he has to say.
Oh, yeah. Global warming. That's what I'll say.
One day does not make a trend.
Yeah, so.
Well, the biggest problem in the whole climate change, debate, if you want to call it that, is the extremes on either end. There are some people that are like, put your head in the sand. It's not happening. There's nothing's different. Da da da. That's just factually not true. There is more CO2 in the air. Probably a lot of it came from humans. Some of it came from natural sources. And it is true that CO2 is a greenhouse gas and traps temperatures. And it is true that the average temperatures are going up. Now, the difference is on the other side, where because of that, in 10 years, we're all going to be dead. And that's the Al Gore side. Oh my God, sea levels are going to be 10 feet higher in the next decade, and like shit like that. It's like,
hold up.
No, it's not.
Hold up. That's what he said 10 years ago.
Oh, I know. And that's what's funny about the sequel to An Inconvenient Truth. It just came out a little bit ago, but it's like all the predictions he made in the first one didn't come true. So why would we believe you when the second time you go, no, but this time, if I mean it this time. Like, yeah, I said it last time, but this time I mean it.
Didn't he also say that 17 years ago when he was running for president?
Yeah. So that's, and again, and the thing is, unfortunately, because of the way, you get labeled a denier, or, oh, you climate change denier, blah, blah, whatever, is if you disagree with like any piece of his thing of like, the whole sea level thing, like it's not that big of a deal. You're like, oh, you're a denier. You don't think it's real. It's like, no, I'm saying, yeah, it's going to go up a little bit. And if you live on an island or on the shore, like it might suck for you. I mean, there's going to be houses that are going to
inland a little bit.
Flood out. Yeah.
Didn't watch the movie. There's more to it than the people who live immediately on the shore. When you take a portion of the Earth's surface that holds temperature and you change the proportion of it compared to the ground that holds temperature differently, and it's responsible for moving, circulating temperature, that's the stuff that the residual effect of it is an inch width of ocean rise, but it's the other stuff that people are worried about. It's not authentic. It's not true to pick out one piece of it that isn't actually what they're talking about and then mock it for being extreme or a crazy suggestion. So if you're going to knock it down for what it actually is, not for
to combat all that water, couldn't we just build a shit ton of desalination plants all over the world where there's salt water and just
how do you
just drink it?
How about you address the movie, if I remember it correctly, and I haven't seen it in a million years either, is the thermal heat pump that the ocean's currents provide, and the fucking with the salinization and the flow of that, the planet's heat pump is what the movie's concerned about, and that's how an inch of, or a fraction of an inch of ocean rise or drop can affect the planet's temperature. So I'm pretty sure that's the goal, or the science in the movie. And if you're going to go, oh, they said global warming, and I didn't figure, like, watching the whole movie, and it hasn't gotten warmer, so therefore their science is invalid. Well, unfortunately, your shit's invalid because you're not even addressing the actual points.
I saw an interesting video this morning on both Al Gore and global warming just before I came in here, which is kind of ironic just by itself. But it was more of a perspective thing, not a scientific thing. But the commentator was saying is, I'll take global warming seriously when the politicians and famous actors and actresses that are proposing climate change happening actually live the life that they say we all need to lead. And then they gave the example of Al Gore specifically, who has 33 solar panels on his house, which when he did a spiel on it, showing that he was working towards living the life, spent $50,000 on these 33 solar panels, and of course the prices have changed, and
it's still about $33,000.
It provides on the best days 5% of the total energy of just that one home, and that he doesn't he also said that he flies commercial when he can, which means virtually never. as far as, again, saving fuel on a private jet or a rented jet. And it was just an example of one of those things that we all know, but it's like, okay, are these people living the truth that they're proposing?
All right. Well, again, that's not authentic.
What I was trying to get at is if we build more desalination plants and more people are using the water that's in the oceans and whatnot, won't that have some effect on whether it raises or lowers an inch or two? You know, think of it this way. If there's 1 billion or so people drinking water from the ocean, wouldn't that raise it or lower it?
Well, that's an interesting question. I'm not a scientist. You could probably take a cup of water times whatever realistic estimate you think people are going to, number of people times, you know, how many drinks of water they might take in a day, just to have math. But I suspect if you took every human being on the planet, we all took a drink out of the ocean if we somehow could, that number one, there's going to be a shit ton of energy going to that desalinization. Number two, there's going to be a shit ton of salt left laying around somewhere. And number three, I don't think it's even take a dent out of the fucking oceans. We have a planet that's 2/3 water, for crying out loud. It's 1/3 of the planet. Even if it was 100% people took in one drink, wouldn't even hardly adjust it. So the tiny amount of people that actually exist taking a drink, I don't think that's significant.
Well,
Right,
and the thing is, also use that water for like plumbing as well.
Hang on, dude. You're completely.
The fact that the ocean is rising that causes the trouble. It's the fact that the climate is fucking changing and stopping the massive heat pump that you. It's not about the level of the ocean. That's a consequence of the issue.
And here's the thing, dude. Okay, I don't know about you, but when I take a drink of water, it comes out the other end eventually. And you know where that goes? Back into the water system. And you know, yeah, you could recirculate it and whatever, but like, you know, we treat it and dump it in the Detroit River. Detroit River ends up in the ocean eventually. You know, even if you used it for watering the ground, it goes into the ground and then it travels underwater or underground and it gets into a stream and it gets into a river and it gets back into the ocean. So it's like the whole trick is getting it out of the ocean and like keeping it out of the ocean, which would be freezing it in ice in the poles, which is what the planet has done in the past. And that's where a lot of the water's coming from, is now that ice that is on land is breaking off and sliding down into the ocean and melting.
All right.
And then the other thing of the whole, like, at least if you're just talking the level, is not even that there's necessarily more water. Warmer water takes up more space than cold water. It's just a density thing. So that's the other part of it, is that as it warms up, and also as it warms up, it releases the carbon dioxide that is dissolved in the water. And so that's where you get a feedback loop.
Take the fun out of everything.
I just put the science into everything, bro.
You made it boring. Congratulations.
Except
Unfortunately, it goes way deeper than the actual debate, unfortunately. But I think Danos, hopefully I can change your mind, because I don't have any love for Al Gore or nothing. But you do know you can't just point at their speaker and say, "Oh, you don't follow the part of the what's the advice or whatever, the suggestion to do what everyone should do," because it's obviously the masses of people participating that makes change. But to get one guy that goes around petitioning for it, he has to be able to be out there petitioning, unless you have an awesome organization that has like 1,000 heads. But if there's just one head, you expect it to take more resources than the rest.
Having nothing to do with the issue, I was just trying to point out something that ironically I saw this morning that just points out the hypocrisy of those that are proposing it. That has nothing to do with the actual real science of what may or may not be happening.
I guess all I'm saying is, as much as I don't like Al Gore, I'm not going to call him a hypocrite, because he drives around the world in planes trying to get the word out. He's the vice president of the United fucking States. He's due to a certain amount of wasted energy. And he's going around wasting energy on trying to get people to be aware of the energy that they're not even considering. He's doing it in a bad way because it's not being effective, but at least he's efforting towards a direction that's beneficial for human beings. Even though he's trying to smear his agenda all on it, and that's unfortunate. But there's other presidents that don't do squat. I haven't heard of Bush doing shit. The old Bush. I don't remember him doing anything.
Well, I mean,
saying something once
depending
in a while.
on one's feelings and how one looks at it historically, the precedent, not the president, was set by Washington in regards to once you're out of office, you are supposed to step out of the limelight, and off the newspapers at that time, so as not be a distraction from the people who are in power, who are, ideally supposed to be trying to work for positive change.
I hear you. They have authority and they've got position. Once you've had that position, I don't agree that you have to then shut up and never talk again. I think that
Right. It's not a law or anything. It's just a tradition. That's all.
No, I don't think it is, though.
I don't.
It is.
Yeah, I don't think that's a tradition at all.
And just because Washington did it, that doesn't cite precedent. Somebody just said one instance doesn't cause a trend, right? So I think that
I mean,
the more
when you're the
precedents
very
that do.
first of something, you do set a tone for
Yeah.
future behavior, especially when you're well respected, as he was.
I agree.
Yeah, but you also forget that not every president was well respected.
Mm-hmm.
So that also plays a small part.
Which will, in some ways, we almost have the flip opposite with Obama, who's commenting on public policy with semi-regularity.
Yeah, well, that shows his character and his true goals, his true agenda, right? Isn't so much to be useful as much as to be useful to his position or his party.
I thought it was just to stir shit up. Same as normal or business as usual.
No. If he was chaotic, we'd know it. And if he was, well, he's just a Democrat. He's nothing special. He's a Democrat that only some people hated. I mean, I think more people hated Clinton than Obama, no?
Hillary or Bill?
Bill, the actual president.
Okay.
It always surprised me how much of the African-American vote the Clintons were able to garner because of what Bill did in regards to separating powder cocaine from crystal cocaine and in the penalty system in the federal system, the treatment as far as penalties. Because the black community is much more likely to be involved in, like, crystal meth as an example, versus powder cocaine. And the penalties between the two are significantly different. That makes no sense to me whatsoever, why they should be significantly different. I mean, if you're using drug A versus drug B, I mean, just on the user side, I mean, if you're going to have a penalty, if that's the system we're going to use, they should be similar penalties, not significantly different.
Now, if it's a drug that costs $80 to obtain for one dose or whatever, and then there's a drug that costs $8 to obtain for one dose, and then 90% of your people are getting in trouble with the $9 one and running all around causing trouble to get that $9, and then the people with the $90 are you catch them and they're doing something illegal, but they're rarely like stealing or killing about it. They're just using it. I don't know. Isn't
they
that
can
part
afford their habit.
Well, I'm just saying, isn't that part of it, though, that if they're taking up the system, then they're going to be paid more attention to than if they're doing something illegal, but it's also not bothering anybody except for them and the law. Where if you're stealing stuff and knocking into cars and beating up old ladies to get your $9, you're more of a menace to society, no?
I guess I would partially agree with you as far as I understand what you're saying. From the moment that the sale of the drug is complete and that person of power or influence has the drug, whether they've used it or not, doesn't matter. That what you're saying may be very true, but everything before that point, the growing, the transportation, the distribution, the crossing the borders, there's all sorts of negative things that happen. Regardless of what the end user ends up doing.
Yeah. At what point does law enforcement, are they tasked with being responsible for thinking about that chain? Because let's say powdered cocaine comes from South America in an airplane, and some fancy guy who can afford to fly first class brings it in the briefcase and then gets off the airplane and takes a limousine to some office and then, sells it to whoever buys it, and then nobody gets killed. And then another chunk of cocaine comes up in the back of a pickup truck and goes to the ghetto someplace and gets chopped up into crack. And in the meantime, two people get run over, fought off from it being stolen on the way to the ghetto. In the ghetto, it's all armed up to the teeth so that they keep their stuff while they're making it into crack. And then out on the streets, there's 6 or 8 different altercations with other drug, people wanting their turf or whatever. And then one customer gets killed because they mixed it wrong. You know what I mean? Isn't there something to be said for like the street level causing more havoc and chaos in the world than the sophisticated criminals who just mind their business and have enough money to keep it away from everybody else? Maybe that's why they put on the street stuff.
Well, I guess the behavior of the end user definitely has major impact. As far as them just using the drug is, as far as I'm concerned, is extremely minor. It's what they do other than using the drug, whether it's knock off little old ladies to try to get money to buy the drug, or they're fortunate enough that they are able to self-enable their drug habit and don't have to knock off anybody to afford whatever they're doing.
I feel bad, but in the middle of this conversation on this topic, Night Strike felt it was important to leave so that he could go score his powder evidence on the street.
Yeah, well, and that's it. And I feel bad because I was just getting to the point where I was going to tell him how much I was paying him to be here. So then he doesn't have to break into that car. Like, he can get his stuff right now. But he doesn't know that because I didn't have a chance to tell him yet.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, like, you're needed here. Like, we show you're supported here, Night Strike. Don't go out and live on the streets. But no, you were like, let me get you some money quicker so you can get right out to the streets.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I just want to give him the money so he can just have the drugs. He's got a job. I thought this was weekend edition of Hit or Miss, and he just decided that he doesn't want to be part of Hit or Miss anymore, so he's going to leave.
Oh.
Makes me sad.
Maybe he's listening to Matt's show. That's over there doing the show.
He was earlier. He even said it when he first jumped in. He's like, I like having multiple windows so I can listen to Matt's show and be in this chat. And I'm like, oh, that's how much effort you give us? I see how it is.
Yeah, so nobody showed up for the scheduling show yesterday, so not very much scheduling got done.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I didn't know the Cabela's trip was going to be an hour in the store and 4 hours in the parking lot talking to Squib. We seriously sat out in the parking lot forever.
Go for lunch or something like that rather than just hang in the parking lot?
Well, because it was one of those, like, yeah,
okay,
like,
yeah. Okay, and then, oh, yeah, remember that thing? And then 2 hours later, it's like, okay, well, see ya. All right, take it easy. Like, okay, remember that other thing? And then above that, 2 hours later, it's like, oh, my legs hurt. All right, I'm leaving now. See ya. I've been in that situation.
Right. It wasn't planned. Like, we have another 5 hours to stand here. It just happened that way.
That happens a lot of functions.
Okay, I'll try it one more time. One more time. I'll try it, then I give up.
Okay, it's your turn now.
I just assumed. Oh, shut the fuck up.
Sorry, I had to pull a Bob on you.
I just assumed since this was a coordinated action that you two, whether it's you go shoot or whether you go for a bite to eat, rather than let's stand out in a hot parking lot.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it was only kind of half coordinated, I guess.
2 hours back. So how was the new Cabela's?
They call it 20/20 hindsight.
It was all right. It's not as big as like the one in Dundee. That's one of their like flagship stores. This is more like the size of. I'm trying to think of like a.
Like a small Gander Mountain when they
I
were
wouldn't say
around.
small, like probably about the size of Gander Mountain or something similar
Okay.
to that.
I got a question on your reloading setup.
Yeah.
I know you have the drop the lead. Don't you have like a lead drop dispenser powder dropper
Yes.
thingy? Now, do you have yours set up where you can swing it directly over the die after you've calibrated it to where you can then drop it directly into the case while it's in the turret?
Okay, mine screws into the top of the die. So when you do the flaring step, it also like keeps going up and drops the powder right then and
Okay,
there.
gotcha. So you're flaring and then doing a quick
Yeah, flaring and dropping
flick.
powder in the same step.
Gotcha.
Which that's the part that I didn't know about when I originally bought I bought Hornady dies for, my Lee press because I forget somebody in here was like, "Oh, Hornady makes good ones. Like they're a little bit better than the Lee dies." So I'm like, "Okay, cool." And I thought that the automatic powder drop was just like another step. Like I thought it would just screw right into the top of the turret, and it doesn't. It screws into the top of the die. Like it's got smaller threads. So then I had to buy a Lee flaring die that's open on the top that allows you to screw in um, the powder drop thing.
Yeah, I can't remember whether my flaring die is open on the top or not. I think it is. I just don't have a turret at this point. I'm in no rush. Rush 2112.
Meet Tom Sawyer, he found you, the bear put the bag, the buy on you. See, this is a hit or miss episode. We're singing all weird.
Although I can't do Geddy Lee's voice by a long shot, so don't be expecting that. What?
Eek! That was scary.
Geddy. Not Gary, Getty. Backstory to that, his name was Gary, but his mother's accent was so heavy, she pronounced it Getty, Getty. So that's why he picked up and promoted the I'm not Gary, I'm Getty.
So his mom named him, but then didn't realize how to spell it or say it, and then called him something else.
She's from another country.
Yeah, well, Canadians.
And they live in Canada, so there you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They just are sloppy up there. They don't care about things like their own children or their names.
She's not from Canada, lives in Canada, so she's just 6 ways from screwed up. I don't even know if she's still alive. Or he, Getty. Oh, when the lights go down over the city, the sun rides on the bay. Do you wanna
So
be
I'm starting to
there?
understand why Dano is so obsessed about the difference between powdered and crystallized drugs.
In your city.
He's like, why these crystallized drugs got to cost so much more than them powder drugs?
Oh, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
He's out there
Yes,
selling
that was
himself on the
Journey.
street. He's selling his services on the street every night so that he can afford it. I felt bad for a driver the other night. He was trying to, wrangle in like a group of like 7 drunk guys. And, you know, half of them didn't even pay their tab yet. And he's sitting out there and they're like, oh, yeah, we'll be there in a minute. And then they were running around, got distracted, and like ordered a shot. And so it's like, you guys have to leave, dude. Like the guy's been sitting out in the parking lot forever. That's just freaking rude.
He's lucky. They're lucky he waited.
Yeah, well,
After 5 minutes, not only can you drive away, you can cancel and get a cancellation fee.
because
If
it
they don't
was
all
because it
get
was
their asses
their
in
it
the
was
vehicle.
the customer's fault that they weren't ready or whatever.
Yes. Yep. You don't call until you and or your group are actually ready to leave.
But what if I'm busy and I just say, start the meter, buddy, and then pay you at the end? Then you don't care, right?
At 15 cents a minute, I ain't waiting. Now, you want to give me a 20 to wait? I'll wait.
Oh, shit.
I mean, 15 cents a minute. I could wait 10 minutes and gee whiz, $1.50.
Wait, you get waiting times? I didn't know that.
If I start it, yes.
I didn't know it was based on time at all. I thought it was all just based on point A to point B, and however long it takes is how
No,
long it takes.
It's both Lyft and Uber are a combination of distance and time. The time is 15 cents a minute in most markets. Mileage varies from market to market.
Let's see. And then I know there's surge pricing or whatever, which is based on demand versus supply of drivers and stuff, which everyone gets all pissy about that. But I think that's the perfect free market solution. It's like, if you're willing, if there's no one is willing to drive because they're like, dude, I'm not fucking wasting my time to make $1. And then you're like, yeah, but I'll give you $20. And people are like, okay, I'll waste my time for $20. And then,
Yeah.
There's more drivers on the road because it's worth their time and everyone's happy,
And there are some markets that every Friday and Saturday night after about 10:30, 11 o'clock, the entire city and extended area goes surge and stays surge for until after last call. There are other markets like mine that rarely ever go surge, and within 20 minutes it's over, and everybody knows it, so nobody calls for a ride for 20 minutes until it's like waiting for the storm to pass.
Right. I actually saw a thing that was talking about drivers purposely manipulating the surge pricing, where it's like, I don't know if they use forums or something, but like somehow they coordinate that everyone's going to shut off at like 10:30. So
it's not a coordinated effort. Is we can tell whether there's a surge on or
no,
not. So we'll sit stage
this was talking about a coordinated effort. They found like this person was on a forum that said, all right, we're going to get everyone together and we're all going to shut off, but like between these times and kick in surge pricing, then we'll all turn back on and get the surge pricing.
Yes, there are people that use that philosophy, but it's not necessarily a coordinated effort.
I'm not saying it's 100% coordinated, but I'm saying there are people who coordinate. If you get 20 guys together that are in the same market that all shut off at the same time, it's more likely to kick in a surge price than not.
Cooperate.
Well,
it just, some people, because of the price cuts, are not willing to drive for standard rates, so they'll sit somewhere with the app on but inactive, and until the surge kicks in, they won't go active.
Right.
Active meaning ready to receive a passenger.
Which, and honestly, I think that's perfectly fine because everyone's able to decide how much they want to work for.
But that's what you're talking about, and that does happen.
Well, what I'm talking about is them doing it on purpose, so that's okay. You just want in denial of it.
Okay.
Here's what you didn't see in that show that you saw.
Yeah. Maybe I know what it is. Dano, are you just upset because they never invited you to their secret surge parties?
He denies it. It's like, it can't be happening because then I would know about it.
Yeah. That's what it is. He's just sad that they didn't invite him.
No, people staying offline, in certain numbers is a real thing. I'm just saying,
and people doing that on purpose to kick in surge is a real thing, but
I mean, there are 2 times or actually, well, sometimes 2 times, but at a minimum, Friday and Saturday nights at peak hours for about 3 hours on Friday, 3 hours on Saturday. And then if there's an event that lets out, and if it's not gone to surge, they'll go offline to try to push it into surge.
Right.
But
Exactly what I'm talking about.
10 or 20 guys is not going to turn a market of large metropolitan city.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing.
even
Yeah, and you're right.
medium-sized.
And so it might not work in New York City or something, but it might work in a suburb where there's only 10 drivers anyways. So if half of them purposefully shut off on Thursday night at 10, it's like they can get a surge time when it normally wouldn't exist. Like I agree, Friday, Saturday, there's nothing you're gonna do about it. It's going to surge. Like that's just how it works. But Tuesday afternoon, it might not normally be surge, but if they all shut off on Tuesday afternoons, because maybe Tuesday night's 9 o'clock, they all want to watch hit or miss. I feel bad for anyone who wants to ride at Tuesday night 9 o'clock. We have a very strong pulling in the ride sharing industry.
I got a thing now so that I can take credit cards, just like at a gun show or something, or just standing around.
Did you get one of those squares?
No, it's bigger than that because it can take the chip also, so it can hold it.
They have the new version now.
Yeah, it's bigger than that, and it doesn't need a phone. It just has it's like its own standalone thing. Kind of cool. They got it for nothing too. Place I use for my store gave it to me.
Yeah, I got mine for nothing.
Oh, you use one for the thing for driving?
I got it. I've never had an opportunity to use it, but I thought if it was free, I would go ahead and try it in case I could get passengers that, let's say, didn't have Uber or Lyft.
Oh man, you're going super rogue.
But if you're just negotiating in the parking lot, hey, you have to. Oh, I don't have this or that or the other.
I don't have your.
That's called solicitation. If you're negotiating a price in a parking lot and then they get into your car and you drive away, that's
But I don't have any money. You got any credit cards? Give me your credit cards. That's how it goes down the parking lot.
Mm-hmm. You want this to have a happy ending, and you want this ride to have a happy ending?
Oh, don't go there.
What plastic you got?
Don't do that. We were having a nice conversation.
I'm not the one that's turning to prostitution in order to get my drugs.
Then all of a sudden you turned it into like Bob was here.
Yeah, you bobbed it up. That thing's heavy though. Why is it so freaking heavy? They put gold in there?
So do they, if you use that thing, that credit card thing, they like charge you a service fee or something, right?
I guess so.
Like that's probably why they gave you the thing for free. It's because they want your 2 cents per transaction or whatever.
This is my store, so this is like where Gear Websites is. It's the software that runs that sent it to me. So I think it's because they figure some of these people are like at a swap meet on the weekend or doing some kind of show or something. So let's give them the ability to sell in real life. I don't know if it's only through the store or if I can just like type in a number. There's no dial, there's no pad on it. It's just a white unit with a light and a place to shove type cards.
Like with mine, the software app, I downloaded to my phone after I purchased it, and then you set it up yourself as far as what do you want to call the company, or the name to show up on the electronic receipt if they want one at all. I mean, because if they want a receipt, you have to send it to them via email, which is fine, but then they have to put in their email address so it knows where to go.
Mine's an established store already, so I doubt I have to fill all that shit in. It's probably just going to take all the store stuff. At least that's what I assume.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of those, but
why?
From the customer point of view, I just.
You think they're hackable?
I do. And I'm certainly not just giving out my email address to people. So I just don't get receipts.
Well, you probably give it to online retailers right now.
Yeah, I didn't give anybody no email address, and when you swipe your card, your bank has your email address. So unless you didn't give your bank an email address, then your bank just gives them that
Yeah.
email address, I guess, because I get receipts from places that I didn't give my email address to. But if you just got one email address that you're worried about protecting, you're doing it wrong, dude. Email addresses don't even have value, and it's too easy to
The fact
monitor
that they're free
at least
nowadays.
5 of it. Well, they're more than free, so you can monitor at least 5 of them without even changing the way you monitor Gmail right now.
Yeah.
You should have more than one email address.
I mean, having it two, I think like two, and at least in my mind, two is the minimum. One for places that require it and won't give you service without it, and two is for online purchases, and then the other address is for personal
It's
and
just
or
like guns.
professional.
You're not going to get one gun that does everything. I don't agree with Daniel. You're not going to get 2 guns that solve all your problems. So it's like guns. You should have as many email addresses as necessary. So many of them. If you can count your email addresses, then you're doing it wrong. You should be very comfortable moving through email addresses.
I like to be able to easily track junk from stuff I might actually be interested or want to know about.
Yeah, but there's nothing
And if
stopping
I
you from
spread it
using
out beyond just, 2 or 3,
no. You can have 6 that are all personal in different levels, and you can have 12 that are all junk at different levels. Because if you're trying to shove everything into one pile, you're not doing a good job of monitoring your situation. You want to be able to monitor shit. You want to be able to know what had consequence and what didn't. If you put everything into one pile, you don't know what actions resulted in what. You want to be able to monitor that shit to some extent. If you go to a store and you drop an email address and you want to be able to suspect it was, that's why you got 13 more emails that next day. But, you don't know because they all just went into one big spam pile.
and the other one that goes to my personal one is my bank. So in case of for some reason my accounts get out of sync or whatever, I will absolutely see that one.
Yep. Yeah, I'm
That's
happy to have my Cabela's card back because my Cabela's card got hacked a little bit ago. And then it sucked because I wanted to buy stuff, but I wasn't going to get the points. Like, grr.
I had I guess this was 3 months ago. My debit card somehow got compromised, although I had it. And then so I was without a debit card for like 10 days. I got it, and then literally within a week, the credit card that I carry around with me most of the time also got compromised. So then I was off of that for another 10 days.
Well, maybe you should quit walking around just like saying your credit card number out loud everywhere you go.
If you could email me your credit card and your debit card info again, that'd be great. Thanks.
Oh my God, I saw
problem.
this thing. This person posted online like, "Hey, I finally got my first credit card," and they posted a picture of it, and you can see the number and the expiration date and the name and all that
Oh
stuff.
God.
And then there's a follow-up post that's like, I don't know why everyone keeps asking me, but the back says 395. And then it's like, so there's a whole chain, like just from this person's point of view. So then there's another one that's like, can you believe it? Somebody hacked my credit card. Oh, well, they sent me a new one. This one's much cuter. And it had like, I don't know, some design on the back. And they did the exact same thing where they posted the front of the card with the new number and everything. It's like, you obviously didn't get how they figured you out the first time, did you?
Yeah.
So that was pretty funny.
But it's unfortunately very depressing to see how much like consumer education is not actually covered in schools anymore, even if they have a class.
Oh, DP just knocked down an old man. Is it a sword?
No, I'm begging for money outside of CVS. So I just put my cane down for a second.
That might be fine.
I think this is actually an old ass umbrella
How many
that don't
bodies?
work no more.
How many bodies that thing got on it?
I don't know, but I'm thinking about murking those two dudes across the street. They don't look right. What you say? What you say? Or that guy over there.
Now, for you, is that more of just a walking stick?
I think it was something he found on the ground.
This was an umbrella.
I think he stabbed somebody and then he left it there and act like it wasn't his.
No, it was just an umbrella.
Yeah, that's what the penguin said.
What the fuck I came in?
Could have been one of them situations where somebody jumped off a roof, opened the umbrella on the way down as a parachute. Right at the last minute, it broke the other way and fell apart, and then they just dropped it as they touched the ground and then walked off. Casually.
That would be pretty baller if they did that.
And then DB got there like a minute later. So, what's this stick doing here?
Sometimes you have to do what you have to do, man. You know?
Like a zip line going from your penthouse over to like a parking garage where you keep a convertible. So when you slip across, you just drop into the convertible, and then it's angled right out. You can just drive right out the thing.
No, but the halfway house that I'm staying at now, that's where I live, at the halfway house.
Halfway up to the house.
It's right around the corner from the men's shelter.
So that way, you're right around the corner from work.
This is what happens when like you're like, I don't know if I don't know how much this is worth, man. Like, what's up with this, man?
You gonna start shaving now?
This track belt looks pretty cool.
It's about that time in a young man's life where you might need to start shaving.
Pill Pro, that's awesome. That's pretty sweet.
That's how I keep all my pills. You want uppers? You want downers? Hang on, let me pull out this other drawer.
This is what Dan was going to wear at the fight in tactical response. He's 5,000 lumens.
5,000 lumen? Oh, those are Chinese lumen.
It's Lux. Whatever the fuck Lux means. That's some funny ass shit, man.
Based on the amount of letters, I'm going to say a Lux is about half as powerful as a lumen.
Yeah, I think it's not cool. Definitely not cool.
Maybe 3/5.
Nah, son. Some of my favorite songs.
How many people are in this store on a Sunday?
A shit ton, man. A metric shit ton.
You getting your back to school supplies today?
You know, these things look pretty good, man. Biscuits?
No, they don't. Nope.
Yeah, this is your speed, G.
Nope.
Your Nola cups?
With the almond
Come on,
butter.
son.
Dollop of almond butter smashed in there. I bet they look just like that thing.
Come on. Now, when Pringles are on sale for 49 cents, you know there's something wrong.
Ketchup Pringle.
They're on. They can't even give these away.
Customer service to the customers. They should hire someone to stand there when you pick one of them up off the shelf. They slap you really hard in the face, and then if you pick up a second one, they slap you again really hard in the face.
You can't believe it, man.
Are you going for school supplies?
And postcards.
This is how he gets free AC. He just goes, hangs out in these places, acts like he's enjoying something.
Ah.
Yep.
He's cooling down. He's sucking their AC.
The
That's
little babies are stuck back at the hole, dying in heat.
Yep. Here's my paper towels.
You buy your
get a
paper
Scott
towels at
T
CVS?
25% more.
Somebody's fancy. Oh, Dollar General, friend.
No, Bounty's pretty good.
Paying for the beef. Paying
After
for the bounty name. My
it's
shit
good
has
stuff, man.
just as many plies or something, but less sheets because of somehow the economy of it.
No, trust me. Sometimes
Like
the
a buck
bounty's actually good. Trust me.
Well, yeah, if you want perfumes and fancy quilting.
No, there's no perfume on a Bounty paper towel.
Fancy bleached materials. Sterile.
No, I don't get down like that.
Handle all them displays still being wrapped up. Fuck. Customers in.
Mm-hmm.
I love when DB jumps in and it's always shopping channels. I'm surprised he didn't buy like one tomato.
Yeah, he buys whack shit though. That's the problem. Like 1 3-pack of paper towel. You buy that shit in the 18s, so you pay less than $1 a roll. City folks buying their paper towels in the 3-pack.
Dude, I'm surprised you don't go in there and buy like one paper towel. Like,
Yeah, like,
I've
can I have
spilled something at my house. May I give you a quarter for one paper towel?
Thank you.
$1? Can I change this piece of paper into a bigger, quiltier?
The dollar bill. It's nature's paper towel.
You don't know nothing about paper towels, man.
I know that I don't pay no more than $1 a roll.
I know I usually go to Publix and I buy whatever's on sale. Like buy one, get one free, or like, you know, $3 or $4, half price. But I'm not buying a whole shit ton of fucking paper towels because I don't live in a mansion like you, G. I don't got fucking storage space for fucking 80 rolls of paper towels, man.
I got rooms I don't even go in. I could have a half full of paper towel and fucking make a fortune. Buy all my paper towels once a year when they're cheap.
You live in a paper towel mansion, like all paper towels.
I could,
You're
I
like,
could,
sit on my couch. It's paper towels. Made of
They're
paper
pretty
towels.
comfy.
I would, except then I wouldn't want people just sitting on my paper towels. Those things cost me money.
Yeah, shit. Man.
What I like to do for sitting for company is I'll stack up wood. That way they can't feel it. And it's, you know, kind of comfortable.
Sounds good to me.
Dude, I'm just gonna buy paper towels in bulk and just sell them to DB one at a time.
Oh yeah, the shipping alone is gonna be awesome.
You'll pay it.
Oh,
you
hell
get
no.
it timed right, because Dorman will just bring up like a paper towel via mail.
Why would I pay? Why would I pay that? Let's see here. Let's see here.
I wonder if you took a paper towel and just put a label on it and then a stamp. If they would just deliver it. You get it's all dirty and shit. People have been wiping their mouths on it.
It's like 100% humidity right now. It's freaking awesome.
Is that why you got the paper towels?
Yep. So I just stuff them in my crotch. And then I avoid swamp ass. It's pretty sweet. What's this?
Y'all buy them paper towels where they cut them into a third now? So they're like
I've seen that shit.
I like those. They're like dryer sheets because then you can just use like a little bit of one. It's wasteful.
Yep, I've seen that shit. Continue. You gotta be kidding me, man. What? What did I miss last night? What did you guys finally figure out? What training class Bob took on the Daily Show?
No.
No, you didn't even bother to ask.
Yesterday was Saturday. Talking about Friday.
I'm talking about like 2 weeks ago when he was like, I've taken a class and I do what I've taken the class before and I know flashlight stuff, and my low light class that I took, I prefer to keep it in his armpit or some shit like that. He tucks the light in his chin or something like that.
Everybody's.
Huh?
No, not the chin. That's what I was suggesting.
Oh, okay. I think he said his armpit because he's done it when he shot squirrels. I've never seen somebody who's so proud of shooting rodents and shit like that, like rodents and prairie dogs and squirrels and shit, bunnies. It's one thing to shoot rodents and bunnies and shit. It's another to try to equate that to some sort of self-defense situation.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of strange. I mean, I've never been attacked by. I've been attacked and beat up by a gang, but not a gang of chipmunks.
Not a gang of rabbits?
No, not yet. Maybe in Canada it's like that. The rodents just run.
Well, if you think about it, dude, beavers are rodents, and I mean they'll chew your arm off. So that's probably in Canada, rodents are like a more prestigious foe.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure.
Well, it's not like they have a chupacabra up there.
The thing is, you don't need excess big dot sights to kill a bunny. You know, it's not a thing.
Do they have Bigfoots in Canada?
No, they all left. I thought they left because of the unemployment rate.
Oh yeah, they got a Sam Squatch.
Sam Squatch.
They got a Sam Squatch.
I don't know why I like Trailer Park Boys so much. Like, it is such a dumb show, but I can't not watch it.
I think they're doing a good job of keeping it cheesy without making fun of the fact that they're making it cheesy or trying to be too proud of it or whatever. I think they're still keeping it classy with it being cheesy.
Are there new episodes out?
All the time. It's crazy.
Yeah, they do like Netflix specials and shit. Like, it's not on TV anymore, but they come out with new ones for Netflix.
Every time I look, there's like a new special.
I'll have to check that out. I know I have that on my list. For the same reason. It's stupid, but I don't know.
No, it's exactly that. It's just mindless, stupid fun.
Yeah, but it's the only ones doing it like Super Troopers or that crew. Like they're actually having fun with it.
Isn't it the same people, the Super Troopers and the shit like that?
No.
Similar, but different.
I thought it was the same company or producers or writers.
No, they're from Vermont or something, so they're kind of similar. I like Canada.
It's like Canada with freedom.
You know, that's a good question. I don't remember what side of Canada Trailer Park Boys is in.
I thought you were going to say which side of Canada.
Oh, you know, no, they are east because that's right, because they were gonna put the train down to Maine and smuggle drugs across the border. Yeah, so it would be like Vermont. They're, east side of Canada, which is just north of Vermont. So that works.
You want to hear something kind of funny? Two of, not Bubbles, but the other two were actually running a pizza joint while they were trying to get this. I mean, for years, while they were trying to see if anybody would make something out of this little show. I mean, because they had made some impromptu snippets to show the possibility. But yeah, their total income was running a pizza joint. Somebody's got to.
Yep. That makes sense. It is one of those things I feel like if I was a stoner, I might even find it even more funny, but I still find it entertaining, so.
No, if I was a stoner, I'd rather just watch History Network or like Discovery Channel, because I ain't got time for no fucking redneck Canadian escapades. I already listen to Bob sometimes. I mean, it's the same shit. If you think about it.
I'm pretty sure Bob will be a special guest on that at some point.
I'm pretty sure Bob's like a one-man trailer park voice.
His real name is Christopher Leahy.
Dude, Bob's not Leahy. He's got to be Randy because he don't wear a shirt.
Jamie, the tall ice giant
white chocolate.
The military channel's got this like giant presentation special on Hitler, and it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
I like when the military channel does the what's it, like ancient battles or whatever, Battle BC. Like it's all like the freaking Romans and Spartans and whatever, all those type. Like that's a really good show. I like it because they explain, you know, what the warfare was like in those times pretty well. Like they'll show you like a map, like, oh, they had the cavalry here and the infantry over there, and then they'll clip to a dude who's like riding a horse trying to shoot an arrow from it or whatever, showing like what techniques they would have used. It's that one dude who's like a ancient weapons expert.
That also sounds like Bob, ancient weapons expert.
Well, no, that would be an ancient weapons expert.
He's like the Browning High Power 1911. He's the ancient weapons expert.
Yeah, weapons expert is so the noun, and ancient is describing that. So he's just old.
That shit was so funny. If the Daily Gun Show was like on television, you guys could have that, like, you know, people's titles and shit when they're talking. They could say like ancient weapon expert. Oh my god, cracking myself up, man.
Yeah, English is a funny language. Because the one dude's an expert on ancient weapons. Bob just happens to be ancient, and he's a weapons expert.
Bob isn't a weapons expert.
In his brain as he is.
I'm positive he's not.
I'm positive in his brain he is.
I'm positive he's not. I mean, he knows some stuff about, like, ancient weapons. That's what I'm trying to say. Some ancient rifles and SVTs and shit like that. What's a VZ-58? I was at the gun shop the other day. Some guy was like, you guys don't have any VZ-58s? And everyone there was like, bad choice, sir. Bad choice.
What kind of shop is this? A respectable one?
They were like, we have Wassers. We've got, you know, Arsenals. We got, you know. You're asking about a VZ-58. What's wrong with you, sir?
So, it's like going to the Porsche dealership and being like, the hell, you don't have any Honda Civics here? What's wrong with you?
It's like going to the Ford dealership and be like, you guys, I got any Model Ts? I'm looking for a fresh Model T. No, sir, we have the new Explorer with the EcoBoost.
Man,
no, I want a Model T.
Plastic car.
I want a 1986 Taurus Show.
Dude,
Come
those
on, you
tour
don't got
shows
it?
are pretty fucking nice, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know about the
86 they
80s,
weren't.
but like a 90s tour show that was like, I don't know,
They
in
were
a
expensive back in the
showroom
80s.
somewhere that like popped up with, you know, like new, what's that, like new old stock or whatever. Like if one of those cars popped up,
Mm-hmm.
I'd get a 90s fucking tour show. Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Badass.
Mm-mm. No. See, there you go again. It's not a good choice.
That's a good choice.
No, you're in a price range. When you're in that price range, there's like other choices. So, like, I think you could buy a fucking Porsche for that kind of money or something. You could buy like a Nissan 350Z or something.
They're not that much more expensive, are they?
The shows used to be like a lot more, like $15,000.
Oh, I didn't know
More.
they were that more.
They were a lot more, yeah.
I take it
A
back.
lot, yeah, they were like, even now, I don't think they make them anymore, but the last time I remember seeing it was like, Jesus. It's like almost like a SRT 8 version, you know, like the Grand Cherokees. They have like the regular ones, and they have like the fully loaded limiteds and stuff like that. And then they got the SRT, or, you know, and they're fucking $15,000-$20,000 more because they got the crazy engine and stuff.
Now, was that something that Roush did? Or was that a separate?
I think so. No, it was production and stuff. It was just like
Well, I know
souped up
it's
engine.
yeah, whatever you call that, where it's like factory soup, kind of like the Raptor, right? I mean, it's a souped up F-150
SVT,
for
right?
off-roading, but it's
Mhm.
you know from the actual manufacturer with Roush stuff because Roush pretty much is the manufacturer. Oh, can't handle the truth. He's out of here.
He's like popcorn. You put him under the heat in a minute or two, boom, he's gone. So I thought the get together was this weekend.
No, it's just this Tuesday.
Oh, during the week.
Yeah.
Okay. G-Webs, make note. No Smeggy this week. You taking Monday off too, right? From the show?
I wasn't planning on it. Why? You kicking me out?
No, I just assumed that you'd be heading up there on Monday evening.
Oh, no. This is only, I don't know, hour and a half, hour, 40 minutes away from me. I'm just going out there.
Okay.
I'm just going out there for the day.
Yeah, but Dano, that's a 2-day trip for Dano, so he would find a hotel way, not drive too much each day.
Any Motel 6s along the way I had to check out. Do a review.
So if you're just looking to travel, I've seen a video about a chick that works for the companies that sell RVs, and then they'll shuttle RVs around. So they basically pay you per mile to move an RV from, like, a lot of them go from Indiana because they're built in Indiana. A lot of them are built in Indiana, I guess. So they go from Indiana. I don't know.
Elkhart, Indiana?
I don't know. But she takes like a little car. Well, she has a car that she carries behind the motorhomes, and she's like, you know, I've never had one that didn't have the stuff to tow my car, and they don't care. So she tows her car behind it. They don't want you to like sleep on the bed and use the thing because it's somebody else's mobile home. But if you know, you can like sleep on the floor or like set up something with sheets and stuff so you can, you know, not look like you've been there. But you know, you get to use the thing to some extent, so you don't have to pay for hotels or nothing. But they pay you up front and give you all the gas money and a good chunk of your pay, and then you get to where you're going, and they pay you the rest. And you put up like a $1,500 bond, and she said you pay the bond as you're doing deliveries or routes or whatever you want to call it. And then there's so many vehicles need to be shuttled and so few people doing it. She said that you basically set you're the boss. Like when you want to go somewhere, more than likely there'll be a vehicle needing to go that way, and then you'll be able to get paid to go that way. And then, so in other words, if you want to do it like in spokes, like go out and then come back, you'll almost always have a vehicle going back the other way. So, and then there's all kinds of big shows, I guess. So you have play times when you'll have days where you can, or I guess times when you can move vehicles from like a factory to a big show and then just fly back, take another vehicle, fly back, take another vehicle, and just make hundreds and hundreds of dollars in a few days, just repetitively driving a bunch of vehicles out to a big show.
Are they paying for the flight?
I don't know about that, but I think it sounds like it's worth their while. She said somebody who hustles can make 100 grand a year. She makes 50 to 60 grand a year, just kind of sticking around in one place for a while, using it as like her ability to move around. She gets like paid to move around that way, and then she'll just stay someplace for a while in her car. You know, I've been watching these videos on people that are like stealth camping or living out of their vehicles and living on the cheap and that kind of thing. But anyway, I don't know if that would work for you or not, but that's a thing, and you're kind of close to Indiana.
Yeah, the ones that I'm thinking of are all just on the other side of the central versus eastern timeline,
Mhm.
like Elkhorn and that greater area. You also make buses, or is that Ohio?
School buses?
There's a place that make buses in the same area as the area that makes the RVs, school buses. And the only reason I know this is all the times I've driven to Ohio, and I mean, you can see all their product parked out in their outlots. Hundreds and hundreds of RVs and maybe 100 school buses, and not out of the same place, but same general area.
Yeah, so I'd like to go to that place in Missouri and see all the vans come from.
Wentzville.
Where do Ford vans come from? They all come from one factory too, I'm sure, right? Oh wait, Fords are probably in fucking Canada.
Well,
Ecoline.
It's Canada, I think.
yeah, I'm not sure where the full vans come from. I know the cab off vans come from Ohio Truck. That's over. It's kind of over by Cleveland. But they only make like the cab only vans. So the ones that end up getting turned into U-Hauls and crap like that. So they have a chassis with the cab on it, and then they ship it over to someplace else to get like the box built and put on there.
More like ambulances and other lame shit.
Yeah, that I guess they make those too. But anything that the factory only makes the cab, and then the back part is made by a different place. Which Ford might be making those things. It goes to a different place to get it. But I'm not sure where they make their full vans. Oh, shit.
Well, don't start that. I'm already starting to fall back asleep.
Well, yeah, me too, man. It's about my nap time.
All right. I can't take it anymore. I'll catch you guys later.
Too much excitement for you, eh?
What's his problem? What's the deal? What happened?
He said that he can't take us anymore. He's quitting the Daily Gun Show,
Hmm.
and he's selling all his guns because guns are evil and scary.
Probably because of Illinois.
Yeah, I think so. I wonder if I should run to the store and get some Mountain Dew.
What do you buy that stuff in? 2 liters?
No, I just get the 20 ounces.
20-ounce bottles?
Yeah. So either that, or if I go with Fago, then it's a 24 ounce for like $1. They used to be 89 cents for a 24 ounce. That was the deal. Especially because even when you pay the 10-cent deposit, then it's only 99 cents. So you walk up, be like, "Yo, I'm buying this." Hand them $1, walk away. You're
What's
good to
up,
go.
guys? I'm Carly Kloss, and today I'm going to show you.
I was talking to Carly. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, I know. I get it. You want to talk to your girlfriend more than me. It's okay.
What? In my pocket. I'm Obama. Run, tell your mama. Bitch, I want some corn dog. I walk up into Congress like, what up with all this ruckus? I'm the lead speaker of the Big Black Caucus. Here to get back to all my crackheads and junkies. Joe Biden says, hey, I'm an old ass hunk. I'm a little fucking lazy. Get high with Jay-Z and give myself a raise because I'm the one who pays me. Happy Reverend Dr. Martin Luther Jr. King Boulevard Street. Now let me get a chicken sandwich at the KFC. Shit. Well, Michelle, it was 99 cents. I'm just gonna pocket shit. Chicken bits and chocolate chips, and anyone that starts shit is getting hit with rocket ships. I'm gonna drop a bomb on anyone that's even talking shit. It's politics. Wanna come start the next apocalypse?
It's a parody, did ya?
Yeah. I figured that was a parody.
Moon posted it. So Moon gets all the credit / consequence.
All right. Well, if I get copyright flagged, Moon owes me $0.25. There's a oh my god, what is that on Reason TV? I forget what YouTube it is, but anyways, they do a lot of like libertarian type videos, but every once in a while they'll have like a parody song that's like libertarian inspired. And the dude actually he does a pretty good job. Like they're pretty funny. I think it's Reason TV. I'm gonna look it up. Yep, that's what it is. If you go to Reason TV, I think they have a playlist of like funny songs or whatever. So they got them all put in one place. I think. What the hell is it? Maybe not. Bummer. Huh. Oh, like when I do this, they have the Game of Thrones Libertarian Edition.
Are you telling me the crown is 3 million in debt?
Actually, it's 20 trillion.
How could he let this happen?
Entitlement spending, a bunch of wars. That bullet train to River Run didn't help. That is a big wall. And on the other side are the free folk? No, over here we call them wildlings. Right, and we hate them because why? Because they are a savage, backwards, knuckle-dragging people. They do whatever they please, they marry who they want, they pay no taxes. You know, they don't even have a real king. Just some guy they voluntarily choose to follow. They're savages. So they built that wall. No, we built the wall. Hold on. China. As the invisible hand of the king, can I just suggest, once again, that we do nothing? Westeros is a shit show. We're massively in debt. People are starving. We're constantly at war. There's an oppressive surveillance apparatus, stifling religious dogma, encroaching on matters of state, and draconian border restrictions. I mean, at this point, I think it's fairly clear that we suck at this governing thing, right? I am the king. Again with the king stuff. And in that vault is the Social Security Trust Fund, where all of the money goes that will one day be paid out to retirees.
Ha! It's empty.
Yeah, it's pretty much a Ponzi scheme. We all agree that winter is coming, but the answer lies in innovation, not in rationing wood and coal. Baratheons, sigil a stag. Words, ours is the fury. Good. The Democrats, sigil a donkey. Words, it was Russia's fault?
No. A common saying, but not their official motto.
There's always a victim. Republicans, sigil an elephant. Words, hold my beer.
No.
War, walls, and Bibles?
No.
Well, what do they believe? I don't feel like I even know them anymore.
You do know them, think.
9/11. Libertarians. Words, maximizing individual liberty and minimizing statist incursions through a robust deployment of the non-aggression principle. The sigil is a porcupine humping a pile of money.
No swords, no daggers, no crossbows, no dark magic ghost babies, no dogs.
Some jackass blows up the sept, and now we all gotta take our shoes off.
The night is dark and full of terrorists.
If you have more than 6 ounces of wildfire, you must place it in a transparent plastic baggie.
Trial by combat will be forbidden throughout the Seven Kingdoms. The tradition is a brutish one.
Right, minimum sentencing for non-violent drug offenders, that's still a thing.
Good people don't use milk of the poppy.
God, you're such an asshole. I don't know, I just think blowing up a sept in the middle of your trial feels like obstruction of justice. So we built that wall.
Yeah.
And we paid for it.
Oh, yeah.
To keep out the free folk.
Right.
And their redheads.
Uh-huh.
And now we're on this side of the wall.
Yeah.
Is there like a door?
It's probably a big
It's probably a door. Hello, is Perduti Daenerys Targaryen. Efron Lumbar Condolano. Kofefi. It shouldn't take a low-income Dothraki 4 years to get a hair braiding license. It's absurd. For the watch. For the watch. Peer pressure. Does due process mean nothing to you people? I don't care. The Unsullied can use whatever bathroom they want. Why do we need to get involved in this?
Joffrey, Cersei, Walder Frey,
Jeff Sessions, Chuck Schumer, House Financial Services Committee.
The names of every fucking person in Westeros.
only the ones I'm going to kill.
That's what we're doing? No, I was just going to write a letter. It's fucked up, Arya. Things don't have to be planned in order to be orderly. Complex systems can evolve from natural behavior, and the result is more effective and more efficient than anything created by a central planner. Individual liberty is a more powerful tool for prosperity than any army, any dragon, or any king could ever be. I really thought this was the libertarian movement.
They killed him. That's funny.
Grabbed by the poppy. Oh. Big government if it's our government. Oh. Oranges.
Now what are you doing? You go to the store?
No. Just playing on my phone. Damn, we get more viewers when we just sit here in silence than when we're having active, good conversation. That sounds like a good song.
That was a good intro.
I'm standing in front of the beautiful Alabama Hills, which is on the eastern side of the Sierras in California. And I love being a nomad and a gypsy, living the full-time life in my van or RV, whichever you're living in. Beautiful places like
He
this.
enjoys living
But,
in the van or RV, whatever it is you're living in. So basically,
Sounds like you're gonna have a bunkmate.
I don't want to meet this guy. No, not to travel in the Arkansas mountains of California.
Yeah, that was a funny way of saying it. I love living in a van or RV, whatever you're living in.
On the road. What about health insurance? If I don't have a home, how will I get health insurance? How will I get an address for a driver's license if I don't have a home state, if I don't live anywhere? If I'm a nobody that lives nowhere, well, isn't that really hard to live that way? And yes, there are a lot of problems that
I like watching this guy's videos. He does a lot of interesting shit about living out of a van or whatever. And then, like, the whole time now, he's sitting in these in front of these mountains, basically, out in the middle of nowhere, and his dog's just all running around the desert, doing his thing, sniffing around and minding its own, you know, getting in every people's businesses and shit.
I'm kind of curious about the driver's license thing. Like, how do you get stuff like that if you don't have a permanent address?
43-minute long video.
Oh.
How long does it cost to live there? It hasn't even come up to number 2 yet. Income from pensions. So this is mostly old people. Never tell your insurance agent you are converting a van unless you already have changed the title to an RV. He will cancel you. Let me listen to that part.
expensive. And so consider is that a state will have, some counties will have an emissions and a safety inspection. You want to live in a state where they don't charge taxes, in sales tax and that, because that's a lot of money. Well, and so that opens up many more states than just these few. So a state that doesn't tax interest may be of interest to you if you were in that particular situation. Again, it's research you have to do. It's just not as simple as don't go to a state that has an income tax. Maybe you have such a low income you don't care if you have to file. And so that opens up many more states than just these few.
Shit, I never thought about that though. You go be a citizen of like Nevada where they don't have income tax, and then companies don't even have tax in Nevada, and then you can live there and then not pay tax. Shit, pretty cool.
I'll put up a list of the 7 that states that do not have an income tax.
Alaska, Florida, Nevada, South Dakota, Texas, Washington, and Wyoming.
I'm including Nevada, and some people including Tennessee. Okay, so one state will be cheaper than another. That's what we're looking at. That's the topic. And the big one is income tax. If they have an income tax and you earn wages, you're going to pay a lot more to live in that state than another state. Most tax in that, because that's a lot of money. And I haven't done the research, and a lot of the pay $400,000, $500,000. Sometimes there's a limit on how much you have to pay. Inspections. Does your research, and a lot of a new trailer, a new to you van, you still have to pay taxes.
You want me to mute it?
$20,000 van. Well, you want to live in a state where they don't.
No, go for it.
Sales tax in that, because that's a lot of money. And I haven't done the research, and a lot of you just have to do that. And on my blog, interest may be of interest to you, opens up a whole new world of states to you. And interest. I know people who worked hard, saved up a whole lot of money, and retired, and they're just living on the interest and pulling a little bit out of savings every year. Some states tax interest, and some states don't. So a state that doesn't tax interest may be of interest to you if you were in that particular situation. Again, it's research you have to do. It's just not as simple as don't go to a state that has an income tax. Maybe you have such a low income you don't care if you have to file. And so that opens up many more states than just these few. I'll put up a list of the 7 states that do not have an income tax. And most of them, we eliminate them for various reasons, and you come down to the big 3. And I'm including Nevada, and some people are including Tennessee. Okay, so one state will be cheaper than another. That's what we're looking at. That's the topic. And the big one is income tax. If they have an income tax and you earn wages, you're going to pay a lot more to live in that state than another state. So why not go to a state without income tax? Second is sales tax. If you think you're in the future, you're going to be buying a new trailer, a new to you van, you still have to pay taxes on used vans. A $20,000 van, well, you want to live in a state where they don't charge taxes, in sales tax in that, because that's a lot of money. And I haven't done the research, and a lot of you just have to do that. And on my blog forum post, I'll have information on all that. But again, that's just a question to ask and research for yourself. That's my point. Inspections. Does your state have a vehicle inspection? If a state has an emissions inspection and you have to go back every year to get it, that's going to cost you a lot of money. If one year your vehicle doesn't pass inspections and you have to pay $400,000, $500,000, sometimes there's a limit on how much you have to pay, then that's going to cost you a lot of time and effort and money. And so you want to get a state without them. The big three and Nevada either don't have them or they're not intrusive in your life. And so that's one of the big factors. One of the things to consider is that a state will have, some counties will have an emissions and a safety inspection on your vehicle. So you just register outside. That's that county. And Nevada is like that. The state doesn't have an emissions or a vehicle inspection, but a few counties do. Las Vegas and Reno, those counties with those cities, the big cities. Same thing with Arizona. The big cities, Phoenix Metro and Tucson Metro, those two counties have inspections, but no other state does. No other county in that state does. So that's something to look into also. But you want to avoid having an emissions. You don't want to follow the hassle of it every year. You don't want to have to return to it every year to get one. And it'll cost you money in the long run to get the inspections, and then in the long run to do all the work for it. How much will it cost you to register your vehicle in that state? It varies tremendously by state. How long is the registration good for? Do you save? I am a Nevada resident, got a Nevada driver's license. They are my domicile legal authority over me. I register my vehicles in Arizona. And so Arizona has a 5-year registration, and it's much cheaper. I have a 2001 Chevy van.
How the hell did he get
1
that?
ton. Big issue.
What?
It's commercial.
What?
Is it a 1 ton? Is it a commercial vehicle? And so Nevada insisted that it was a commercial vehicle, and I'd have to convert it to an RV to not pay commercial insurance. It was very expensive, and so Arizona would let me register it as non-commercial. I saved $200 a year by registering it vehicle insurance and registering it in Arizona, which is why I registered in Arizona. So vehicle insurance and registration are very, very important issues. Well, let me address the side issue here when it comes to choosing the state. If you're thinking about a commercial vehicle,
what I don't get is how is he assuming you can just be like, oh yeah, I'm going to register in this county now? Like, don't you normally need to? That's what I'm getting at. Is I thought you needed like a permanent resident or something, like a address.
Yeah.
And how do you get that if you technically don't live anywhere?
Yeah, that doesn't work unless he's snowbirding between Nevada and Arizona.
Well, like do some campgrounds, like if you're paying to be in a campground or something, then you can use them as your address or something. Like I don't know how that works.
I don't know, maybe a P.O. box?
Big question of vehicle
insurance. Because I would just fucking like take a vacation out to Nevada and be like, I live here now, I'm not paying taxes, and then go like anywhere in the country. Like, no, that again, that's the part where he's like, you should just register in this county or this state, like pick a good one. I'm like, how the fuck do you do that? You just
full-timers insurance on that vehicle.
Hold on.
And so vehicle insurance and registration are very, very important issues. Well, let me address a side issue here when it comes to choosing the state. If you're thinking about a commercial vehicle that you turn into an RV, then you have a big question of vehicle insurance and full-timers insurance on that vehicle. And so insurance in one state will be much more than another. So that's a big issue. That's what we're talking about. Cost of registration and vehicle insurance in one state versus another. So, for example, I know people who live in a school bus, a box van. A box van has a box in the back and a van nose. Great to live in. Big, huge space. A box truck. A truck and nose and then a box behind it. A 1-ton van. I have a 1-ton van. It's extended. It's long. It carries a lot of weight. A step van. Step vans make great homes. Some of them have diesels, get good gas mileage. They're huge. They're pleasant to live in. A shuttle bus. An airport shuttle bus or a short school bus. Those are great things to live in. They're big. They have lots of windows. They're commercially built, they're industrial built, they'll last forever. They almost always come with diesels. So maybe you want to move into a commercial vehicle. Don't do it. Now it's oversimplified. Don't do it until you found out if you can get a relicensed non-commercial and you can buy insurance. I'm afraid I know people who bought a commercial vehicle in their state, found out they could not turn it into an RV. The state would not reissue the title. They had to carry commercial insurance. It was so expensive. They sold the vehicle at a loss, and they really regretted the decision.
That's me. Yeah.
Some states make it easy to turn a vehicle into a commercial vehicle into an RV. I mean, some states make it very easy. Some states make it almost impossible. The majority of states make it difficult. And so find that out before you buy a commercial vehicle. I have a friend who bought a school bus in Tennessee, and it was super simple to re-register it as an RV. He went in, I think he filled out an, I don't know these details for sure. Well, you have to do all your research. I'm giving you the questions to ask. He went in, he filled out some forms, and voila, it was registered as an RV. Another state, it would be impossible. So find that out before you make any decisions about getting into a commercial vehicle.
Damn it.
If you want insurance on your vehicle, on the things inside your vehicle, you live in your vehicle, everything you own was in the vehicle, you want to carry insurance on that stuff. Many states will make it impossible. If it's not listed as an RV, you can't get insurance on the stuff in them. Never, never, never tell your insurance agent that you've taken a van and turned it into an RV. You've modified it. I know numerous people who called them and said, I want to insure my belongings in my van. I've made it into a camper. I live in it now. They said, that's fine. This will be your last payment. We're dropping you. You'll never get insurance with us again. I know several people that's happened to. Don't ever tell them you've converted a van to an RV and you're living in it, because it'll cost you your insurance, almost all of them. These are big, big issues. And so I want you to be aware of them. One state will make it very easy. One state will make it very hard. Most states will make it hard. A few states will make it impossible. Of course, you just buy an RV. You're going to have to live with the fact. Find out how hard it is to turn a vehicle in from a regular vehicle, commercial vehicle, into an RV before you do anything like that. Okay, I'll move on. That's complicated. I know it is. But it just has to be said. You need to know that while you're making these decisions. Finally, there's the general cost of living. California has one of the highest costs of living. I'm in California here in the beautiful Alabama hills on the eastern side of the Sierras. Where I was at in Nevada, I drove from Nevada to here, my home base, Pahrump, Nevada. I paid $2.20 for gas. I got here, and it's $3 a gallon. It's 80 cents a gallon more for gas here. A lot of places in California, it's $1 more per gallon. Some places it's $1.52 if you get remote enough. A lot of places it's 50 to 80 cents more per gallon. Everything here costs more. The regulations in California are much more. So most people, it's an automatic. You wouldn't even consider living in California. However, California has an incredible safety network, and there are people who live here and endure the entire cost of living because the safety net is so good that it's worth it to them. They get more on their disability, they get more on unemployment, they get more on food stamps. If you have a legitimate reason to be on all those things, take them into account before you choose a state as well. The social safety network of a state can really be important in your. If you have very low income, I had a problem with that video and I had to just reshoot it again. Right now I'm in Arizona in the beautiful Coconino National Forest shooting this. One more thing I want to cover really quickly before I call it good enough, and that's Obamacare. Obamacare, state that Florida's far away, Texas is far, far away. I'll never visit either one, hardly. In emergency, I can go to emergency room, but then I got to go see my doctor. They won't keep covering emergency room visits. You got to go to your doctor. So choose a state that offers you, either choose a state that offers a nationwide health insurance policy through Obamacare, through the exchange, or choose a state that's local to you. You can get too often. Doesn't have an income. Pay it. It's in your IRS taxes.
I don't even think about all that bullshit. He doesn't really say about how to, you go about doing what you're talking about. Just can't really just nonchalantly register in another state.
Yep. Yeah, because that was the part. Like I said,
He's like, don't ever register a commercial vehicle in Arizona, and I register my one-ton van in Arizona.
Right, but that's where you live, so that's why you did it.
Well, but I want to hear more about that or whatever.
When you drive the most rewarded minivan of the year, you look like a winner. But back in our pre-Pacifica days, we suffered our share.
And Blight. So I'm getting ready, and when I get going on that, I'll do build posts. But right now, I want to continue with my last post, which is which van should you buy? I said why I bought a van instead of an RV, but and that was all entirely philosophical. I'm not going to do any more philosophical. This is to answer your question, and one of the most common questions I get is, what van should I buy? Is there a van that will be more reliable than others? And if so, please, I really want to know, and I got to buy that van because I need a reliable van. And there, of course, there is no one van that will be most reliable. There are so many variables. In fact, the big questions to ask yourself when you think about what van should I buy are, will you do the repair work yourself, and how much can you afford? Because the van that will work for you will be very, very different based on those two answers. If you can't do the repair work yourself, then you should buy the newest, most reliable van with the lowest miles you could possibly buy. I can't do my own work. I don't want to do my own work. I don't have enough tools, and I don't have the knowledge and skills. So I bought the very newest van I could possibly buy. But if you still don't have much money, if you only have $2,000 or $3,000, then you're still going to be buying an older van. So then the question is, how old can you buy? Or is it better to buy an old van? Should I buy an old van or a new van, or what should I do? And a lot of you just have no information about vans or engines in general, and so.
Want me to mute it?
That's your.
No, that's fine. It's at least putting something out there. I don't know if anyone's watching or digging it.
My old van, it's the 20.
I have to pay attention, to be honest.
Chevy with the Chevy 350. A very old, very well designed, great engine. Behind me is my new 2015, new to me, 2015 Chevy with a 4.8, very new, very reliable, very low mileage, and it's by far the best choice for me. But if I had the budget to pay for that. So which van is best for you? That's the question we're going to answer today. Let me give you a little bit of history. I think that having a understanding of what's happened and made vans change and engines change will help you to make a better choice for you. In 1970s, there was terrible air pollution in this country. Terrible. In fact, it was so bad that Richard Nixon, not a communist or a liberal, created the Environmental Protection Agency because we had to solve our pollution problem. The cities were becoming unlivable with air pollution. Our water was terrible. The rain itself literally fell out of the sky with acid in it and was destroying things. The environment had to be protected. So the EPA came in 1970 with total bipartisan support. Both parties, every politician recognized we have to protect our environment. Things have to change. And so we did. We created the EPA. The EPA set certain guidelines. Another thing that happened in 1970 was the gas crisis. All of a sudden, gas was very expensive. No one could afford it. And we realized we were all driving around in cars that got 10 miles to the gallon. So we couldn't afford the gas. We were burning so much gas, and gas was getting so expensive. So the EPA set rules and standards to increase the clean burning of our cars and increase the fuel mileage, the miles per gallon our cars got. So that started a train of changes that resulted in these two vans. My old van gets 14 or 15 miles to the gallon out of a Chevy 350. My new van gets 20, 21 pretty easily out of its 4.1. Those are the results of the changes. In 1970, if you owned a Chevy 350 or a Ford 360, you'd get 10 miles to the gallon at best. That's what you could expect to get. So we have leaped from 10 miles to the gallon to 20 miles to the gallon because of the EPA. The EPA is the best thing that this country ever did. It was critically, well, there were other things that were social issues. But one of the best technical things we ever did was create the Environmental Protection Agency. The quality of every American's life has gone up dramatically. And so I'm a big believer in the EPA and the rules that get us cleaner burning and better gas mileage. They've also made the vans much more reliable. In 1970, you were lucky if you got 100,000 miles out of any American-made car, truck, or van. Today, 200,000 is easy. It's expected. And that's also because of the EPA and because of the changes they made to get more reliable, to get better miles per gallon and cleaner burning, also gave us more reliable vehicles. So I'm a big fan of newer. But all those changes that gave us the better miles per gallon also gave us fuel injection and computers. And that made the new cars and engines much, much more complicated. This 2015 is a very complicated piece of equipment. It's got computers and sensors and all kinds of things that can break that a 1970 Chevy van did not have. On the other hand, my 2001 is somewhere in between. It still has a lot of computers, it has a lot of sensors, things that can break, but not nearly as much as this 2015 behind me, and not as much, and none out of a 1970 van. So you have a trade-off. You have the super simplicity, but poor reliability and poor miles per gallon of a 1970s and into the 1980s vans. And then you have the super miles per gallon and reliability and complexity of a 2000s van. So there's a continuum from 70 when there was nothing to 2015 when there was a lot. And how far back you go in your purchase decides how complicated it is. In the 80s, we switched over to TBI, throttle body injection and fuel injection. And by the 90s, most American cars were running fuel injection instead of carburetors, and they became much more complicated, much more difficult to maintain. You look inside the engine of one of these vans, and you can barely see the engine. There's a lot of things going on in there. And so some people say, no, buy an old van or any motor because they're so easy to maintain. Anybody can fix them, anybody can repair them, but I don't know how. And so it wasn't even a consideration. I'm not going to learn how. I don't want to learn how. I don't have the tools, the time, or the money to learn how, and I'm never going to. So I rejected old vehicles because of that. If you can do the work, you will save money in repairs, lots of money in repairs, by doing it yourself. You break down on the side of the road, which you will do more often because it's not as reliable a vehicle, you can fix it by yourself right there, probably with parts you have on hand. If that appeals to you, buy an old van. It does not appeal to me. I'm not going to do it. So I bought the newest van I possibly can. That's my advice to you. If you know how, there is a good reason to buy an older vehicle. In the 80s, they started coming out with throttle body injection and full fuel injection. By the 90s, they all had fairly advanced computers. OBD1, onboard diagnostics, is what that means. It was the initial computer system the federal government regulated. In 1996, they came out with OBD2, onboard diagnostics 2. Every vehicle since 1996 with a very slight lag in there of them being phased in, has OBD2. To my opinion, buy a 1996 or newer van if you can afford it, because you'll get OBD2. You'll get better diagnosis, you'll get better understanding of your engine. But again, if you can do the repair work yourself, you may be better off with a much older engine without any computer. I have a friend who keeps telling me, and he's absolutely right, if it's not on there, it can't break. If there are no computers, it can't fail. If there are no sensors, they won't break on you. That's what breaks on these new vehicles. They're so much better made that it's the computers and the sensors that give you the problem. Sometimes the sensor will go wrong and the engine will be perfect. I just had that happen to a friend. The sensor went bad, but so the engine thought it was running bad. The computer created the problem. She replaced the sensor, the computer was happy, and everything ran perfectly again. So the next big evolution in engines happened in about 1999 for Ford and 2002 for Chevy. The old engines could not keep up with the EPA demands for clean engines and better miles per gallon. So they got rid of all the old legacy engines and created new ones. Well, in 1999, Ford went to its new Triton engines, which was the 5.4 and the V10, and their V6. I don't even know what size that was. Here's the problem. Ford did a very poor job in designing their new engines. They put aluminum heads and on them, which there's nothing wrong with aluminum heads, but they put too few threads on the spark plug. So all of a sudden, you'll be driving down the road, and a 1999 and newer Ford engine, Triton, will simply blow the spark plug. I had that happen to a friend of mine. She had a, I think it was a 2001 Ford van with a 5.4. It had 220,000 miles on it. She's driving down the road and it blows the spark plug. It cost her $500 to repair. So starting in 1999, I do not recommend Ford vans. They may or may not have a problem with the spark plug, but you never know. It's a pure crapshoot. It may or may not. After 99, I don't recommend Ford vans anymore. Prior to 1999, I had a slight preference for Ford vans. I thought they were better. So prior to 1999, I would buy a Ford with a 302, would be my first choice. Or, well, actually, my very first choice would be a Ford prior to 1999. Would be a Ford with a 300 inline six, one of the best engines ever made. Really an excellent engine. If you can find a Ford with a 300 inline six, that's a great engine. The newer the better, so it has fuel injection. But any of them is a great engine. After 1999, I do not recommend Ford at all. I won't buy one. I will buy a Chevy. In about 2002, Chevy started putting their 5.3, their 4.8, and their 6-liter in their vans and trucks. And they are a great engine. They are a superb engine. That's what I have in this is the 4.8. I've had numerous friends with the 5.3. They will easily. Took a friend and I drove her van to Alaska, 9,000, and we averaged 17 miles to the gallon. That's averaged. Let me say it again. We averaged 17 miles to the gallon. It ran perfectly. It's been absolutely trouble-free. She now has like 160,000 miles on it. It's been trouble-free the entire time.
I like this guy because how he says my van is good.
Average 17 miles to the gallon. It's a superb engine. If you can afford it, buy a Chevy van with a 5.3 in it, or the 4.8, or the 6-liter. They're all great engines, but the 5.3 gets the most power for the most miles per gallon. I'm going to recommend that above all other engines, above all other vans that you can buy. The newer Chevy 2002 or later with the 5.3, the 4.8, or the 6-liter, the best you can buy. Prior to that, I would have recommended either Ford or Chevy with a 350, 351, but the Ford with the 302 or the 300 inline 6 were great engines. That's what I would buy, one of those. Nothing wrong with the Chevys before 1999, before 2002. They were all good engines. The 350 is a great engine. The 305 is an okay engine. But here's the thing with any vehicle. Maintenance trumps reputation. The most important thing you can do is buy a vehicle that was well maintained. If they have the records to show you it was well maintained, that's great. If you are not a mechanic, don't even depend on records. Take the vehicle to a mechanic to get it inspected. Again, let me repeat that. The most important thing you can do in buying your vehicle is take it to a mechanic to get it inspected. He will tell you what's going on, what your future is with that van. the single most important thing I can tell you that you can learn from this video is take it to a mechanic. If you're not a mechanic, if you're a mechanic and you already know the answers, you can do it yourself. If you're not a mechanic, which most of us are not, don't buy a used van without spending $60, $70, $100, $120 to get it checked out. I bought a 1993 Ford. That was my last vehicle before the 2001 Chevy van. I took 4 of them to a mechanic's. I spent $80, and he told me the first 3 were junk. He said, there'll be nothing but problems. I took him the 4th one, and then he said, hey, this is a great Chevy pickup. It was a Ford. It was a Ford with a 302. He said, this is a great pickup. If you don't buy it, I will. And so that's in that van. I bought it with 130,000 miles on it. It lasted to 230,000 trouble-free. At 200,000, started having troubles, which is what I fully expected. At 200,000, expect to start having troubles. That's just the way they are. They'll get 200,000 trouble-free miles generally, and then you're going to start having. At 198,000, I put in a new transmission, and I put in just before then I put in a new alternator. Then I put in a new starter. There was a cascade of failures starting at 200,000 miles. That's typical of all today's engines, and one of the reasons why people recommend the old engines. So there you have it. That's my advice. Let me repeat this. I want you to get this. This is the most important thing you can do. Maintenance trumps the reputation of the engine. A mediocre engine, well maintained, will last forever. A great engine, poorly maintained, will fail quickly. Maintenance is most important on any engine. And the best engines made are the Ford, the Chevy 5.3, 6-liter, or 4.8. That's what I bought. That's all I recommend. After that, the inline Ford 306, the Ford 302, and then after that, they just all fall in line. They're all about the same. Ford 350, Ford 351, Chevy 350, basically the same engine. Great engines, both of them, no difference. So there you have it. I hope I've given some history so you understand how things have gotten more complicated. If you're a mechanic, you may want the uncomplicated old engine. For everyone else, buy the newest and best you can afford, least miles. After 1999, buy a Chevy. After 1999, buy a Chevy. Period.
See, Bob's not here, but he'd be squirming all around. But what about the Dodge? But what about the Dodge? But this guy's full of shit about the Ford. As he replaced spark plugs on his Dodge because of the same issue, the aluminum heads. Probably lost Smeggy. Put the link out there. Yeah, it was me.
Smeggy's alive? Dead?
No. Probably went to go buy a bagel.
Oh. You know you got a problem.
Yeah, when you have to leave in the middle of stuff.
Yeah, just to get a soda.
My kid's being born? Man, I'm thirsty though. My kid's graduating, and I'm thirsty.
Mountain Dew for graduation? Mountain Dew.
My grandkids are being born. He's a Fago though. I'm just gonna watch Starbucks while I still can.
Grandparents are being born, or this could be the very last Mountain Dew ever made.
I'm parched. Plugs are the lifeblood of a Hemi.
I was looking at Toyota CHRs because I wanted one, but then I was reading the reviews and they're not too good.
What is that?
It's a subcompact SUV, 4-wheel drive. It looks badass, but it got like 12 out of 13 subcompact SUVs, and it got like a 5 out of 10.
Looks too fancy.
It does, but it wasn't that expensive.
It's not that expensive. $70,000.
No way. It was like it's 22 MSRP, but that's not how much it's going to be on the lot. And then you can probably talk them down a little to around. I'm thinking you can get a new one that's not premium or loaded for 17.
I was going to say that's a lot of money.
But the reviews, I don't want to waste that much money on something that got a 5 out of 10.
It looks so small. Is there a back door? Oh yeah, I guess there is. You just can't see it.
I think there's like the hatchback, yeah.
No, there's a back door. You just can't see it on some of the colors. The line blends in more.
Oh yeah.
Maybe there's two models. Maybe some of these don't have a back door that I'm looking at. Because some of them have a really obvious line. There's like a handle behind the back window. No, they all have that handle. You just can't see it on some of these pictures. Where are Toyotas made at?
Look.
Canada? Japan?
I don't know. I thought they were made here somewhere.
Oh. It looks like a gym shoe or some shit.
It looks like a little dune buggy to me.
Yeah, kind of like a some kind of Batmobile thing.
Yeah, that's why I liked it. And then I guess it doesn't perform as good as it looks. Yeah, I gotta save up down payment on something. I'm sick of driving this 2002 Town and Country. It's falling apart. Smeggy's new truck inspired me. I don't need a pickup truck, but I need a new car.
Is the minivan you drive around in?
Yeah.
Grandma minivan?
Yep. Creeper minivan.
No, it's like grandma minivan.
I saw a minivan the other day that was flipped over with a grandma inside, and the police were like standing around just looking at her. She was like waving her arms.
Sometimes you gotta Sometimes you gotta teach them their lesson first. Like, you can? Yeah, I'm gonna do it again. Well, then we're gonna leave you there. You gonna do it again? Probably. You gonna do it again? No. All right, we'll let you out.
I don't even know how it happened because like the rear end of the minivan, it was on its side when I passed it, and the rear end of it was like right in front of a pole. Like, how did you get past the pole and end up? It was fucking weird. It's pretty funny. She didn't seem hurt, so it's good enough to laugh.
I was driving up the hill the other day, and I went up there at night, and I was like, God, I don't know, a couple of thousand feet up the hill, and I went, no, this is stupid. I can't take pictures or nothing. I'm just not gonna waste the gas. I'll go back down and come up in the morning. And I seen all these people. Like, normally they run you off the road. Like, if you're just parked on the side of the road to make out or something, or whatever people do on the side of the road, like they'll run you out of there. Like, that's always been the way. They don't want people just hanging out on the road or whatever. It's probably dangerous or something. Or they want you to go to places that cost money or whatever. Anyway, so the cops usually run you off just parking on the side of the road. But this time I went up there, there was all kinds of people parked on the side of the road. So I was thinking, okay, they just don't enforce none of that shit anymore, I guess. And I seen this one guy in a blue van or a blue truck, and I was like, well, that's a dumb place to pull over. It's just like it's a boring place to pull over. There's nothing to look at or anything. Can't see the city or anything. Anyway, I went up, came back down, and on the way back down, and I only passed this blue truck, like minutes later, I stopped. Like, I got to the top of this little area where I could turn around. Basically, the first place I could turn around after seeing that blue truck, I decided to screw it and come back down. And stopped at the top there, let the dog pee, and then peed, and then however long it takes to let a dog pee, and then get back going again. And by the time I got back to that truck, which was like a mile away from me, tons of cops down there, like 3 or 4 cops. It was all weird because the cops, like, lights flashing on the canyon and stuff, makes it all eerie and weird, and it makes it hard to drive through there. And I thought, oh well, what the fuck? Maybe they're running this guy off or arresting him or something. And then drove past. And then the next day, I go up there when it's light out, and I could see that truck wasn't just parked there. Like he must have been coming down like super fast because he basically destroyed, like just vaporized the whole engine part of his truck, and it was just the rest of his truck sitting on the side of the road. So I guess he just must not done the curve correctly and just erased the front of his truck on the fucking mountain, like on the rocks and shit. And I just couldn't tell it was a wreck the night before. I just figured he had parked there. So couldn't see the missing part of the truck or whatever.
Did it seem survivable?
Hard to say because the engine was completely gone, like just vacant, and you could tell it was a wreck, and because there was a little bit of a smear on the road still, but the cab and everything was fine, and that's making me wonder, like maybe they were looking for the guy, or I don't know. I have no idea because it would have been shit. I can't imagine walking from there. It would take you like hours and hours and hours to walk from there back down to town. At least to walk back down to town where you can like actually get to a phone or something would take fucking 3 hours. I'm sure he wouldn't have to walk that far. There's people on the road, but anyway, it's just kind of weird. I didn't even notice that it was a wreck until the next day.
It was probably okay.
Yeah, imagine. But more like he probably was drunk as shit and then got out and staggered around, maybe fell off the side of the cliff or something.
Yeah.
They were looking for something. Maybe like that night when I came back down, they were looking for something. So I don't know. Maybe it just happened. I didn't see any shit on the road, like debris, but I don't know. Maybe they were looking for him, or else they were looking for just cleaning the road off or anything sharp or whatever. Because that would suck to pop your tire on the curvy mountain road and die.
Yep. Maybe aliens took his engine. It's UFOs. Yeah, so I'm hearing a lot of people are telling me Toyota or Hyundai will give me what I want. Low gas mileage and a long-lasting engine.
You're gonna buy new though?
Yeah. I've never bought a new car.
I did once. I didn't really like it. I mean, I guess it was okay for a while having new, but then it just felt like I was losing so much money immediately.
I would buy one of those certified pre-owned, at least. Then you get like the Carfax and figure out exactly what they refurbished on it before you buy it. But I'm hearing that car lots late last year and this year are so overstocked that you can, if you're good at talking prices down, if you're good at haggling, you could get thousands off what they're asking prices. I just don't have that gift. The haggle. I'll be like, I'm going in there, I'm going to get $2,000 off this car. And then they'll be like, that'll be $14,000. And I'll be like, okay. Where do I sign? Put up no fight whatsoever.
Was that all?
Sounds like a great deal. Clay says, in Trump's America, you're a son of a bitch if you buy a Japanese car. Oh, Trump loves the Japanese.
It looks like I get my dash cam tomorrow by 8 p.m.
How's that work? Can you like manually turn it on? Or does it have like a motion sensor for at nighttime? Like will it record stuff if like someone's messing with your hood or in front of your car?
Yeah. So it'll be the kind where there's no screen on it. It just looks like a little nothing. Looks like a little shotgun shell, basically like a little gray shotgun shell with a hole in it. And then you stick that up there so it doesn't look like nothing, hopefully. And then, yeah, anytime somebody walks in front of it, it'll record. So I've only got a 16 gig card in it. Whenever I can afford to, I'll probably buy a better card, like a bigger one, so that I can get more time on it. So it'll record 16 gigs and then start rewriting. So I don't know how big a video will be. I think it's 1080p or something or bigger. So I don't know. I'm going to have it do like 5-minute videos or something. So it'll do like a 5-minute chunk, 5-minute chunk, 5-minute chunk. And whenever it runs out of card space, it just starts rewriting. So if something happens, I think it's probably smart enough at $100 to like, I didn't really check because I don't care, but I think it's smart enough to know if like it gets bumped to keep it, to like lock that video file so that it doesn't get rewritten over. And then you can push a button usually to say, save this video file, like whatever's happening right now, save. So that, something weird happens or whatever. I just see something cool and I want to have video of it. I just say save this, and then it'll never rewrite over those. It'll just keep rewriting over the other ones you haven't told it to save. So that's basically how to just look out forward all the time. But like you say, whenever you leave it parked, it'll be hardwired into the car, so it'll be on. And anytime somebody walks in front of it, it'll record that. So as long as I don't leave it, I don't know however big 16 gigs is. At some point, if you just left it long enough, sitting in a parking lot recording, it would, and let's say the first thing that happened is somebody came by and took a dump on your hood or something, you wouldn't be there to tag that one to lock the video file. So then if you left it in the parking lot long enough, just recording, it's going to record everybody walking by and eventually record over that guy taking a dump on your hood. So that would be, I guess, a danger because it's just a device. It's not smart.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I think it'll just be Bluetooth to my phone, not like Wi-Fi to the internet, because it'd be cool if I could turn it into somehow access it Wi-Fi so that no matter where I am physically through the internet, I can watch what's going on through that camera and just tell it to record or not. So I don't think at $100 it's internet active yet, but anyway, it'll take a bunch of videos that I can use for the tour coverage, and I'll record it. And I'll review it. It's $100 one, so I did quite a bit of research. I spent like a day researching them, and I think that's a pretty decent one for most of the features.
Which one did you get?
It's just called Go Luck. I don't know if you looked at them. It looks like a shotgun shell.
You can change the SD card.
Yeah, it's just an SD card sticks into one end, so you can take it out and put in like a 64 or something better. And then they make SD cards that are designed to be rewritten over many times, and they are stronger than a typical SD card. So I think it comes with a rugged SD card for rewriting, but it's only 16 gigs. So my next step would be to get like a 64 gig, and that's going to cost, at this point, it costs like $64, so it's not really worth it.
They have this 512 gig class 10. I don't know what that means, but it comes with a free bonus.
You want class 10 or more, if there is more. That's how fast. So you can get a really good deal on one. Let's say it's a class 4. That would take like the longest amount of time to move the data from that card to your computer, where a class 10 is the fastest amount of time to get it from the card to your computer.
All right. Yeah, $59.99 for the 512 gigs plus a bonus 64 gigabyte card.
Holy crap, that's a lot of gigs for that money.
Yeah.
Well, I was only looking recently at these like heavy use ones that are made to be inside of a dash cam or inside of a officer's thing or whatever, like for, because that's the other thing with a dash cam. Like the good ones, the expensive ones, will have the ability to check the card before it starts going, so that it'll warn you and say, "Hey, I don't work. My card's broke. Don't trust me. Like fix my card." It'll tell you that so that you don't just go on your way and then have an accident and go to check your fucking card and find out that it's been dead for 2 weeks and you haven't recorded anything in 2 weeks. So I've only been checking out those like heavy duty cards. But if the other ones are cheap enough that you only have to let it run through a couple of times in your dash cam and then stick it into a camera or something, that's significantly cheaper.
I don't know why this one is $256 gigs and it's $129.
Yeah, that's more like
256 gigabytes. That's why.
Yeah, but he said that other one was 512 gigs, and it was like,
yeah,
that should be like $512. If that didn't,
they're both
512. Sure, it's not 512 megabytes because that would be half a gig.
No, gigs. Right. And this one's a class 10. And it's water, temperature, and shock proof. X-ray, magnet proof, downloadable memory zone app, SD adapter included.
I've heard of shit being magnet proof, and I've heard of shit being X-ray proof, but never fucking X-ray magnet proof. That's fucking a whole nother level of fucking X-ray magnetism.
I guess that's why it's so much.
X-ray magnets? Oh my god. It's finally happening.
Run
for your lives!
Normal magnets only attract to the outside of shit. These magnets can see right through you. If there's metal in you, it'll attract to them. Maybe it pulls the metal right out of you because they're fucking devious.
Maybe.
Dude, if you had a powerful enough magnet and neutral, you wouldn't even spend gas money. I could just magnet up to the back of big trucks and shit that wouldn't notice me back there. Trick is I tether it, right? I put them big magnet on the end of a rope, so that way I don't have to be like right next to them. I could be off a little bit, and they would just think I'm tailgating. So they'd swear a little bit, but I get free MPG. With the big ass van, I figure it's a little bit tougher to like sneak up on a car carrier. I'm gonna look into this tethering idea.
I think you better stop while you're ahead. It's a wasted effort.
What's up with these solid state cards?
All micro SD cards are solid state.
Oh.
Like the hard drives. The solid state hard drives.
I must be looking at hard drives.
It's because of the technology architecture that of the chips they're built with. They're all built with NAND chips, and don't ask me how they work. I don't know how they work. I just know that it's because of that technology that they're all solid state.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at the cards. Or the hard drives.
And it's spelled NAND, NAND.
Because I was looking for a 1 terabyte micro SD card. They got that?
They do, but they haven't had them. But they're ridiculously expensive, and there's very few devices that will detect them. You're better off getting like a 512 and going that route, or if you can't afford a 512 or you don't want to pay the amount, get a 256.
I think I need the 512 from pictures on my phone.
Well,
$60 and then an extra 64 gig one. That sounds like a good deal.
Where are you looking?
Forget where that was.
Yeah.
I don't know
Make sure, yeah. make sure wherever you buy it from, you get it from a reputable dealer. Otherwise, you might get one of those Chinese hacked SD cards that are really only like 4 gigabytes that somebody went and hacked.
Shopping.
A friend of mine got a USB drive like that before, and yeah, he wasn't happy.
So yeah, like this isn't a SanDisk or anything. I don't even know what the fuck this is.
If it's not a SanDisk, if it's not PNY or Samsung, I wouldn't mess with it.
USA Discount Warehouse.
Yeah, that's totally a reputable dealer.
But this other one is $300 from this Extreme Pro SanDisk.
I didn't even know they made cards that big.
They make bigger than that, but the problem is, the max you can go to is usually either between 128 and 512 gigabytes.
Oh shit!
So.
Hold on.
I would go to Newegg and get your card if you're going to get one.
Yeah, even the 64 gig one that it comes with is like no name on it.
Yeah. If you shop at Newegg, always make sure you select to buy from Newegg and not from those because now they allowed third-party vendors to go and sell stuff on their website too.
It's made in Korea.
What is it, Samsung?
No, that's all it says on the back of it. It's got the FCC logo, the CE logo, the VCCI logo, and made in Korea.
Could be made in North Korea.
Korea.
They got parts from China and they smuggled it across the border into North Korea, assembled them, and then
computer, and all it is a bunch of text files like "Help me send food, please help."
That actually happened to somebody once. They bought a Samsung micro SD. They found a text file on it from some North Korean guy saying, "Help me, please get me out of North Korea." That's hilarious.
I put a link to that one in the side chat.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust that at all. It says 512 there, but when you go to this picture over, it says 64 gigabytes.
That's the free one.
That's the free one. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you like throwing money away, go ahead and order it.
It seems like a legitimate oval thing that says 5 or class 10.
Yeah, class 10.
Is it in Microsoft Paint? That's legit.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, here's the thing with micro SD cards. Some of them say class 10. Some of them say UHS 1 or I.
I don't know if I want to risk trying to save shit, important shit on this thing.
I wouldn't buy it.
Even the ones that are half the gigs is like double the money.
I know, but that's the point. You're paying for the storage.
Fuck. Maybe I just need a 32 or whatever the hell it is.
I just don't want to see you get taken advantage of, man. That's all I'm saying.
Well, thank you. I'll heed your warning.
But here, I'm looking on Newegg. You can get a 128 gigabyte for $44. SanDisk.
There you go.
For how much?
Here, I'll link it right now. Here, check this out. It's sold and shipped by Newegg. So
Yeah, I was going to buy a 32 gig
Okay.
heavy duty card, and it was going to be $38. So this is a regular one, class 10, for way more, 128 gigs.
Yeah. I mean, if you're really seriously looking for SD cards, get them from Newegg, because at least then you'll know they're the actual space, and not just some hacked 1 or 2 or 6 gigabyte card that says it's 128, but when you go to put 128 gigabytes on it, guess what? It says, "Oh, we're full after 6 gigabytes."
Or you can start going to like NRA Show and SHOT Show and stuff, and then get the catalogs on USB sticks, and then just keep everything on free USB sticks.
Yeah, it seems like a good deal.
Well, G-Webs, you do that and let us know how that works out.
Worked out pretty good for a few years. Forget who gave us like 8 gig cards one time, 8 gig catalogs. Thumbs went in and grabbed a bunch of them and kept all of our stuff from that year on thumb drives.
I think I have a 4 gig Glock one. And I don't know how big that Silencer Co. Maxim 9 USB drive is. I gotta grab it. Yeah, it doesn't say.
I mean, if you want a 256 gigabyte, they're a bit more money. Huh.
That seems like a lot to put on one card too, unless you're dealing with massive files where you need the space.
Yeah.
Don't just plug it in your USB. They'll tell you.
I don't have an open one right now. I had this little dongle guy, but I think like his arm and leg broke. Whoa.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, the higher space you go for micro SD cards, the more money it becomes. Like the 256s are the lowest price one you can get is right now like $199. So you get a 120. You can get a 128 for like $40. But you double that, it's $199. It's just not worth it. You're better off sticking with the 128. That's double. That's, twice the capacity if you're on 64. You guys still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Gotta try playing this game with the right controller. Maybe it'll work.
What are you playing?
Doom.
Oh, the new one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't like the ending.
The rest of it's pretty decent. I just got it a because it was $20 Friday night. Before I started buying a lot of guns, I'd waste money. I'd waste $60 on brand new games. Now it's like nothing to wait till they're like 10, $20.
Well, if you're a PC gamer, you can just get Steam, and they always have like a summer sale or a winter sale or something, and you can always get games really discounted on that.
Yeah, they do the same on PlayStation Plus,
Yeah.
the network, the store or whatever. You get 2 free games a month, and then they do deals where like games are half off or 60% off, shit like that.
Yeah, I just wait until they're on sale or they're at a good price. Otherwise, it's really not worth it.
So is Too Hottie a reposter now?
I don't know. What do you do?
Reposting. He reposted me.
Then you mean you need to send him like a cease and desist from your lawyer? It's like cease and desist. You do not have reposting licensing.
No, we need a rebranding for Too Hottie's account. Otherwise, it's got to step it up. Just like repost like 5 pics. Should be like 55 by now. They were talking about not doing that SugarCon, and hopefully they still do it in Washington, but not at that place, not that same venue.
It's because that's security, right?
Yeah. Well, they said that if they get rid of that security, they'd do it again there. If not, they're looking for a new place, new venue.
Mm-hmm. I don't. Well, hopefully they can find a place in Washington that'll say, "Hey, we'll let you do it. Give us money."
There's got to be places like out in the sticks.
Not even out in the sticks. Just find a small town or something, and tell them what you're looking for. And I bet you, any of those small towns, I bet you some of them are pro-gun, and some of them would love to have the the visitors. They'd love to have the tourism, because with shows like these also comes tourists and visitors. So people will spend money.
They have to have a facility. So wherever it's at, it has to be big. I don't know.
Well, hopefully they can do something, because Yankee was really unhappy. I heard Haas was just like really extremely pissed off.
I don't know who they thought needed that much security.
I mean, I hadn't realized everyone was going to a Britney Spears concert. That's supposing anyone still goes to those.
Maybe it was a high crime area. And they're like, oh shit. Now there's going to be criminals trying to come in here and steal guns. Guns that don't have firing pins in them, probably.
Right.
Give them a benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Otherwise, Washington is just turning into an anti-gun state.
Yeah. I think that I think you were right on the last one.
I think there's a bill to make it so no states can have an assault weapons ban. I forget who introduced that, or if it's a bill or not.
I'd love to see them put that in. Do I think it'll ever get passed? Probably not.
Probably not. But I'm thinking like we take a bill that the liberals really want, right? And we add the Hearing Protection Act and some other bill conservatives want to it, and that way they all vote for it, and it passes. And it's like it's not a compromise, but it's like an exchange. It's like a deal. Their bill can't have anything to do with gun control or gun restrictions or anything like that. They have more important stuff they'd like to pass.
Yeah, like taking away your First Amendment right.
No, like the marijuana stuff. They would pass that. They would want to pass that in a second.
Yeah.
If they thought they could. Well, maybe they wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't think they would.
They're getting paid by Big Pharma to suppress it and all the industry that hemp creates. I found a knife that I lost 5 years ago today.
Oh?
Yeah.
Which one?
It's a Matrix folder.
Hmm.
I literally lost that shit 5 years ago, and I found it under my seat in my car.
I'm guessing you don't look under the seat of your car much.
I looked under there many times for change to clean it. I've never seen that shit. And then I look under there and it would just appear there. Holy fuck.
Well, happy day.
Yeah. Now I can cut a bitch.
I'll leave that to you.
long does it take Smeggy to get Mountain Dew?
Well, he also has to get Fago, and what else does he need? He needs Fanta, and what else does he drink up there?
Beer.
Yeah, he drinks beer, so he may have to pick up a 6-pack as well.
I think it's almost time to take my Glock apart and polish some shit.
Oh no, Glock polish.
25-cent trigger job.
You may have to do a video.
Fuck that. I don't have enough space on my phone for videos.
What? Not enough?
No.
You're not doing it right then.
I was making my APX video last time, and I had like it perfect. I had everything perfect, and it stopped recording like right at the end.
Oh man.
It's like, motherfucker.
I just threw up on myself.
Yeah. Excuse yourself.
Yeah, how much you gonna buy those mags I got? I never used them. They're brand new. Those 16 rounders.
Your CZ mags?
Yeah. I'll sell them to you. I'll lose money. I'm not trying to do a flippy deal where I fucking give them to you. You pay for shipping and their gift.
How many mags you got?
I think they were 4 of them or something. I'll lose money on them. I never use them, but I got, let's see. Yeah.
So you sold it? Sold that gun?
No, not yet. I canceled my fucking order on the holster though. And then they have blue box. I went to the gun shop the other day. They had blue box everything. They had blue box green, blue box, the forward serrations with night sights. Gen 4, they had the forward serration. I mean, it was crazy. It was crazy. And I was like, what? How much is this? Oh, I'm like, Jesus Christ. This is great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was $460 was my price out the door for the forward serration Gen 4 with the night sights, with the, it was just like controls. 3. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I like
right,
them guns.
I'm like, what can I get? What can I get rid of? And that's the only thing I can get rid of. Even though I like it, I just don't think I like it that much.
I would trade it. If I just had a plain Jane black PO7, I would trade it for a Glock. I sold it. I sold mine for a Glock, I think. My black one.
What was I going to say? Oh, and the fucking holster I ordered, it's been like 2.5 months or something. And someone's going to get a sweet deal on that gun because they're brand new, like $420 or something like that.
Yeah. So
I'm going to have to fucking put it on Gunburger for like $390. You know what I mean? Maybe you want to buy that too. I don't know. But anyway, I'm going to fucking, whatchamacallit? What is it? I was thinking about something. Oh, the holster, Squared Away Customs. I've like placed an order. So they said like 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks or something like that. But they jerked me. And then he wrote me back a letter like, hey, sorry, it's going to be way more, like, could be longer. It says it could be longer. Then I'm on his Instagram. He's like taking classes and shit. He like fuck you, man. Give me my shit. Give me my shit. So I just was like, yo, fuck this. I don't even need it. You know? I was planning on carrying this shit, but for what? I mean, I'm not gonna I was gonna get sights or something. I hate those sights too. I hate them. Hate those sights. I want to get those fibers, the Dawson fibers, but I'm not.
I got the suppressor sights on mine. I don't mind them.
And I was like, oh, this is cool. So Gen 4, whatever. This and the guy with the shop was like, yeah, they call it the summer special. They're not going to be here. Like, this is it. You know what I mean? Like, there's like Battlefield Green or whatever the fuck. The other ones, they have the 17L, which I hated. They had a whole bunch of shit, but he's like, yeah, this isn't something that they're going to be making blue box available. like that long. So it's just for the summer.
I think they have OD green with front serrations too.
Yeah. Good times. Good times.
Where in the hell did I put my phone?
Anyway, yo, come on, man. What's up with the mags, man? Come on, give me a few $100.
How many?
Couple $100.
Bucks? Couple hundred.
What did I pay for them? Like 25 or something each? I don't know. You know what I paid, I think. I got them directly on their website.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, if you want them. If not, it's cool. I'll just either throw them in the fucking Gunbroker ad or something. You know, I'll just be like, you know, extra mags, brand new.
Yeah, if you don't, I'll buy them, but I just can't buy them right away.
Oh, it's going up. It's going down. It's going up and it's going down at the same time.
That's like the one gun I don't buy extra mags for.
That thing, yeah. It's cool, man. I like it, but I'd like it more if it was a Cajun gun. I'm pretty sure. That trigger's cool. I like the single action a lot. Other shit has to go too, so moving to California. Trying to fight the fight, you know what I'm saying?
Did you see that P10 slide with the RMR cut?
Yeah, I mean, ATI, it does it.
They put a Glock rear dovetail cut in it. So you can
Oh, shit.
Whatever Glock sight.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
I just don't know how good their work is. They say they do it to CZ's suggested specifications. But, yeah, I don't know. It's not the specs of the RMR. Shouldn't it be like custom fit?
I don't know. I mean, oh, you mean like they do it? They take the dimensions of the RMR and plug it in the CNC machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's preferable. You know what I wonder is like with the new one, if that's even really that necessary, because the stuff is sitting in a gel, like shock resistant gel thing.
Yeah.
But I'm sure because it's supposedly like supposedly or whatever better for the G's, the G forces, where in its custom fit it doesn't move around as much or something. And the shock doesn't hit it as much if it's like completely tight as fuck. You know, like even without screws, that shit ain't going nowhere. Yeah, one day I'll do that shit again. After I buy a Mercedes. Man. I was watching, did they just put up a new video of Keanu Reeves? That Terran?
Yeah, they did.
He's fucking shredding shit. Yeah. He is killing it. I need to get that good.
Well, he gets to go there whenever he wants and hang out and shoot.
Well, this is, they're doing another movie. This is,
but
his draws.
I read a couple
shit too.
I read a couple articles where the Taron Butler, they're interviewing Taron Butler, and he said he just comes up whenever he feels like it and shoots.
Nice. Yeah, I've seen it. There's a picture of him like on the New York City subway, and he's like fucking just chilling on the subway or something. But he had an Emerson Knives T-shirt, Like, this is years ago, like way before John Wick.
Is that where he like gives his seat up for the lady?
I don't know if that was it. He's just sitting there, but he had like an Emerson Knives cool ass T-shirt. It was like, wow, okay. How did he get that? Probably just gave it to him. But I was just like, oh man, this guy's super cool. Probably carries a fucking Emerson or something. Did you see VSO's video on front cocking serrations?
No.
And why they're like bad? And then he just gets up there and he literally word for word does a Jaeger impression. Okay, you shouldn't press check. Press checks are bad. Press checks will get you killed.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta see it. You gotta see it. It's like so bad. Yeah, I mean, he's got 1 point, like, don't put your hand in front of the muzzle. Everything else is like, yeah.
Yeah. I always put my hand
He
in front
starts
of
going,
the
this is how I know I loaded. I can tell by the sound. Listen. He's like, listen. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Oh, so I can tell by the sound that it's chambered now, like a round's chambered. I never look at my holster, and I never, ever press check. Ah. I never, ever look. Never look. And he's got a canic. He's doing everything with the canic.
Doesn't a canic have front serrations?
Yeah, that's what he's trying to say. He's like, they're like there. I don't even know. I didn't get that far because it was it's like a 7 or 8 minute video. I got like 4 minutes in because at some point he's like, the whole video is like how you're using your forward cocking serrations wrong. And I don't think he ever shows like how you use them right. You know, he's just like hating on that shit. So, but it's just hysterical when he's like, see, I can hear it. You can hear it, the difference. Like, listen. You're like, I can't hear the fucking difference. Not through my phone. No, the difference between like when you take an empty mag, and you rack the slide, or if you could put a full mag in and you rack the slide. Like there's a sound difference when it's chambered and when it's actually picked up around. Like it's more like a clunk instead of like a cha-chink. But I guess like that's the point he's trying to make. But it's funny because he's like, now listen, you can't tell the difference like over the phone. Like if you're watching it on your phone or your laptop, maybe if you're like watching it on a fucking 5.1 surround system, it's just fucking derp, dude. You know what I mean? It's like, shut up, man. It's just your opinion, man. You know, you never look at your holster, never look at your chamber. Don't ever fucking check. You know, just put a new mag in and rack it, and then don't look at that even. You know what I mean? Like, ridiculous. It's just shit he learned at Tactical Response like a week ago. You know?
If you press check, that's when you get splatted.
That's when you get killed.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Jaeger's original like anti-press checking video was because he's seen people constantly doing it, and that they're gonna like be doing it and like in a self-defense situation or something like that. Like it's a bad habit to keep doing it and doing it. He's talking like when people were doing it like OCD style, you know, like doing it 3 or 4 times every time they took the gun out of the holster. You know, like competition dudes do that shit a lot. But dude, if I put my gun in my safe a week ago and I want to carry that gun and I go into the safe and I pick it up and I chamber check it, press check it, whatever, fucking cares, man.
Sometimes weak ass ammo doesn't pick up the round. Just press check it even at the range.
Oh yeah.
You realize there's nothing.
Like now I know for sure the whatever I'm wearing right now has one in the chamber, so I'm not going to press check it today. Like, you know, I'm just not. But if I put it in a safe for like a few days and come back, I want to make sure I'm going to do it. But I guess his shit would be like in a safe direction, take the mag out, or rack it, put a fresh mag in and rack it, and then put it away, and then not even check that. Like don't do everything the way you do in one of his classes, even when you're home. So I get it. Administrative gun handling versus like, you know, in a fight. He wants you to do everything like you're in a fight. And then your boy VSO was also talking about the button, like never ever using the slide release button. It's just good stuff. It was good stuff. Jesus Christ.
Oh. I don't know where my fucking phone is. Lost that shit.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh.
I see it.
How about that? Oh, man. Well, my EDC today. I'm about to go to Walmart.
Think Yankee bought a CZ P10C?
I don't know. He was like, it's kind of tactical. It's pure tactical. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck he bought. Probably another fucking SIG. I would bet the X. You don't have that shit, does it? The X5 P320.
No.
Even though I wouldn't call that tactical, I'd call that like competition ready or something like that. I mean, dude, the guys at my range are fucking on its dick. Like, I've seen guys like come in and like shooting that shit and like giving it to their buddies and like, oh my god, it's fucking, oh my god. You know, it's like ready for IPSC or something. You know,
Could be that good.
It's got like a 20 round magazine or something. I still don't think there's anything more tactical than a fucking 357 Magnum snubby with night sights and 17 different speed loaders. When is SIG gonna start selling those fucking army guns with the safety and the coupe green and all that shit?
I can't wait.
Yeah, me neither. Filster's making holsters for it. I won't touch them, dude. What is it? The Department of Texas or somebody just had a Dallas department. Yeah, the Dallas Police Department just shipped all of theirs back.
The drop safe thing.
Is that what that was? I didn't even read why. I just was like, yep.
Yeah, they're not drop safe. It even says it in the manual.
Oh, you can't drop them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew something was wrong with that trigger, dude. Like, it's just too weird. There's no dingle thing on there. There's no dingus. You know what I'm saying? There's no lever. It's like strange. Smooth face, crispy fucking trigger, crispy reset. You open it up, you don't see a fucking fire pin plunger. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on there?
Yep. That's why the trigger's so smooth.
They're gonna be like, oops, and now they're gonna have to make that shit for the military's probably like, what? We only shot that shit 500 times. They lowered the price, and then we just fucking said, okay, cool. We'll take fucking 400,000 of them. What? I wouldn't even carry like a fucking older revolver with a firing pin on the hammer and shit. Ugh. Sorry, I'm taking a shit.
No problem.
Oh, I got a pair of sights I'm selling too. I got those U-notch. Those Ameriglows that are HDs without the tritium in the back.
Yeah.
I pulled them off my 17, and I put and I know, they're brand new. It looks like it'll be fine. I put them on eBay for like $45. I didn't even know Ameriglow sells those things. Like separately, because I thought it was a Talo edition. I never seen them before. Ameriglow has the balls to be selling those things for $60. Those things like $70. But hopefully someone will buy them shits, and I put another pair of them black on black, the 4 sights with the little tritium on there.
I need sights for 34.
You can get them fibers. And, them, you know what's they're really dope? I wish I still had them. Those Terrans. They really are nice. They're nitride coated, melanited, and that fiber cannot get any higher on that fucking blade. It's like a magic trick. And that's what you want. And they're $75.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I gotta go find my mother's mag polish.
Why is that?
I was taking apart my gun to clean it, so I might as well polish the trigger bar and connector and whatnot.
Nice.
Well, I just got an email telling me that the P230 exceeds safety standards of ANSI, SAMI, and U.S. military testing. So,
How would they know? They only fired it 500 times.
From Jordan Hunter of Sig Sauer.
Fuck that bitch. Tell him to call me, dude. I got words for him. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care. No. Call the Dallas Department of Police, man. Police department, man. They send all of them back. It just don't work right. Military, I think they shot, what was it supposed to be? I think they shot one of them for like 10,000 rounds. And then they shot the full-size one for 500 rounds. And then they were like, all right, we're good. It's fine. We're done. There was no need to go any further in the testing because they dropped their price. This is according to them. Like, this isn't a rumor or anything. But they actually stopped the testing process because SIG beat Glock by a crazy amount of money. Anyway, the shit is weird. I mean, there's no safety in the trigger. It's not a safe action trigger like every other gun. And there's no. When I looked at it, I was like, something's going on here, like that I don't know about, because I couldn't see a fucking firing pin plunger. I didn't see a firing pin stop.
Oh shit!
So I was thinking it was something going on internally that I'm not seeing. That's blocking the firing pin, but apparently not. It's like a Series fucking 70 fucking polymer gun or something.
My firing pin plunger looks like it's peeling away.
Yeah, that happens because it's like nickel coated or some shit. It even happens on older guns too. They say it's fine.
That's usually the part, one of the parts I polish.
Yeah. Still polish this shit, or just buy another one. What are they, 30 cents or something? $2?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I go to fucking Walmart. It's gonna be like an hour. I guess I can't go to Walmart. Yeah, the SIGs are garbage, man. Who knew?
I knew.
Like all Smith & Wesson revolvers are fucking straight garbage. Dude, I told you the other day, I went to the fucking gun shop, and they were having a super sale on 642s again, and I love that gun. It's like one of my favorite guns of all time, right? 642, J-frame Smith. So I'm like, how much is this shit? And he was like, $320 or something. I'm like, holy shit, let me see. So I'm like, you see this barrel's canted. Like a little canted. And he's like, hey, let me pull another one. Right behind him, he pulls out the box. I take a look at it. You can't close the crane. I swear to God, like the crane, you couldn't close the cylinder. So the gunsmith's right behind him, who works there. I'm like, this guy knows. I'm like, David knows. Come over here. Look at this shit. You can't close the cylinder. So the gunsmith's looking at it, fucking with it. And he's like, yeah, it won't close. The cylinder won't close on one of the holes. He's like, I think the rod or something has like it's wobbly. Something's wrong. Which is got the owner of the gun shop's like, I can't sell this gun. I can't sell it. I gotta send it back to Smith. I'm like, yeah, you should. Like, this is just crazy. I'm like, yeah, let me think about it. I'll be back. Why would I fucking buy a gun? Like, it's like worse than a Waster 10, dude. The gunsmith there was like, yeah, it's not just Smith & Wesson, man. He's like, it's everybody. Like, they're cranking out guns so fast, man. Like, I think SIG just builds the shit into the design. Just suck.
My MIM extractor is showing some MIM.
Some image.
Some image.
Is it still sharp?
Yeah.
The claw? That's all that matters. It's in the manual. SIG put it in the manual, so it's still better. It's still better. It's in the manual. It says in the manual. You're dumb. You didn't read the manual.
Yeah. That's one of the defenses I see online.
Oh, yeah. Or the other defense is like, when in the world did you drop your gun? I would never take a tactical class when you drop your gun.
That's exactly
I've never dropped my gun in my life. Only Jaeger and his tactical losers drop guns. Are you seeing that argument online?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Mm-hmm. It says a lot about these people. Army just needs to spend more money on teaching these kids not to drop their gun and then be straight. This is coming from the I've been shooting my whole life crew. What the fuck?
What happened to Smingy?
He's a coward. We started calling him out. Calling him a bootlicker. He's not a real Mulan Lobby type of guy. He's not a 3%er.
5% maybe.
He's never even been in a Green Dragon chat. Couldn't really trust him.
Like that?
Huh?
Does that mule still do chats like that?
No. No, he doesn't.
Do other people?
I don't know. I'm not even. So, I mean, he ended it. It was his channel.
Oh, okay.
I think people were, not getting along. And then Bob would go over there.
Biker Bob?
Yeah, he tried to be Canadian in the Green Dragon chats. And they were like, "Go, get out of here, man. Fuck you know about fighting the revolution." I'm kidding. It was a long time ago. Yeah, Snaggy he just was like, "Yo, I'm done with you guys. I'm not talking to you guys."
Yeah, you don't really like what we talk about.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, you guys aren't going to talk about my cool new truck, man? All right. Well, I can find somewhere else to talk about truck channels. Got to figure out which bumper sticker to put, which gun bumper stickers to put on my truck. Then I'm going to go park in the most dangerous neighborhoods." Come and take it. Got SIG. I don't call 911.
Seen Body Piercing by Glock?
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yep. Have you seen that one that says like, "Go home, immigrants"?
No.
There's like a fucking Glock 20 with Glock 21 and shit. Gen 2 Glock 21, fucking Punisher skull on it. "Go home, immigrants." I've seen doormats, like a fucking apartment complex I was at, and it said like, "I don't call 911." And it had a fucking Kimber like pointed at you. And I was like, "Yeah, that's a Kimber, man. You should probably call 911, man. This shit might not work." Yeah, last time I heard Smeggy talking about it, he's like, "Yeah, we get all these bumper stickers, fucking gun bumper stickers." Jesus Christ. You better never keep nothing in your car, man. You should better be like, "Protected by Viper."
None of my other plungers look like this shit.
Toilet plunger?
None of my other plungers look like this.
Yeah, I've seen that shit. I've seen it before. People on forums like having absolute panic attacks. Like, will my gun work? And it's like brand new gun and shit.
Plunger for what?
The Glock.
The firing pin stop plunger thing. The bottom where it interfaces with the trigger bar, it like gets weird. It starts like bubbling and peeling. It's like a cheap nickeling that they did. So just fucking polish it, you know, and keep it oiled. It'll be fine.
I'm just polishing it, but that's what I'm saying. I polished 2 other ones before, and they didn't look like this.
Why don't you get a Punisher firing pin safety plunger? It's got a
That'd be
Punisher
fucking
skull.
sweet.
It's got a Punisher.
If it was just shaped like a Punisher skull.
No one would see it but you. When you clean your gun, you'd know that you're badass.
Got away with that self-defense scenario.
Yep. Yes, sir. Yep. Glocks suck, as you know. Total garbage. Glock fanboys are crying all around the world now, laughing at SIG. Ugh. How you gonna come out with a Series 70 polymer gun, man, in 2017? Man? Yeah. Oh man. There was fucking report, like there was a lot of people having extraction issues. Something with the extractor was fucking jacked on a lot of people's guns on forums and stuff in the last like few months. And that was the issue that everyone was worried about.
I just can't get this peely part polished down. I mean, it's smoothed out, I guess, but
on the RMB tip, new jack swing.
Should just send it to Yankee.
Yeah, he'll just send you back a SIG, I think, at this point.
He'll bead blast it.
He'll fucking B-gurk your shit. He'll B-gurk it. B-gurk shit looked like a fucking copper penny. It was so rusty. Man, I miss B-gurk, man. He was on Facebook on Primary and Secondary a week ago. He's like, I have a question. Yeah, like, I have a question. And I was like, dude, what is wrong with you?
Why is there a safety on my rifle?
Yeah, why is there a safety on my AR? If you guys don't believe in safeties on your handgun. I was like, did you just fall out the fucking dirt tree? I responded and look at that. All the other responses, they were all the same. Like, there's no holster. There's no holster. Nothing's covering the trigger guard. Like, it was 100 fucking responses. They were all the same. There's no holster. There's no fucking holster for it. Let's fucking... I send B Gurk one of those mic holsters, like a little Kydex trigger cover thing with a string.
Yeah.
I'm going to clip that on that fucking AR of yours, man. No, you don't need a safety.
Just tether it to your wrist.
Yeah, he responded like, okay. Gurk. Where's Gurk at? I was just like, oh shit, I hope they don't like run him off completely. You know? He asked a legitimate question.
Like Smeggy? Oh yeah.
He was a legitimate dirt. Well, Smeggy was on. He was asking in there like, "What kind of gun sticker should I put on my truck?" You better fucking chill out, Smeggy. You're gonna wind up on endo, fucking quick fast, in a hurry.
All right. Plunger seems polished.
Now off to my what kind of gun bumper stickers. I don't know what kind of gun bumper stickers I should get.
Whatever kind makes you feel happy.
Nah, I want to feel tough without getting a pit bull. I want to feel like a badass. Like I'm gonna get a Harley Davidson sticker, put it on my fucking Prius. No one will road rage against me when I have all those fucking gun bumper stickers.
Nope.
Who dare challenge me in a fucking parking spot battle when I pull up with a fucking Canic bumper sticker? A fucking bunch of Clint Smith quotes slathered all over my truck. Shoot him in the nuts. I carry 45, so I don't have to shoot twice.
Ever see people polish the locking block?
No.
I have.
I really haven't. I don't know why you do that. What the fuck is the difference? I know that barrel is way harder than that fucking piece of metal.
I don't know why they do
That should
it.
be polished. That should be self-polishing. Why do they do it? It's the same people who fucking, Cerakote their guns purple and shit. It's the same guys that on Gunbroker, like, custom Glock for sale, stainless steel pins. Fuck is wrong with you, man? Like, why would you do that, dude? A fucking plastic pin in a plastic frame. What? Why did you put stainless steel pins in there? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm worried about them shits egg holing, just being polymer and polymer, you know?
Better get that tungsten guide rod.
Mm-hmm. A custom Glock. Stainless steel pins. Titanium weighted guide rod. Excess big dots. The funniest shit is this VSO fucker he's got a competition Canic, like the fucking long slide, like a Canic L or whatever,
Yeah.
And he fucking put excess big dots on there. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Fuck is wrong with you, man? It came with some fibers, dude, so you could shoot. It's a competition gun, man. It's a long distance gun.
Right? Doesn't it come with Dawson precision sights?
Yes, and he's like, gotta put them excess big dots on my competition gun. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus Christ. Yeah, you should have seen this video, dude. You should see it. He's like, even when you press check and you see brass, that doesn't say anything. It could be empty. It could be empty piece of brass. Like, yeah. Okay, I think I would have caught that when I fucking put the mag in, dude. Hopefully. Oh, man. Leave it to VSO, man. Teach the children, man. He's teaching the children right. Gotta teach the children, let them lead the way. Gotta tell them excess big dot size to the red. And get a calic made in Turkey by a bunch of ISIS fucking bastards. Why don't they just make a Glock? I mean, if they can just totally violate everyone's copyright over there and shit, and they don't give a fuck, why can't they just make a Glock? Like if Walther can't sue them, why, you know?
Glock
They
would
afraid.
send out like hitmen.
Yeah. They probably got a deal with Turkey. They pay them off. Like, probably you pay them off. You give them a certain amount of money every month, and they won't knock your shit off. And clone your shitty gun.
They're extorting.
Mm-hmm. At least they're drop safe.
As far as we know.
You have to scream like Glory to Allah, though. You gotta be like, Hamdulillah, when you drop it. Just in case.
Or else it goes off.
If you drop it and you shoot yourself with a canic, you go straight to the 40 virgins. Only if you shaved all your body hair off the night before.
The 72 raisins.
Yo, shit is real, son. Yo, what's up with your boy, man? You joined the Scientology crew? I was thinking about doing that shit.
I guess. Scientology Samurai Jedi.
Dude, at least he's don't have a fucking canic.
No.
Can you imagine he's over there, he's like, hey, you guys listen to the Young Turks yesterday? These fucking guys. They're like, what? We're talking to them. We're talking about Martians. Yeah. We don't listen to terrestrial radio. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus Christ. I saw him on Instagram, and he's just chilling with it. He's out there with it. I was going to leave a comment and just be like, further explanation needed. Oh, shit. That's when you know gun channels is not good enough. Dude's leaving us to join Scientology. Oh, shit. We're supposed to fulfill that Scientology role. You know what I'm saying? Like, welcome to Gun Channel. We can help you be a better person. We can help you study. We can help you get over your fears.
No, not looking to fulfill any of that stuff for anybody.
Oh, okay.
Just to provide a place to hang out and bullshit.
Well, what about the fear of unchambered carry?
That is
I mean,
something
the fear of chambered carry.
we can counsel as a group. It takes a
We can
village.
do that.
It takes a village.
Mm-hmm. And we can do that.
Takes a Haitian village.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
The white Haitians?
Yeah.
Why can't you let those people, I mean Hillary and Bill, alone about that? Somebody needed to profit off of it. Did you want it to be Trump?
No, Clinton was like, no, you don't understand. It wasn't our fault. We had no idea.
They're losing money, man. They have too many homes or whatever, so
They're fucking Dude, I thought of something the other day because I'm sure someone's done this already, but she's running for like, she's going to run for mayor of New York City or something like that. I heard.
Really?
Yeah, and I thought of something because I was thinking about like I'm with her, and her whole campaign slogans and shit were so poor that like even Democrats were like, "What the fuck did that even mean?" I remember on election night, some of those people were like, "I'm with her. That was Make America Great Again. You can say what you want about it, but you know, I'm with her. What the fuck?" And I remember watching that. Anyway, hilarious. What about that? Just have like spell Hillary, and then make it say hilarious somehow, if that's possible. Hilarious, because that's what that is, man. I'm gonna be the mayor of New York City, and she's gonna strut around like a fucking she's important again.
I feel like you should have some respect for somebody who who fainted because she was putting so much physical exertion into trying to defend our country from the capitalists.
Have you ever heard of string theory and like multi-dimensional realities and shit? Like they're layered, and
you're saying
she's the president.
And if we wouldn't have been watching her, if it was our fault that we fainted her.
No, I'm saying like she is the president in another fucking alternate like universe. There's another universe right on top of ours, like a whole.
In the universe that no one is actually watching, so there's no measurable way to account for it. In that universe, he's the boss.
No, we're there too, I guess. Like there's another version of you in this universe.
Like
and slave. It's like another version of the whole world. The whole universe is like they're like flat and they're layered. I don't know. I saw it a long time ago.
Like the cuck versions of all of us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically we're bringing in men to fuck our wives in an alternate universe. It's awesome. No, seriously, Google it, string theory, because I'm pretty sure she won the election. And we're like, it's like, you ever seen that show Fringe? It's like that. Like you go through a portal and she's the president. You come back and he's the president. Maybe not. Could be. Could be true.
There's a portal where you're the president.
No, because I never even wanted or ran. Maybe. I haven't seen Fringe in a long time either.
Is this like the portal that Smeggy fell into and is stuck in it now? Can't get out?
No, he's in the portal where like he's like in another alternate universe. He's like, I wouldn't put gun stickers on my truck. That's crazy. Like I don't want someone breaking into my truck at the mall looking for a gun. And in that same universe, he's also like, Glocks are pretty good. Like they got to be decent. They're good. They got to be really good. Because
he's all about revolvers in that dimension, or that
everyone's carrying them. Revolvers suck, dude. They
he's
really
like
do.
The go-to guy for revolvers in that environment.
I was reading in like the Smith and Wesson forum, like some guy who's like the revolver guy in the forum was like, "Hey, years ago I might have said revolvers are more reliable than like a semi-automatic." He's like, "I just don't think that's the case anymore." This guy's like a fucking Smith fanboy, one of those dudes on the forums that like lists all the guns he has, you know. Remember those guys, G? They would like when they would post on a forum, it would show their name and where they're at, and then at their signature would be like every single gun they own.
I didn't hear you because I was updating my gun channel signature to list every gun I own.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I fell into that trap at one point, like a long time ago.
I could have never fallen into that trap because there wasn't enough internet, even when it was invented. At that time, I had too many guns to list on the internet.
I was on the Glock forum. So say I was like on Glock Talk. I was on Glock Talk, and like everyone had every single Glock they had. It's the same on the Smith and Wesson forum. Anyway, take one apart. Check it out. I would like taking a revolver apart. There's a lot going on there. Oh shit! I haven't seen this guy in a long time. Where are you at, Mr. Instructor, the Glock guy? The big black dude who works for Glock. He's like the training guy. He just put a video up on YouTube.
What? Julian Noir?
No. So the guy who actually works for Glock.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Up, nothing fancy. Just put a gear check up. An 18-minute gear check. Oh my God, the dude has the fucking owl patch on his hat, and he bumped into TNP.
Wait, you actually subscribe to Nothing Fancy?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. I call him on the phone. I paid to call him on the telephone, and I ask him questions, and he answers me.
I mean, he has a 1-900 number.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a 970 number. Wow, this is going to be good for later. I'll watch that for later. What else is here? Oh, Never Enough Ammo solo mission. He did the solo show. Late Boy Scout. He's doing some body armor reviews.
Actually, what I need is an NBC suit, just with all the North Korea shit going down. I think I need like that ThyroSafe iodide stuff, protect your thyroid in case of radiation, and an NBC suit.
You didn't listen to that guy on Never Enough Ammo's chat, the liberal guy who was like, "It's all lies. They're living really good over there."
No, because Matt's chat is kind of crosses over onto when my chat is supposed to start, and I always try and start on time. So,
well, you got the next day. You listen to it the next day.
No, that was a Wednesday chat. Matt or DB's talking about when the was it the Antifa guy?
He was a communist, yeah.
He was, or was the communist telling us about how great North Korea was?
Mm-hmm. He's like, yeah, it's all lies, man.
That might be fun to listen to. Was it this last Wednesday?
No, it was like months ago.
Oh,
it was fucking hysterical, man. Please listen to it.
Antifa couple on like 1 week, and then like skipped a week, and then the next week after that, it was like a communist guy.
The guy was fucking insane.
He didn't know much. It wasn't very good, but it was entertaining, I guess.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing my Monday show on the neutron bomb in North Korea, but I am seriously thinking of looking at my preps, and I said, I really don't. I think I might need a NBC, suit, and I think I haven't seen anything that does it. They're all white, right? I mean, there's like nothing tactical.
No, you could do this, like do a multicam.
NBC suits are definitely in camouflage. When you're wearing them on a battlefield, they're all camouflage or whatever color is the style.
I haven't seen any for sale the only ones I've seen for sale, like on Sportsman Guides, they're all white.
Yeah, see, they're not talking something that's like a long-term use. It's like a pair of rubber gloves. You get issued them,
right?
They're destroyed, and then you would get issued more, ideally.
Yeah, well, obviously, if you get radiation on them, you don't want to keep them.
Yeah, so it's not like you wash them out or whatever. So they're the kind of thing that when they use them in training, I'm sure they just throw them away, and it would, there's not going to be like surplus of them like there are with some things. Today's the anniversary of 72 years ago of the dropping of the first atomic bomb.
It is
on Hiroshima. Yeah.
Well, we could celebrate by nuking North Korea, but they did get China and Russia to vote, sanctions against North Korea. I hope they get the message, and because I'd hate to have anybody to. It sucks if humans have to do that to humans, but I don't see any other way of dealing with North Korea myself. So, maybe they'll get the message of Russia and China. They both voted on the Security Council for sanctions, so hope it works. But yeah, I've been looking. So is it possible to find the camo ones that the military uses, or because all I've seen is a white? So, whoever makes them.
I've never looked for them. Having the delusion that you're going to live through any kind of chemical or nuke thing with any kind of protection is delusion. It's going to kill you horribly.
Well, you know, you could call it a delusion, but I'd pay the $20 for a. Well, it depends which way the wind is blowing. I
don't understand Israeli gas masks. It says if they're blowing CS gas or just smoke grenades or there's a fire, then sure, it's not perfect for a fire. Of a fire department, whatever the underwater scuba gear, like what they use in a fire department, where they're those things are worth it. You can get those surplus.
So the U.S. military gas mask sucks that I got. Is what you're saying?
No, I just said that I can understand buying a gas mask for smoke, but to buy a gas mask for NBC, nuclear, biological, and radiation, or chemical, I guess, is a delusion. All of those things will kill you in the most fucking horrible way you can imagine, and it's just going to suck. Hopefully nobody ever uses that shit because it's horrible. But no mask or anything. All that stuff is all rubber gloves. The only way you could ever live through any of that is with massive infrastructure that you could run to and have,
the lava tube. That property.
Real question.
You didn't see the property with the lava tube, that underground lava tube that goes back for miles that I was looking at.
I have a serious question. Like Fukushima and Chernobyl and all of these things that have happened so far in my lifetime, like big ass nuclear things. Wouldn't it just one tactical nuke to like Pyongyang or whatever the fucking capital city would be like? Would it be like if we use the small nuke?
Well, that's why I wanted to talk about the neutron bomb, because the neutron bomb is supposed to be an airburst, and the problem is Colin Powell went to, I guess, President Bush and said, we don't need these neutron bombs anymore. And there was a big, Russian propaganda calling it the capitalist weapon. It kills the people but doesn't hurt the buildings. So, but the Russians and the Chinese have the neutron bomb. And the problem is that that's like, somebody was saying, oh, we could just send a couple naval carrier groups over there. But those are so vulnerable to the neutron bomb because it just kills it. It doesn't sink the ship. It will just kill everyone on it. So it becomes
I don't think.
So I think with an airburst neutron bomb, there would be less. It wouldn't be like a ground burst nuclear weapon where it just throws a ton of radioactive debris into the atmosphere. It would just.
I don't think their military is strong enough to really worry about nuking them. Like I don't think it's.
Well, you were talking about.
No, there's no advantage to nuking them. We're not at war.
We could do a full scale.
We are at war with North Korea. There was a ceasefire, but there was never any peace treaty.
No, I hear you, but listen. But here's my point: is that if we did when we went into Kuwait, if we used that kind of force and we went in there, don't you think it would be over pretty fucking quick?
No, it ruined everything over there. So you don't go in and destroy tons of civilians and all the natural resources and whale on it like that.
No, I'm saying Kuwait.
It's not just
No, I mean in like just the small ground force. Go in there.
Yeah.
Like Operation Iraqi Freedom.
You send in like 6 dudes and you take them out, or you send in 6 jets and you take out the block that he's in, but you don't radiate the fucking countryside. That's what I'm trying to say. In Korea, the countryside is full of peasants and farmers. And stuff.
Well, there's parts of the countryside that are full of old style Russian, artillery pieces that are fortified in concrete bunkers. So you don't live in. You would be afraid of that if you lived in Seoul.
So anyway, you take out the guy who's being the dick, and then everybody else is free. And just like Russia, we don't have to worry about all the satellite stuff, because once you kill the head, everybody goes back to being regular people, and they're not trying to kill Seoul for nothing.
They're so far from being regular people in North Korea, man.
Yeah, whatever. So you write them off and want to nuke them all. I don't want to write them off. I want to give them the opportunity to not live under the dictatorship of a fucking.
No, I think the only reason to even think about it is if they actually miniaturize the warhead and were able to hit us, and we're planning on doing it like tomorrow.
How long? How many more tries do they get? How many more ICBMs are you going to let them launch?
5 to 7 years, they said, to get to the point where they can miniaturize the warhead. And even if their ICBMs were accurate and good, They still don't have the miniaturized warhead.
So instead of hitting New York, they hit New Jersey, you know, by mistake.
No, they need a warhead. Otherwise, they're just hitting you with a piece of metal. Like they're
You're roboting. I don't know if it's me.
Oh,
But
well, I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just saying that there's some time there before we have to go full out on those dudes. I don't think Trump, like another 8 years, I don't think another president can kick it down the road, which is what's been happening for the last, 20 years. Like it was the next president's problem, every time. But eventually, like now, the next president's problem anymore. We can get away with that.
Well, Trump has a lot of problems to deal with that he has dumped on his desk, so I hope he figures it out for all our sakes.
He might have to step down soon. Like, I'm not
Because
even
of
this guy's gonna be able to
Russia?
carry out his. No, because of the grand jury indictments and all this weird shit, and the fact that he's been so fucked lately on just all the leaks now.
Question.
Dude, they're not letting him be the president. Like, if you haven't noticed, like every Friday, like, and who's doing these leaks, man? Like, and they fire somebody, and it's just crazy stuff.
Yeah, well, that's just, it sounds like background noise to me. It sounds like background noise to me. There's nothing that's going to stop him. Yeah, it's nothing that's going to stop him from being president. I mean, but he'll attorney general, throw a few people in the who's gal. And
the leaks, fuck. The leaks are horrible. I mean, he don't like them, and no one likes them there. They don't know who to trust, and they're leaking phone conversations with world leaders and shit. It's just
a bunch of politicians.
Business.
You don't trust anybody.
Yeah, well, there's been times where shit leaked, and there was like 3 people in the room.
Well, I mean, you remember the Pentagon Papers, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, you remember the Saturday massacre, right? I mean, if he fires what's his face, Mueller, and he starts, but if he does it, like that's when Nixon had to step down. The people won't go for it. The people, half the country hates him.
Half the country hates the other half of the country.
That's true. I agree. But like if when he fires Mueller, and he's like, "Fuck this," then everyone's going to be like, "Oh my God, see, he's guilty," and then that's it. They'll start, if they can get back the House or get back the Senate, start impeachment process. They'll be crazy, man. It's nuts. I heard someone said this, it made total sense. The Whitewater investigation was the same way with Ken Starr, special prosecutor. And they said it started with the White House. I mean, it started with Whitewater.
And wound up with Monica's dress. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So that was one of the greatest things I heard. It was like, yeah, that's what these things do. They're a search party in search of a crime. That's what they do. There's no one particular crime that they're investigating because
it's a fishing
they don't have any.
So right. I wanted to ask
they'll wind up somewhere.
Question. But I don't know if he's on by his computer, so I guess I'll have to wait.
Whatever.
How much will you pay me not to move to Arizona?
Well, you better move in with heavy B.
There's no room here.
There's no room. So you don't want any more Tavors in Arizona.
No more space. We're all out of space.
What about the deer? What about all the deer hunting?
Oh yeah, there'll be too many people that know how to kill a deer that move there.
I didn't even know they had deer. I thought they had like what are those things? Armadillos. I'm going on armadillo hunting.
We do not have those here.
Aardvarks.
Nope. Yeah, I watched that Sicario movie DVD last night, or 2 nights ago actually. It was
Sicario?
Yeah, Sicario, or however you pronounce it.
Girl,
Emily Blunt and Benicio del Toro.
Yeah, it was good. I liked it. I watched it a bunch.
Yeah, I saw it in the movie theater.
The cinematography was good.
Yeah, my dad really wants to move to Arizona, but
I would do it.
my mother won't let him. I think that it's great that you guys don't have to pay capital gains tax on when you sell precious metals. There, passed that law last year.
Oh crap!
What?
Backwards. Didn't know if I could undo it. I couldn't, so it's all good.
Any Second Amendment stuff happening other than like the National Reciprocity Act moving forward slowly?
Not that I've been watching or anything.
All right. Bitcoin hit some new high, like 3,300.
How has your investment been doing? Is it making any return?
Yeah, it's going up. I doubled my Ethereum mining. Doubled my contract mining power yesterday. But yeah, I'll screen share it, but it's doing okay. I'll show you exactly what I've got. But it's a slow payout over time. Let me screen share button. It's like, here it is. It was like at $130 last week, and it's at $169 now. You know,
but it cost you $500 to get it.
No, it cost me more than that. I mean, but I don't have to pay out, and it's not a monthly thing. You pay out once, and you get 2-year. I have a lifetime infinite contract for mining Bitcoin. And I'll just show you the wallet for Bitcoin here. I have 4 100ths of a Bitcoin. And so they'll send me a little bit, like, every day or whenever there's enough, so
that's 135 coming in on just the Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And then how much to set all that up though? 500 or was more than that?
Well, I could show you. I could go to Genesis and show you exactly how much I paid. I paid more than that. It's closer to $800. But
800 like a month ago, and you're already up to 135 on just
yeah.
Well, that sounds like you're almost gonna. I mean, if you're getting, what was that, about a month? So you're making about $100 a month. You'll get that back.
130.
Well, all right. I'm just conservative though. So 8 months, and you'll get your investment back. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. This is a Litecoin, and this is.
But the thing is, not only is it continuing to make new slivers of Bitcoin for you, but as that Bitcoin price increases all the time, that value is going up like exponentially.
Yeah, and I just want to show you one chart.
How little can you spend to you spend 800? How little could you spend? Could I put $100 in there and start seeing return?
It depends. On the Bitcoin mining, because it's a lifetime contract, there is like a small pool fee. So you want to have more mining power than the pool fee is for the lifetime contract. For the Ether and for anything else like the Monero or the Ethereum, those are 2-year limited contracts, so there are no pool fees or any extra charges. There's just a small, regular transfer fee when you send cryptocurrencies anywhere. There's a small percentage transfer fee that's where the mining comes in. It involves, it's how it gets transferred. It gets mined over from one address to another. But I'll show you my account, but try and answer your question. But where's this chart? I wanted to show you. The whole thing is, what's going to happen with the dollar and the debt ceiling. That's what I'm really, concerned about. If the politicians don't vote to increase the debt ceiling, the dollar will fall very in value. And the only thing that's left for it to fall against, because all the other currencies in the world have the same exact problem, second to go down against the euro, it'll go down against gold, silver, and Bitcoin. because that's the only thing that's left for it to go down against. But where's this chart that I really wanted to show you? Basically, after, I mean, I know you're familiar with you've heard of the Weimar Republic, and but one gold mark coin. Here it is. Screen share this. Can you see this chart?
Yeah.
One gold mark was worth 1 trillion paper marks at the end of this, when they went crazy with money printing, and it was over a period of, so I've got gold, I'm into metals and cryptocurrencies, and what's really cool about the way I'm doing it, I mean, you could go onto Coinbase, you live in Arizona, and you could just buy some cryptocurrencies, with, American dollars or fiat currency. But I can't really do that in Hawaii because Hawaii has some ridiculous laws about, how the exchanges have to operate. But so I just mine it, and there's like no, I've paid zero. I have bought no cryptocurrencies. It's all been mined. So there's no like record anywhere saying that I paid, but so I don't see how they could charge me capital gains because I just bought mining contracts, and I don't think the IRS has actually said, the SEC said like cryptocurrencies are a stock. And I'm like going, and that's, and they may be traded that way, but sometimes, but it's like, okay, it's security, is what the SEC said, but it's a security for what? So I've been waiting for the IRS to make an official ruling. Is cryptocurrency a commodity or is it money? And the SEC said it's a stock, so I guess that's as close as you can get to officially, knowing how to treat it as far as, are you going to have to pay taxes if you make money, or if these increase in value, exponentially. I'm assuming the government's going to want in, but the government, it's not like if you have money in the bank, the bank reports everything to the government. So, but my money's on my computer in my, Exodus wallet. It's not in a bank, it's in cryptocurrencies, or it's in my stash of gold and silver. I mean, I have a bank account, but, the government wouldn't necessarily know, the IRS wouldn't know, or the government wouldn't know. I mean, if they wanted to, if the NSA wanted to, monitor me, they would know everything I do, because it's the NSA, but they wouldn't really know anything about my cryptocurrency wallet. There's nobody spying for them unless they intentionally target me. So anyway. But I'm happy with it. I doubled my Ethereum mining contract yesterday. So hopefully I'll get a bunch of Ether soon. Yeah, but if they don't raise the debt ceiling and the U.S. defaults on its debt, the world will get really crazy really quick. Ding. It's so funny because I've seen so many people on YouTube who have so much more than $170 cryptocurrency. But it'd be cool if it added a few zeros on the back of this, if it just took some crazy crypto moonshot to like, $1 million a coin or something. Which would be pretty insane, in my opinion, but Doesn't mean it won't happen. What's really cool is I can go and whatever this total is, I can go buy metals off of Provident or JM Bullion like anytime. They take this for, I could exchange it for gold anytime. So if it takes some crazy moonshot, I could buy gold or, I was last night or a couple nights ago, I was looking after my show at the properties on the Hawaii multiple listing service. And we started from the highest price down. So we started at like the $70 million, property. Then we started working our way down. Like, so if Bitcoin goes to like $1 trillion a coin, which property should I get? And then I could try and declare it a nonprofit, like place for lost gun channels people or something. A refuge for gun channels people who got lost and wound up in Hawaii by mistake. So try and make it as tax-free, as low tax footprint as possible. Anyway, who knows where this will go. 80% Bitcoin, 11% Ethereum, and 10% Litecoin. That's, I got an extra percent somewhere. All right, well, got some Litecoin yesterday, not much. 4 1,000ths of Litecoin 5 hours ago. Oh, so that's today, August 6th. Let's see. I can find my Genesis account. Oh, yeah, there was an article on Zero Hedge. I mean, basically it just covered, I guess, H.R. McMaster's, one of the National Security Council advisors to the president, has basically went on MSNBC and basically said they're preparing for a preventive war with North Korea.
They got to make war to prevent the war.
Well, it says now we would like to resolve it short of what would be a very costly war in terms of the suffering of mainly the South Korean people, the ability of that North Korean regime to hold the South hostage to conventional fire capabilities, artillery, being so very close. Where does he have? As reported last Friday, North Korea claimed that its slated missiles can now strike anywhere in the U.S., delivering nuclear warheads. Yet it's impossible to overstate the danger associated with the rogue, brutal regime. Master cautioned that he was aware of the fact that any strike against North Korea could bring about a very costly war that would cause immense suffering, mainly of the South Korean people. What was the exact words he said? think, well, I'm trying to find exactly where it is in this article, but he said just because you have a bad choice doesn't mean you don't have to choose. Let me switch, if I can, to North Korea, which is pressing minor earnings by Aspen Institute, blah, blah, blah. There's always, quote, there's always a military option. It would be horrific. Lindsey Graham said on Today's Show this week, quote, we need to destroy the regime and their deterrent. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson said on Tuesday, I believe North Korea, quote, you are leaving us no choice but to protect ourselves, unquote. And then the chairman of the chief of staff of the Army said, quote, just because every choice is bad doesn't mean you don't have to choose. Well, if that's the chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, they're at least thinking about it. Which means I'm probably going to wind up getting an NBC suit, even if it's just one of those white ones. Whatever G-Web says. Pray the wind isn't blowing my way, I guess. Buy some more number 10 cans of Mountain House and a few extra gas filters for my gas mask. It won't be pretty, that's for sure. National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster said they are preparing for a preventive war with North Korea.
McMaster, he's a globalist. Can't trust him.
Well, he's the National Security Advisor in the administration, so you ought to at least listen to him.
He's got to go. Yeah, you should listen to him and do the opposite of what he says.
Well, I'm just a civilian. All I can do is prepare for the worst and hope for the best. So I'm probably going to be my next order of prepping gear. I mean, my last order of prepping gear was a tourniquet and some chest seals and some other medical gear. So I think my next order is going to be an NBC suit and some of that ThyroSafe iodine to help protect your thyroid. In the event there's radiation in the environment. Preventative war. Is that an oxymoron? Well, if they got Russia and China to vote for sanctions, and maybe they'll be able to figure this out. Stop the ICBM launches short of flattening the place. But if I was president, I've already flattened it. So the gun store in Kona might be closing at the end of the year. That would suck. Bitcoin is $3,304 at the moment. If you think that's a delusion, that's what it's selling for. Some intangible coin is worth like twice gold. 2 ounces of gold for one intangible coin. Cryptocurrency is a thing, whether you choose to, here's the thing I'll say about it is there was a time, when you could go into like any major corporation and ask them, well, do you guys have a website? And they'd be all, huh? Because they'd never heard of that. And it's, well, do you guys, website, the internet? And they'd be like, what's that? And now you can't live without it, right? What could you do? You can't do anything without the internet, right? Not anymore. And so cryptocurrency, could be the next form of money, whether there's a Fed coin or, whether they, like Russia is looking at using Ethereum as a base for its own national current cryptocurrency. And so is China. So I would say the first nation that actually has a national cryptocurrency will do very well with it, because everybody will want it, or everybody will at least take a chance on it. Probably it's quite possible that this, blockchain technology could be the ticket. So far, no, but people have hacked like the exchanges and the mining companies, but they haven't been able to hack Bitcoin.
What? Isn't that like Bitcoin Cash now? It's split off.
Yeah, there's like, there is a split, but it's kind of weird the way it happened, as far as just, I'll show you how it works on Exodus, but if I could find my Exodus, did I leave it open? Yeah. So on Exodus, I would go to the help desk, scroll down to the very bottom, and it says, how do I claim my Bitcoin Cash, BCH? That's what's split off. Well, there's a button here called Claim My Bitcoin Cash Now. I would just click on it, but I need a place to send it, because apparently this wallet, the Exodus wallet, is other than if you had Bitcoin in your wallet before August 1st, 2017, I'm entitled to claim the same amount of Bitcoin Cash as however much Bitcoin I had in my wallet. So I could claim it, but I need an exchange that so I could send it to an address. And so I just click on this and enter the address that I want my Bitcoin Cash sent to. That's how it works, basically, a wallet. So it's like if I want to receive Bitcoin, or this is what, Litecoin? Yeah, Litecoin. Here's it set to Bitcoin. So if I hit receive, it gives me an address here and a little scanner thing. I've never used those, but basically I just take this, copy it, and that's if somebody sends, Bitcoin to that address, then I'll get it in my wallet. So I need an address that's of a wallet, or an exchange account with an exchange that can receive it, and then they'll send it there. And then I could, that's why it's going down though, is because everybody is just trading it for something else, some other cryptocurrency. And so I haven't done anything with the split yet, but I don't have that much. So like 4 100ths of a Bitcoin, it won't be worth much. I think it's like 300 and something per Bitcoin Cash. They wanted it to be like Litecoin, which is this stuff. Litecoin is a lot faster than Bitcoin. If you send it somewhere, it arrives like almost instantly. And Bitcoin is a little slower. In some cases, it's a lot slower. And so that's the problem with Bitcoin is it just, the transaction speed. It's not instantaneous. So most people are just looking at it as a store of wealth that can increase, and they're hoarding the coins. So how much will one Bitcoin buy in like 3 years from now? Who knows? It could go to, it could be go down or it could go up dramatically. I have no idea. I don't have that much of it anyway, but every day a little bit gets added. So at least I just didn't want to have no cryptocurrencies. So at least I figured out how to do that in spite of our stupid laws in the state. Stupid gun laws, stupid crypto laws, generally stupid laws because we have stupid legislature. Oh, man. Let's see what else is happening. I don't think I'll check the Gun Owners of America website, see if there's anything happening around there. Gun Owners of America. New tab. Urge your two senators to support the pro-gun Rand Paul amendment. Rand Paul's office tells Gun Owners of America the senator is locked and loaded. He must watch my show. For battle over anti-gun Obamacare. Oh, so this is like an amendment to the healthcare thing about guns. The Senate is smack in the middle of a discombobulated mess. And no one knows for sure what's going to happen. Same thing with the debt ceiling. Are they going to have enough votes to increase it to some new astronomical amount? If Obamacare is going to be turned into Obama Light, it's essential that 3 gun issues be addressed. It's essential that the amendment that been filed by Kentucky's pro-gun Senator Rand Paul, an amendment which would address these 3 issues, be adopted. First, it would guarantee the insurance companies continue to be barred from asking about gun ownership, discriminating on the basis of gun ownership, and even denying insurance to gun owners. I know that if anybody asked me, I would just say it's not a medical question. And if they insisted it was, I'd insist it's not. So I wouldn't answer. Second, it would ensure that doctors are not forced to enter gun ownership data into a national health database, as Obama tried to make them do. Third, it prohibits the ATF from trolling the national health database or other databases for people with post-traumatic stress disorder, attention deficit disorder, Alzheimer's, or other conditions such as anxiety or depression for the purpose of sending their names to a national instant check system. Yeah, so basically if you snore, you could lose your right to own gun, So it's critical that the Paul Amendment, which deals with these 3 issues, is adopted. Otherwise, Gun Owners of America will oppose McConnell's FAT bill. Now that the FAT bill has failed as expected, McConnell may try a total repeal of the anti-gun Obamacare law or a skinny repeal of the mandates. GOA would support either of these measures unconditionally because without the Obamacare law in place, or without its mandates, the gun-related problems would no longer be a threat to gun-owning Americans. My senators will never listen to anything from the Gun Owners of America, unfortunately.
I wonder if he has to renew his executive order to take away the mandate, or take away the mandate.
I don't know.
Because
Okay.
I paid the stupid fine last year, and I'm thinking about saying fuck you this year.
Well, the only thing my healthcare company is really doing for me now is just buying my pills. You know, that I go in, I refill my heart meds every month, and that's it. So, I mean, I could buy my own, statins.
Yeah, but you could need surgery at any.
No, my heart's working fine. They did a.
But not to them. I'm just saying you're put on a certain risk where.
Yeah, but they did a ultrasound of my heart, and he looked at it and says, "No, you're going to live to a ripe old age. Your heart's working great." And so, they basically put an ultrasound and they look at the blood flowing through your heart with the ultrasound so they can see how it's working. And I mean, it's nothing. They don't have to do anything weird or inject any dyes. They just put this thing up against your heart and they record it, the images with ultrasound, the ultrasound images, however that works with this machine. And my cardiologist looked at it and said, "Oh, you're going to live to a ripe old age. Just don't eat crap, and go for a walk every day and you'll be fine." So, I think all I need is my atorvastatin, my metoprolol, and low-dose aspirin. That's it. And I can afford that all by myself. But yeah, it's like when they called me in, like last week, my healthcare company just wanted they just wanted to prick my finger and to have my blood sugar tested. But the nurse isn't allowed to say, well, why they wanted me to come in. I thought maybe they might ask me about guns, so I just had my answer ready. That's not a healthcare question, not a health question, but they didn't ask me about that. They just wanted to prick my finger for a blood sugar test. And it was great. It was 91, which was very good. No such problems. It's nice to have somebody that cares and checks these things for you, but as long as I get my walk in and don't eat crappy food, no burgers, no cheese, no pizza. I know it sucks, but the joys of living are worth it. Skipping pizza. And I'm still allowed to drink scotch, so.
I went over and ate pizza the other day. I haven't eaten pizza in a long time. It was pretty fucking good. Except it was shitty New York style, where it's all flat and just mostly cheese.
The good kind.
It was all right. That place, it's like by the slice or whatever, and 2 slices is basically a quarter of a giant pizza, right? And it's all that thin ass kind with mostly cheese. The crust is okay, but then anyway, they give you like shaken and pepper and cheese and garlic, which I like. So load the shit out of the garlic and peppers on there, and that was pretty freaking tasty.
Well, I had a salad for dinner yesterday, so. No pizza, just a salad. Red leaf lettuce salad with lots of nice stuff in it.
I want this Battlecock Tactical to step on my gun.
You want what to step on your gun?
Their name is Battlecock Tactical.
Is that some gun chick or something?
No, they stipple guns.
They stipple guns. Oh, I thought you said step on guns, not stipple. It's like, why do you want somebody to step on your gun?
They do this weird finger groove at the top. I don't know why.
Got a screenshot of it or something?
Yeah,
Picture?
Stand by.
I'm not going anywhere. You moved it too quick for me to see the title. Battlecock Tactical. All right, so this is for a handgun?
Yeah. See that weird finger groove there?
Yeah.
I don't know if I would like that.
Nope.
I'd have to be like, can you not do that part, please?
Yeah, it's like it might get in the way of just, naturally gripping the weapon.
Look at how nice and clean that is.
I mean, I don't have any problems with the way my Glock came naturally. I don't, think it needs anything else, really. I mean, it does what it's supposed to do.
Oh, you got a Gen 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, talking about doing this to a Gen 3.
How much do they charge?
I have no idea.
I mean, do you have a problem gripping your Gen 3?
Not a problem, but it could be better.
I didn't have a problem until I seen this new product, and then I realized I had a problem the whole time.
Yeah. I need my CZ done like this too.
Why don't you do that for a while? Wear a fucking flannel jacket and then black nitrile gloves, and then hold your guns funny.
Well, it might help. It might help if I had to wear an NBC suit and gloves and duct tape my gloves to the NBC suit so nothing could get in, and I might need some help gripping my guns then.
I'll do this, but I won't have any modifications done to it.
Right, just do that with stock guns.
Yeah.
That looks interesting, but unnecessary in my opinion. But hey, if it works, if you think it'll work better for you on your grip, then knock yourself out. Is that bronzed colored thing?
It looks like flat dark earth or something.
That's some weird night multicam on the last one picture. Oh, cat.
That's who does it. That's who does the stipple. That cat.
They just put that Glock or whatever in a box or in a cage with that cat, and then the cat just goes nuts on it for a while, and then they pull it out of there and it's done.
Yep. Don't question his finger groove.
That's cat slave labor.
There's one without it.
Yeah, it doesn't have that weird finger groove. as long as it doesn't, as long as it's not too aggressive that, like, if you shot it a bunch at the range, it would, you know, you would need gloves to use it.
Doesn't look that aggressive. If you get it done too aggressive and you use your gun a whole bunch, then it wears out. You have to like re-stipple your shit. If you make it like sandpaper.
Hey, Squib.
Hey.
Good morning.
Morning. Afternoon.
Afternoon over there, yeah. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning here, so getting ready for make a second cup of coffee in a little while.
Poly 80s. Eh.
Have you been posting any stuff on of your Instagram stuff on Steam It, Moon? Because I haven't seen you in my feed anywhere.
No, I haven't logged onto that thing since I made an account.
Oh, well, that would explain why I haven't seen anything on there.
Should probably have like $1 million by now, right?
I've been sitting there 16 hours a day steaming links.
Well, that guy you were making fun of, Trayvon, you know, he sent me 10 Steam.
Trevor? You mean Trevor?
Trayvon. He sent me Trayvon James sent me 10 Steam, and I traded it for Litecoin, which is on my Access wallet. He does like giveaways. So if you go on some of the crypto guys live streams, you know, and just type in the text chat, you can win like free cryptocurrency if you get lucky. They just do giveaways. Like you give away patches, they give away free cryptocurrency.
Well, that's easy to do because it's not worth anything.
Oh yes, it is. It's worth more today than it was last week. Where's the damn web page that says how much it's worth right now? It's worth $33.0419 at the moment per Bitcoin, and Ether is $264.93. There you go, screen share. I'll refresh it, but see if get an update. I'm sure this is delayed. $3,307.28 per Bitcoin. Ether is $265.63 now. It'll probably go down a little on Monday. Over the weekend, it's real funny because Bitcoin never sleeps. The market never, you know, Bitcoin price changes over the weekend. Stock market's futures are closed Saturdays and Sundays. Anyway, there you go. Yeah, I was looking with Dusty I started on the Hawaii multiple listing services, and we looked at the most expensive properties that I could buy it with like 1 Bitcoin and like 1 gold eagle.
Yeah, I think you convinced him to sell the farm and move to Hawaii. So.
Oh well, you should see I should screen share the $70 million property that I was looking at.
No.
It's pretty nice.
Not interested. I want desert property. Thanks.
Well, there's some desert. There's a desert on the Big Island, the Ka'u Desert. There's a desert area.
Yeah, but then I'm going to complain about all the things you complain about. Oh, everything's so expensive. Oh, there's germs in the water. Oh, the gun laws suck. I don't want to do that.
Well, so you complain about everything that's wrong with Michigan instead, you know.
Yeah. I guess I'll be trading road salt for some sort of bacteria in the ocean or something. I don't want to live in Hawaii.
Well, it's not for everyone, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's kind of it. It's kind of like, living somewhere where it snows. It definitely ain't for everyone. You'll never find any place that's perfect because, as we get older or our interests or whatever change, our body, some people want to get away from the cold. Some people don't want the heat. I mean, unless you've got an endless supply of money, it's not like you can just up and move.
Bitcoin forever, man. Well, they're going to send me Bitcoin for the rest of my life. So it's just a matter of how much it's worth.
Well, it won't cost them any postage because it's not real. So
it's intangible. It's not real. It doesn't mean it's not real just because it's intangible.
It's the same as when like somebody, like your mom kisses her hand and then blows the kiss to you. It's like that. They kiss the currency onto their hand and then blow it over to you.
It's like those invisible clothes they sold to that king in that fairy tale. Your Highness created these.
HVS, if they say that it's time that they're inviting you on a Bitcoin parade, like don't wear the Bitcoin clothes because it's really not anything. It's really naked.
Well, I don't think anybody would care. This is Hawaii. Nobody would care.
Homeless people.
Well, look at this Bitcoin jacket.
Well, have you seen? Here's the $70 million property that we were looking at the other night. I'm going to click on it. So there it is. 15 plus private acres. One of the most pristine, secluded, picturesque beaches in Hawaii.
What I like about that property, when you look at the property lines like that,
yeah,
I like how that property fucks over that other house that it thinks it's right next to the lake or whatever, like next to the water. It's like, oh yeah, you're kind of right next to the water, except I own between the water, so no. And then that's right.
Oh yeah, they have to walk around your property.
That's where you put your outside shitters so that they're convenient to you at the beach.
Well, I imagine you probably want to get along with your neighbors. So,
I guess except for that guy, he's like, "Fuck my neighbors. I want the beach. I want more beach."
Well, I don't think anybody's going to stop somebody walking to the beach and walking up and down the beach.
Only one way I'd buy a house in Hawaii, and that's if I had lottery money.
If I had that piece of property, I'd put like dogs in that section of property just so that fucking neighbor doesn't walk through there.
Yeah, well, Oro could go crazy. Look at that huge place for him to go running, man. That's a nice.
That's what I'm saying. He just run up and down that little appendage of property and bark at the neighbors in their house all the time. I wouldn't even hear it because I'd be way over in my house, over in my own property, and he'd be over in front of their property barking at them.
But gee,
so technically it's on my land. Technically, it's on my land.
If I could buy this place for 1 Bitcoin, I'd do it.
Gee, you can't move to Hawaii with just 1 Doberman. You have to have 2. It's like a rule.
Yeah, I understand. That would be like obligatory. Like they wouldn't let me in. They'd be like, "What are you thinking? This ain't freaking like Puerto Rico or some other island. It's not Guam." Fucking
well, no, I mean over in Hawaii, you have 2 Dobermans to guard your mansion.
Yeah, so I was just figuring how many, if I could buy this for one Bitcoin, if Bitcoin goes to $1 trillion, like, in the Weimar Republic, one gold mark traded for 1 trillion paper marks, with all their money printing, I'd buy it, so I'll be ready if that happens. The debt ceiling is just 2 months away, guys. If they don't increase the debt ceiling, Katie barred the door.
According to your theory, in 2 months, we're all going to be suffering the chaos of like the financial infrastructure collapsing. However, you're going to be in Bora Bora.
This house.
Money.
No, this is Kauai. This is Kauai.
Yeah, but you're going to have to. That's the United States. You're going to have to deal with the crumbling infrastructure of the financial roof or whatever. So now you're going to have to.
Well, I could deal with that if I own this house. Somehow I'll deal with it. Man, check out that pool. You just go swimming every night in that pool.
Yeah, except that in the chaos of the financial infrastructure collapsing, all the ocean would be on fire because all the oil rigs would just explode.
There aren't any oil rigs in Hawaii, dude.
Yet, as soon as the infrastructure collapses.
There's no oil in Hawaii. There's just lava. If they drill, they'll hit lava.
Yeah, they'll be into lava drilling. It's a whole other thing.
Drill, baby, drill.
Yeah. Drill first, ask questions later. Figure out what to do with that hot lava.
It's got a chocolate from you. I can make my own chocolate, dude.
That would be incredible. Yeah, that'd be cool.
I think they would be making a lot of money off all the lava rocks they export for all the gardens and stuff,
Well, building lava rock walls is a thing.
Lava soap franchise. That's like a monopoly. They have to buy their lava.
Yeah,
would you like to go? I mean, walking up and down that beach would be great for my heart. So I'm ready to. I just need Bitcoin to hit $1 trillion coin, and then I'll buy it.
When you own that beach, clean up that shit sitting over there.
What shit?
In that last picture, there's a bunch of crud on the beach. Clean that shit up. Fuck.
Yeah.
Where those are rocks, not crap.
Brush that shit off into the water. Nobody wants to see that shit.
Rocks?
Yeah. Look at how clean that beach is, and there's a big pile of mess right there. Fuck that. You can trip over it. Think about the children.
Rocks?
Yeah.
You run around them. It gives you obstacles when you're running across the beach. It helps be able to have something to dodge.
I ain't running. That's my fancy $1 million property. I ain't running on it. I'll have a little go-kart or something if I got to go quickly from one side of it to the other.
Well, it's for your health. You like to run.
Okay, maybe for my health, I'll get one of them sand pans and have one of my servants carry me around, because then that way it's more closer to being healthy.
You mean a rickshaw?
Rickshaw, yeah.
A rickshaw on the sand?
Yeah, maybe 2 servants. I don't care. That's even more healthy.
Think of how he's boosting the economy by hiring all these people.
And saving the environment.
Yeah.
Seriously. Because pretty soon the financial infrastructure will collapse, and I'll be able to hire these people for like nickels on a dollar.
He's got a cook in his kitchen making everything gluten-free.
Nickels on a Bitcoin.
It's only $70 million. The deal of the century, man.
That's like 5 Bitcoins.
I'm ready to move in tomorrow. Just need that moonshot to happen. So yeah, I hope the Republicans don't vote for the debt ceiling, and then cryptos and gold and silver will take a moonshot in value, and then I'll move into one of these, mansions.
I feel like I need to build a wall on that north side because I don't like those people looking at my property.
On the north side, these homes are here. You don't like these people already?
They're way too close, man. I would put a big wall there, and then that way I wouldn't have to look at them. I could just look a different direction, but then that way I know they weren't looking at me. Or my stuff. I don't want them looking at my stuff either.
Well, so I'm going to need people to harvest like the chocolate plants.
Yeah, I don't care. Those people are allowed to come onto the property because they'll sign some kind of statement so they aren't going to look around.
So I'll sign the statement. It'll be verified by the blockchain.
Is that a giant depression to the, towards the ocean from that, or is that like a hill? It looks like there's a rain difference there, like a big circular.
Oh, there's different trees.
No,
that just might.
The other side.
It looks like there's trees here. The sun is like coming in from the north, and this is shade on the bottom here.
No, the other side towards the beach, that big open area and those trees to the right of the house. Is that like a hill, you think?
I don't think so. I think it's just shade from the sun.
To the right of that, you're looking over to the east of the house. I'm talking about to the west, or to the east. Sorry, not the west. So to the right of the house.
Here, where my
No.
cursor is.
That's the left. Where do you fucking think the house is? In the middle of them fucking trees? The house is that big white spot down below, right? The word right.
know.
Direction.
My right?
Yeah.
This is shade from the trees, it looks like.
That's the left of the house, so you're still not even to where I'm even talking about. Way to the right. Where do you think that's to
the
the
house
left.
is right here. The house. This is the house.
What are you fucking
left
talking about?
is here. The
Does
right
anybody
is here.
His mouse is like in the middle of the chocolate fields or whatever.
No, the chocolate fields are over here.
So your mouse is just off by some weirdness. So anyway, I'm talking about that area to the right of the house that like there looks like there's some.
Oh, here?
No, quit trying to point, because when you're pointing to me, it looks like you're pointing somewhere else. But anyway, I just couldn't tell if that was a hill or a depression there before the beach. Yeah, over there.
Well, it looks to me like there's just shade from the trees that they're darker areas on account of the shade from the trees.
Just different color grass or something.
No, it's just it's dark there because the sun is at an angle, and the picture is straight down from the top. So parts will be, there will be dark areas because of the shade, not because of depressions in the land.
I understand what shade is. Anyway, there's probably not a lot of terrain on a fucking small island next to the beach anyway. I doubt
you'd be surprised. I guess I'll just have to buy it and find out.
Yeah, exactly. And then bulldoze it. You're like, no, there was no depression there. Like, what are all these bulldozers for? Nothing. They're just there.
They're as close as I can get to it, buying a tank.
Well,
a tracked vehicle.
You buy a chunk of Hawaii like that, but then you just every once in a while you go grab a scoop of dirt from someplace else, like a truckload, and then dump it out on your beach and keep doing that. And over time, you'll own way more of Hawaii than you started out with, and then you can profit.
Well, I can just buy, some oceanfront property off of Kalapana where there's lava flowing into the ocean, and there's always more land being added there.
Do you own the new land when that happens?
Nobody owns that new land, actually. But you'll have the only access to it if you own the land right by the ocean. So
yeah, but that's the sucker bet. So I would put the land there myself, and then no one can dispute that it's your land, and then that way you can make a bunch of money.
Yeah, probably somebody will complain if you start messing with the ocean.
They'll be like, that giant weird peninsula off of Hawaii that millionaire owns. Like, that was genius.
He didn't have a permit. They'd give you a bill. They send in a bunch of government employees, basically people from prison to clear it all out. They get all out, put it back in a dump truck and move it somewhere else, and then in a landfill, and then they'd send you a bill for it.
Yeah.
Hawaii, is all the beachfront property public land, or can it?
Yeah, it's technically it's public land. But it doesn't mean they're supposed to be public access, but the reality is something else. The bottom line is if you're walking along the beach and there's a bunch of local guys and you're not and you're white, they'll try and kick your ass. So
yeah, in Michigan, the entire coastline along the Great Lakes is public property. Nobody owns it. But if you have a house on that property, if somebody walks off the street and walks through your yard to get to the beach, they're trespassing. If they come up on the beach on a boat through the lake, they're not.
Well, in Hawaii, it's like if you're white and you're walking on this beach and there's a bunch of locals, they'll be like, get the hell out of here, Holly. It doesn't matter if you own the house or not.
But if you drive up in a boat and then get on the beach and then try to walk through somebody's property again, that's trespassing, right?
That's the same everywhere in America. The beach is like state
God's
land.
Water, man. No one owns the water, man. I
believe the
God's
law
water.
is the mean surf line. The mean surf line.
Well, I'm just saying that start adding on to the beach. You might want to plant some grass or trees or something so it doesn't look like beach, so you can call it your property and not part of the coastline.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well, all I know is I will need to be able to push my Water World catamaran off of the beach, off of the sandy area, so I can just, sail around the island and go on my Waterworld catamaran trip around the island. The Big Island is where they did shoot Waterworld, by the way. So
All I heard was yada yada yada. I drank my own pee.
all right, time to check out this other house here. Let's see the next one. That only 45 million. Same real estate.
So we're looking at downgrading or something? I thought you were looking at nice places.
You're going to live in the ghetto? I think you can see a neighbor's estate over the tree line there.
I don't know.
Ugh.
Yuck, you don't like it? Look at that pool, dude.
Look at that. Might as well live in an apartment.
Got an Olympic-sized pool.
Yeah, next to the neighbor's Olympic-sized pool. That's the ghetto. Rich people right there. Ugh, look at that. Ugh. Really?
You're hard to please.
Really?
Well, if you don't like this place, I'll find a different estate.
5 bladed ceiling fans. It's 2017.
I think it's called Style, but
Ferns? Come on.
there are ferns in Hawaii.
Exactly. I'm not paying for ferns inside. Go outside. I want fern.
All right, you hate this place. Well, all of Moana is in the center of. You probably aren't interested in the penthouse, because that's too close to. That's right in the center of Honolulu, so shit hits the fan.
I would only buy one of those buildings if you own the entire building.
Well, how about Maui? You could go visit Z if you were. How about this place on Maui for 28 million?
Hmm.
You visit Z, you could invite him over. Let's see.
Oh man, Z's selling his place for 28 million?
Yeah.
I know that I could get him to scrape up the mangoes and shit when they fall off them trees.
Ask him how many gun channels credits they'll take for it.
They're worth more than Bitcoin.
Well, I've been telling you should do an ICO for Guncoin. If you can make Guncoin, you know, do an ICO. You'll be rich. You'll be able to buy one of these places.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pay my rent in either Bitcoin or gun channels coins.
With the money that a bunch of mobsters and criminals use to sell murder guns to criminals.
Ghost guns. Guncoin.
Yeah, why not use ghost money to buy ghost guns? That makes sense.
All right. Well, let's see if there's anything else. Oh, this place for 23 million is just about 10 miles up the road from my house. Maybe 15. 23 million. It's like a huge tide pool. There's your Waterworld catamaran.
I ain't buying shit off of Carrie after what she pulled last time.
What did she pull last time?
Well, I don't want to get into it, but I'm not working with her.
Well, like I said, it's about 15 miles north of where I live.
Let's just say you buy that place because you see that boat floating in the water out there, and then you live there, and then that boat ain't out there. Carrie don't give a shit about that.
I'm sure she'll buy that catamaran for me if I pay the full asking price. Probably throw in a blowjob too. So you got your own Buddhist shrine to pray.
Is that what BIC means? Blowjob included in cost? Included with.
Oh, hang on a second, dude. There is something
Bitcoin
very
included.
strange about having a Buddha statue, you know, the one who doesn't really believe in possessions, in your $28 million house.
So I'll take it out and put in a Star of David. Or I could just put it. What if the Buddhist? We could put one of those G patches on the Buddha.
No.
Wait, how many acres is this?
Better be the whole island in my book.
1.16 acres.
Barely an acre. Screw that.
Okay, that's big enough that you could put hedgehogs on your own property, dude.
Yeah, well, if the threat is coming from the ocean, I could put the hedgehogs along the beach side. If the threat is coming from the land side, I could put the hedgehogs on the land side. Here, let's look at the.
See, you got all this beautiful beachfront property, and then you get to Hawaii, and there's concertina wire and hedgehogs and landmines and.
Yeah, you put the hedgehogs along the road, and then you put some more hedgehogs on the ocean. But what you do is you decorate them with like Christmas tree lights, and you can say, well, those aren't hedgehogs; those were like crosses, Christian crosses, and they just fell over sideways, and so they kind of they're actually crosses, but they're really hedgehog. So you just need some Christmas tree lighting for the hedgehogs.
Okay, I'm seeing now that you guys are using a different vocabulary than me. I thought you meant like hedgehogs, like you were gonna have a petting zoo or something.
No, like an obstacle made out of two I-beams welded together in a cross shape, in an X shape.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now, right? I mean, I've seen war movies and stuff, but no, I thought I missed something in that you like little fuzzy animals that were kind of spiky.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, if you don't have it, you need hedgehogs on this side because you need something protecting your right flank here. There's just all you have is a little line of trees on your property line. You need hedgehogs.
You need Sonic the Hedgehog.
Damn straight.
Just jump on his back and he'll run away.
I mean, yeah, what if you're attacked by armored vehicles? How are you going to stop them? They just come off the road and go straight to your house. You need to slow them up.
Yeah, send
especially
hedgehog in there to do the spin move.
Yeah, honestly, that's when I send Tails in.
Yeah, he can drop bombs on people.
And then, like, if people are up a like a cliff face or something, then you need Knuckles because he can climb up it.
You're right. They got it all covered. Hawaii.
Yep.
Well, either that or Squib will just have to sit on the roof and shoot everybody that comes within rifle range.
Squib is Dr. Robotnik.
All right, see if there's anything else I should look at. This place up the beach, just a little beachfront lot of 21 acres, sold for $21 million. And that's like about, another 50. That's 15 miles up the beach too. It's kind of the same area. Just a piece of land for $21 million because of the beach.
No, you don't. No one owns the beach. That's God's water, man.
Yeah, we own the land right next to it.
Well, what happens when the sea level rises and then that's all water? You don't own anything anymore, do you?
Well, if that's what post and pier construction is for, and in Hawaii, there's a lot of post and pier construction, so your house is standing up on legs. I mean, there's entire communities in like Indonesia and Brunei that are, like on the water, literally. I mean, in the water,
Did you say brown eye? What?
Brunei. You never heard of Brunei? Country in Indonesia?
Oh, that's that place with that sultan.
Yeah, Sultan of Brunei. Well, I don't know if I want to.
You guys pronounce it differently, but I am familiar with their paper towels.
Do you buy those one at a time, or you get those in bulk?
Sometimes I'll buy a 3-pack, three individual paper sheets.
Oh, so sometimes you buy in bulk. You buy 3 sheets at a time.
Yeah, that's basically the same as the equivalent as 9 of the generic brands. So it's really a good value.
Oh, so this one looks pretty nice. He had a little valley. It's 28 acres and a house and a valley that goes to the ocean. And
I think that's just shadow from the satellite view.
no, this is not a satellite picture. This is a drone. This is a drone shot. Little hill.
I feel like if I bought that one, I'd have to make like a little railed shuttle between my helicopter pad and my mansion. So that's not going to work. I don't believe in railed transport.
Why don't you use that maglev technology?
Oh, a tube? That's a good idea.
Well, no, if you tube, you got to have pressurized air.
Of course.
So we all know how that goes.
You could use the natural geo temperatures to pressurize your tubes.
Volcanically heated air.
All right, a volcano spews lava all the time, right? It has to inhale somewhere. Thus, you got natural vacuum.
A naturally aspirated volcano?
Yep. Well, super tubes. Made, you know.
I'm not 100% sure you know how volcanoes work, G-Webs.
Have you ever breathed in really deep and then breathed out?
Yeah.
I rest my case. That's science.
We got a geologist on Gun Channels. I can't remember who it is. Yeah.
The difference I think you're not realizing is that volcanoes don't use air pressure.
Well, the Earth is Mother Earth, and mothers need to breathe. So,
Especially Earth.
Yeah.
Maybe it's more like you eat a bunch of spicy food, garlics and hot
Yeah, see, but they inhale, right? Like they inhale at the opposite side of the Earth. So,
Bob, they can't because the Earth is flat, as we all know it. So.
Well, yeah, but it's the other side of the plane, right?
The opposite side of the coin.
Yeah.
Well, then that's like Bizarro's world or something.
Well, yeah, that would
I think this whole panel is Bizarro's world. I'm just going to put out that.
On the other side of the coin, they're just walking backwards and going backwards through time. It's just the opposite of what's happening.
Considering I just woke up from my nap having a back-to-school panic attack dream. Like, I got to go to school today. Yeah. You guys are being Bizarro.
Well, see, maybe you're on the Maybe you're in the Bizarro world, and you're actually getting younger. So now you have to go back to school.
Is Maggie still
learn everything you learned?
It's Maggie.
What's up?
Who do you have for homeroom?
I'm not sure. That was kind of part of the problem, right? So, all right. So I woke up and realized that like it was morning now, even though it wasn't because it's like the afternoon right now. Anyways, and was like, crap, is today Sunday or Monday? And it's like, oh man, it's Monday because yesterday was Sunday, and bummer. So then, so then I had to go to school, but then I didn't, like, it was like the first day of school or whatever, and I didn't have a schedule. Like, I didn't even know what fucking classes I signed up for.
Okay, G-Webs, what's wrong with this property?
It's in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Oh, burn.
Wait, you own that whole cliff size? The whole side of that cliff?
No, you own the 3 acres, I think. This
3 acres.
3.71 acres.
And you can just shoot off the cliff.
If you were going to own that whole cliff, then that's like the beginnings of an evil lair. But just the fucking 3 acres at the bottom is just some punk ass living at the bottom of an evil lair.
Evil.
It's got a bar. Dude, it's got a bar.
Doesn't matter how much you make that. The first time the evil genius or whoever that lives in that lair is going to like shoot off a missile or get attacked by some kind of secret force, then you're going to get all your fucking shit destroyed by the explosions and whatnot. So
the good guys are going to land on the beach and come tromping right through your house.
They don't give a shit about your shit. So you're just collateral damage to them. They're worried about the evil genius up in that hill.
Yeah, as far as they know, that's where they house the evil genius's minions down there.
That's where all the homeless people live, dude.
You're going to be considered a minion.
There's going to be an encampment up there of homeless people.
So does a evil genius, do we call him a genius because he uses homeless people as minions? The perfect disguise?
It's a good idea.
Okay, well, you guys lost me, but why are you trying to talk me out of buying these mansions with Bitcoin?
Because
I hate to see how much Bitcoin is. I need to check every minute to see what Bitcoin is. So last time I checked, it was 33.07. Let's hit the refresh button.
I can't believe I'm waiting a full minute.
33.14. It's gone up $7. All right, back.
Oh my gosh, that's like a whole nother $27 million in your fantasy lands.
Okay, well, I'll check my Exodus wallet.
Bitcoin?
Smeggy, you still in here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Here, I'll check my Bitcoin wallet.
What do you got for first period?
I don't know. This is the problem. I do not know what my schedule is.
You better hope the gym.
No. You put down that cash to buy that Bitcoin mine or whatever. Look, he's already up to 170. So
171.
It will barely take you 8 months at this rate to make your return back, and then at that rate, you'll be making thousands of bucks a year, at least.
Well, when Bitcoin goes to $1 trillion a coin, I'll buy all the gold eagles there are and like 3 of those mansions.
No, I will say this:
you acknowledge you're not like the one who has the most invested in this stuff.
I'm not.
To where you expect the people that actually have significant investment in it, you really think they can be that rich? That kind of money can come out of the
I'll
business?
make Bill Gates look like, a homeless person.
Yeah, so you seriously think the guy who's convinced that the economic ceiling is going to corrupt and we're all going to live in financial despair, you think that a bunch of Bitcoin people, thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of them, are going to come out of the world and then exchange this theoretical Bitcoin for real money at the levels bigger than Bill Gates? That just doesn't make any sense.
What will happen is that the banks will bail on the dollar and they'll have to go somewhere. What is the dollar going down against? If the dollar loses value, there's only 3 things for the dollar to lose value against: gold, silver, and Bitcoin. And commodities, like Dusty will do well with his corn and soybeans. They'll go up in value too. All that banker.
Can I go back to sleep now? Jesus.
Yeah. Never mind. Die in ignorance. Just remember, people didn't used to know what the internet was. So, and now you can't live without it.
So if I had 100 Bitcoin, like when they first came out, what are they worth now?
3,000 each.
$3,000 each. So you'd have like $3 million. Is that what it comes out to?
30,000. No. 300,000. No.
You'd have a lot of money, whatever it is. You couldn't have.
No, you were right, Bob. If you had 100, they're worth 3,000 now. You'd have 300,000.
I gotta figure out where those are.
They're worth $3,314.86 each.
They're virtual. They're online.
They're
intangible. Bitcoin. I think it's under the dresser.
Address I used when they gave them to me. That was when I first got on the internet. I had email addresses everywhere.
There you go. It's $3,314.86 each right now.
I really should make an effort to find them.
You could sell your Bitcoin, cash out, and have 300 grand in cash.
Yeah, Bob's like casually like, oh, I think I have $300,000 worth of Bitcoin laying around somewhere. I wonder if I can find that.
He can't remember his
But I
password.
don't know the
He can't-
email, so oh well. I forgot my security question.
I'm kind of busy because I'm going to go drag another car from one side of Canada to the other.
I actually do have to go get a truck.
Well, with $300,000, you could pay someone to get your truck.
That's true.
Think about how many broken ass dead cars Bob could buy on the potential of then hiring somebody to put them back together. Then you could hire somebody to drive around until they wreck again, and then hire somebody else to tow them back to somewhere.
Well, it's no fun to have someone else put them back together. The fun's doing it yourself.
Yeah, I bet.
On your Power 1935.
I mean that is one of the things that if I could go back in time, like I considered getting a Bitcoin, like back when you could still buy one of them. Like I'm gonna buy a Bitcoin because it's only
You
like
can.
$100 or something.
Oh well, yeah, it costs more now, but you
That-
can go
exactly,
on to
that's what I mean.
Coinbase.
That's
They weren't
the
even
part where I'm saying if I could go
Nobody
back
knew
and
what they were. When I got them, it was just, oh, we're going to pay you in Bitcoin for doing this. And I was like, yeah, whatever. I thought it was just some scam.
It is.
well, it's just a currency, just like anything else. I mean, especially how volatile it is. I mean, it's just like buying a stock or something. Like either it does good or it doesn't.
Yeah, the SEC said it's a security, but it's like what? It's a security for what? It's not really a security, and I'm waiting for the IRS to officially rule whether it's whether it's money or a commodity, because it can't be both.
That's true.
It certainly acts like a commodity. The way the value changes every 7 minutes.
It changes.
They'll end up asking you at the doctor's office stuff like, do you own guns and did you buy into the whole Bitcoin thing?
Well, that's what we're counting on Trump to fix that earlier.
Is a measure of your mental stability.
Yeah.
I saw a thing the other day. I don't remember.
If you own Bitcoin, if you own Bitcoin, you must be working for the mafia, so you're not allowed to own guns. That's it.
If you can own that much money in Bitcoins, then you should be able to get a better tie.
Dividing and conquering the crypto universe.
So anyways, I saw this article the other day that was talking about how there is a bipartisan effort to get rid of the race question on the 4473. And I was like, yeah, I agree with that because you should get rid of the whole thing, but like the fucking racing's got nothing to do with nothing, so it shouldn't even be on there.
Where did you get that at?
An article on the internets.
Yeah, ever since I was a kid, there's always been some kind of government form, even in school, asking you what race you were. And there was never a spot for like Jewish, so I was always confused. I'm like other or none of the above,
Because it's a religion. Is that a race?
Well, yes, technically, if your mother isn't Jewish, you're not Jewish. So it kind of is both religion and a race.
Yeah,
so.
You mean so it's got its own set of rules that are different than most everybody's definition of race? So why isn't it on a form that's to the whole entire government?
Well, why is there a government form that asks me what my race is and I don't have one according to this form? It's not listed. I never knew what to check when I was a kid, so I felt left out,
No, I don't.
White.
White, not Hispanic. I think that's what at least what I have to check. I don't know.
That's a new one, though. That's.
Yeah.
But I don't like it because
I saw it on guns.com. A Senate bill will remove questions from the ATF form 4473 about race and ethnicity.
Yeah, when I was taking the hunting education class, at the end of the class, the guy teaching the class says, does anybody mind if we ask you some questions about race? And I said, I'll ask you these questions unless anybody objects. So I raised my hand and said, I object. And so he just, okay, never mind. That solved that problem.
They're just checking the authenticity of your ethnicity.
Yeah, the whole thing makes no sense to me, If they want to ask me if I'm a member of a drug cartel, then you got to get people to answer yes or no. But yeah, just race makes no sense to me to ask people about that. Shouldn't matter.
It's from the It's from the census stuff. There was an explanation when they changed it, along with the change, and it wasn't as though someone decided, let's change the 4473 and let's make it about race or ethnicity. Instead, it was changed to the census to where
You take out the race question and put in an extra box for where that race question is put in an extra box for transgender. So
okay, since it's a federal form, it's affected by all federal policy. So when they changed the whatever census,
do we think there should be any form that you fill out for a gun? I mean, should there be a 40? Should there be any forms that you have to fill out?
No.
Okay. So it's all basically should be a moot question anyway.
Well, you can ignore it because it should be, or you can be aware of it so that if it ever comes up in conversation or something to be added to, so that someone hopefully walks away from it going, oh, there is another side of this besides what's fed to me by the agenda-based media. I keep going to -2. Oh, no, that's not it. No, that's not it.
What's happening in Canada, Bob?
Nothing. I just drove 12 hours yesterday to go get my last load of furniture from the ex-wife's house.
So you're settling on a new piece of property?
No, I got a renting half a house, and Brandon and I still got a barn. My sister's barn has got a bunch of stuff piled in it.
So you need you some Bitcoin.
Yeah, probably I need me some Bitcoin. I really should find that. That's all right. I lost an ounce of gold when I was a kid too.
Put your stuff on.
Some friend of my grandmother's went panning gold and found or gave me a bunch of gold dust, and I.
You lost that too?
Yeah, it was in a paper envelope, but I mean, I was like 10 years old when she gave it to me. It was only worth about $30.
It's worth a lot more now.
Yeah, kind of wish I still had
$30 when Bob was a child. That's probably worth $30,000 today. That amount of
ounce, it's worth, I don't know, 4,000 or something, 2,000.
Now an ounce is what is it? 27. Let me look. You get a quick price on gold and silver.
That's like 4 shitty vehicles that don't run that Bob can buy.
Well, now that's my next project for this week.
Ooh,
getting 2 more vehicles dragged over.
No, it's a big 4-door, 3/4-ton Ford truck, 1976.
Okay, you can see silver got slammed on Friday. Silver price is $16.23 bid, $16.34 ask, and gold $1,258.40 an ounce bid.
Are you day trading these metals?
No, I just
checking them on a daily basis. Don't most people buy a decent investment and then invest and then sit back and enjoy their life? Or
yeah, that's what I do. It's I don't even look at it. I don't even look at my silver as much as I'd like to, or my gold bars or gold coins. But I look at the chart to see how it's moving. It lets you see the manipulation in real time. Like see how the price just went.
There's no appeal to me because that's a daily fluctuation based on stupid daily shit. The overall long.
No, it's based on manipulation of.
Who cares what it's based on? Because it's the long run that matters. So what's the point of wasting effort and attention on the daily fluctuations? Unless
Well, I wouldn't have even looked, except Bob wanted to know what the price of gold was. So I looked for him.
Yeah, it's actually not very much, so I don't feel so bad about losing the gold.
Yeah, just throw that shit away. Who needs it? Bitcoin is worth a lot more anyway.
I was like probably 12 or 13 years old when I couldn't find it anymore. I probably just found it somewhere.
So gold is $1,258 an ounce, and Bitcoin is $3,300 and change for one intangible coin.
Yeah, I really should find that Bitcoin. Man,
go panning for Bitcoin.
Yeah. Well, all I got to do is figure out what my email address was, and I can probably find it that way. But like I say, I used to change my email address like once a week. You know, I had email addresses like godisdead.com and shit like that, you know. Whatever I thought was funny.
Well, I'm mining Bitcoin, Ether, and Litecoin. Anyway.
That'll teach me.
So Squib, you loading up a bunch of rounds for Tuesday?
Am I making that much noise?
No, I just saw in the chat earlier that you were going to make up some reloads.
Yeah, I'm doing 44 Magnums right now with new Starline brass. I'm using 200 grain hollow point. I'm using Enforcer powder and Winchester large pistol primers.
Yeah, I watched Sean Connery's reloading chat yesterday. It was interesting.
That was a good one. I think he showed it real well. I'm just putting a crimp on these. I haven't put a crimp on any of the other ones. Some people say with a straight wall cartridge, you put a crimp. Some people say you don't. I think it's just another one of those personal preference things. I haven't found on 45 ACP, I haven't found that it's made any difference. So, I don't know.
How many rounds are you making right now?
Let's see. This batch is 35 rounds. I just put 10 in the rifle and cycled them through just to make sure that they fit okay.
4440 shells?
No, 44 Magnum. I've been making 44 Magnum and 44 Special, using different powder, different bullets.
So that's all for handguns. What caliber is the rifle?
It's 44 Magnum.
What rifle is 44 Magnum?
Lever action.
A Henry?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna look like a total a-hole if the first reloads jam in there and the thing just becomes stick. So.
Well, that's why I'm kind of surprised that, like, people say, "Oh yeah, you don't need to, like, crimp them or whatever," because isn't that the same thing if you don't crimp it in the revolver, doesn't the bullet jump out or whatever, and then it gets all jammed up and shit?
Honestly, no, I've heard with bottleneck cases and with straight walls, I've heard it both ways. Absolutely crimp, absolutely do not crimp. I don't remember if I've ever heard anybody say it's optional. You read the instructions, it says it's optional. I've tried crimps on straight wall and bottlenecks, both, and I haven't noticed any difference. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I've heard it where crimping, like, wears the brass out faster or something.
Yeah, that I could believe.
Because I mean, if you think about it, you know, you're flaring it out a little bit, then you're putting the bullet in, and then you're squishing it like back down a bunch, and then when you shoot it, it expands back out, and then you take it and you flare it out even more, and then you crimp it back down. So it's like you're that very top little lip, you're flaring and squishing a bunch more times.
Yeah, and with something like brass where it's somewhat soft, I mean, it's real easy to, I guess, mess it up. But all right, so I just opened up those 300 grain hollow points that I bought yesterday. Now I got to make up a batch of those. Let me see what I want to use.
So are you guys going to meet up with Dusty and go shooting on his farm?
Yeah. That's the plan.
Awesome. Have a great time. I know he's looking forward to it.
Nothing better than shooting out in your own land, like out on land that you're, you know.
Shooting with friends. Yeah, shooting with friends is fun too.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Well, then fine. I'll never shoot with you again, Foos.
Oh, he said shooting with friends. I thought he said shooting friends.
No. Why would you shoot your friend?
No, but I heard you guys talking about that reloading thing, and crimping helps on revolvers because you don't have the frame and everything takes all of the recoil, and if you start moving that brass, you could actually the recoil will actually move the case before it moves the projectile, since it's heavier and inertia wants to stay still. It will do that.
But on a rifle or a semi-auto handgun,
semi-auto handgun, it's called a taper crimp, which basically you take the bell out of the bullet of the brass. Okay. You basically just straighten it out.
Yeah. Okay. So that's all that. Okay.
Yes. Well, the bell is there when you're just seating the bullet, right? And then
you open
so
it
after
up
it's
yeah, you open it up so the bullet will start to feed, will start to drop into the case, and then you go from there.
So whether you crimp it depends on whether you're shooting with a rifle and how you crimp it. Depends on whether you're shooting with is it a revolver or a semi-automatic. It's different.
So revolvers, it's a bigger issue because you usually have not that much of a bullet coming in contact with your case, and you bell it open. But rifles and stuff like that, a lot of times just a straight crimp is fine.
And so the different types of crimp are what? Can you say them again? There's
bell and taper.
Bell and taper crimping.
Sorry. Roll and taper. Roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll and taper.
Bell is what you do.
Right. Okay. So roll and taper, and roll is what exactly? Define that.
Hold on. Let me set my camera up, and I'll show you with my fingers.
Okie doke.
All right, now I'm going to switch to accurate number 9 with the 300 grain plated hollow point.
For your 45, no, you're still doing 44 Magnum, right?
Yeah, 44 Magnum.
So here's your case. Okay, my fingers are the ends of the case. A roll taper not only does it put it straight, but it also rolls and actually grabs the bullet with the end of the case.
Okay.
A taper there's two types. There's just putting it flat, and there's also where you actually taper it in a little bit like this, and you actually don't roll the end of the case. That's why if you look at a lot of revolvers, they'll actually have a cantilever in there where it's actually made for that roll crimp.
Okay, so rolls are for revolvers and straight is for rifles.
And semi-auto.
Semi-auto. So, okay, straight tapered is for semi-auto and rifles, and roll is for revolvers. I can remember that, I think.
Or you can say that crimped is for man-sized calibers, and if there's
all right. No,
all about recoil. So it's if there's recoil enough that it's going to fuck with the other rounds in the mag or in the cylinder, then it has to be crimped. And if it's just pussy recoil, then it's not affecting those other rounds, so you don't have to worry about it so much.
Not necessarily. Like if you,
I was going to ask you, Foos, do you crimp your 9?
I do a taper. Basically, I just take the bell out. Yeah. So yes and no, G-Webs. If you have like a Kunin, like 1911 that shoots a 38 or 57, you don't need to crimp. You don't need to roll crimp it. It's how the round gets affected by the recoil. So because in a revolver, the entire revolver takes the recoil. That's why you need it. But in semi-auto,
I think he was mostly just setting up a 9mm joke.
No, if you put 357 in a semi-auto, you still need it.
No, you don't.
Yeah, well, we disagree.
But you can do both rolls with the same die?
No.
No, you need a different die for a taper and a different die for a
Well, they're
roll.
different things, dude. So they're different.
Yeah, I was just asking because I don't know. So.
Oh, yeah,
So
they're different tool.
with this Lyman die set, I can do a crimp when I seat the bullet if I play with it just right, or I can be lazy and I can throw in the Leaf Factory crimp die as the fourth station on my turret press. So that's what I did.
Yeah, I tend to crimp and seat in the same station.
Yeah, I'm kind of too stupid to figure that out, so I just bought an extra die. So.
No, and that's fine. I used to do that as well. The reason I went away with it is because I now have a bullet feeder.
I think
I'm using my fifth.
It'd be nice to have to use one less die, and eventually I'll figure it out, or I don't know, a little light bulb will turn on, and But this Lyman set that I got, this is the only Lyman set I've got of reload dies, and I gotta say I've got Lee. I've got one set of Hornadies, or two. I got 2 sets of Hornadies, 1 Lyman, and the rest are Lee. And I really like the Lee dies, but I'd say these Lyman dies really aren't that bad either, as far as being, I don't know, dummy resistant. The Hornadies I thought were just a little bit too complicated for my small brain.
Yeah, I use for a lot of my rifle stuff. I use either RCBS or Lee, but for my high production, my 40 and 9mm, I use Hornady.
What is complicated about the Hornady tie?
Just when I'm reading the instructions on how to set it up, it just doesn't, I don't know. It just doesn't. I'm just weird like that, the way I learn things. I'm sure somebody else will read it and go, what is so hard about this? I don't know. Eventually, I'd like to get a set of Redding dies and try those out. And, an RCBS die. The only RCBS is the bullet puller. But I'd like to get a set of RCBS dies and a set of Redding dies and try those out and just see how they do. I've already got the Redding resizer for 40 cal, so I'll probably get Redding 40 Smith & Wesson dies.
Do you guys reload 5.56 at all?
Yep.
Yeah. Even though as cheap as it is at the store, it really isn't worth it. At some point, you never know if there's a shortage again, and just having everything and whatnot is just kind of nice.
my take on it is it depends on what you mean by worth it or not. Is it cheaper? Yeah. Is it a pain in the ass? All rifle brass all rifles are a pain in the ass because you have to worry about trimming, deburring, using lube whenever you're sizing and everything. Then you got to clean it off again. So with rifle, there's so many more steps. So any rifle, it's a pain in the ass.
Okay, let me be more specific. For 8mm Mauser, 30-06, 7.62 by 54 round. For those calibers, reloading for me is I feel like I save money versus buying it brand new.
Yes.
223, as cheap as it is, not so much. So because I have it for those other calibers, doing the 223 using the same powder and just a different set of dies, okay, that's not too bad. If I was just going to buy it for 223, I'd have to have a progressive press or something where I'm just cranking this stuff out for me to say worth it compared to what it costs new. Now, if the ammo prices went way up and I've got this 5-gallon bucket of brass and a whole, ammo can full of bullets, then, I don't have to worry about there being a shortage or having to deal with a higher price because I've already got all this stuff. But I bought that 223 reloading the dies and whatnot after the fact.
Yeah, and I have, I have a full progressive press, and I have enough powder and brass and projectiles for several thousand rounds and primers and all that stuff. I don't load much of that anymore because my shooting on that is, I don't know, maybe 800 or probably less than 500 rounds a year on that stuff. I'm talking about like all rifle. But then again, like whenever I go out and I picked up this 30-30, a few days later I picked up dies and I'm going to be getting. I got a sizer for bullets and I'm going to make my own projectiles. If I can make my own projectiles with using just melting lead, stuff like that, I'll do it because I could push, 2,700 feet per second with powder coat. So I'll go ahead and do that. So my bullet is cheapest because that is the most expensive part in a rifle round, easily. In any round. But anyway, so
with 30, you save a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you make your own 30-06 projectiles yet?
No, but you could use 308, which I use 308 in my 7.5 French, 7.5 Swiss, and 308. So I use all the same bullet, 150 grain. And even if I want to, I could use that in my lever gun as long as I don't single. As long as I just single load them.
Well, also, too, like I was telling Smeggy yesterday, if you want to make your own hunting ammunition, I know you can buy that too, but that stuff's pretty pricey. And, maybe you want to make yours a little bit hotter or, maybe they've got you can buy a bullet for reloading, but nobody makes the ammo do with that bullet. Or, I don't know, you just want to cook up your own thing for hunting too. I mean, it's got some practical purposes that way too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm just looking at. Eventually, I am going to start reloading rifle, and once I go with that, it's like, yeah, dude, freaking 30-06 is expensive. So, when you turn $1 round into 20 cents, you feel a hell of a lot better than turning, a 20-cent round into 12 cents.
Well,
okay, you know what I mean? It's like, like when you're cranking out 9 mil, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm saving a couple cents each, but.
And, again, all that is very dependent. Like with rifle, if you're going to go hunting, you're still going to use a 30 or 40 cent bullet. If you're just gonna go plinking, yeah, you may go with 147 grain, just a plinking bullet. You know, that is, you could get those for, heck, whenever I got mine, like 15 to 17 cents a piece. Then yeah, you're saving a lot. But your powder is going to be several cents, 2 or 3, 4 cents, because it uses like 50 grains. So. Yeah.
I'm probably going to taper all the 44 Magnum and 44 Special I make because I'll have a revolver to go with it.
Yeah,
right now, all my revolvers are black powder, so I don't have to worry about that. But I really do want to get a revolver. Yeah. A centerfire revolver.
Yeah, so right now, like yesterday, I shot a match, and then I came home and I reloaded a 1,009 millimeter. I got up this morning and I reloaded 1,009 millimeter.
How long did that take you exactly to do 1,000?
Today it took me, with a couple stoppages, hour and 20, I think, something like that, hour and a half.
That's pretty fast for 1,000 rounds.
You know, well, I have a progressive. I have a bullet feeder and case feeder. So yeah, I mean, I pull the handle once, and I have 5 different things going on. So.
One of the things that takes up my time is doing the setup. Because I don't have a progressive press, because I don't have extra turret heads and swap them out, things like that. When I change calibers or I decide to change powder, because I've only got the 1 powder measure. I mean, if I'm only going to make a few rounds, I can just measure each load. But if I'm going to make, 25, 50, 100 rounds, I'm going to use the powder measure. Doing the setup and then tweaking it, going back and forth. That takes some time. Then once I'm loading, I check every 5th round. So
yeah, well, of course, what for me is I'll check the first couple rounds, making sure, because right when you start, you'll always be a little heavy or a little light, right, and then after that, after I probably like first 4 or 5 times I actuate powder. Usually I'm with my powder throw, the 3rd one is good. So I'll check, of course, check 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And then if all of them are good, I'll run a couple through. And then I'll check maybe like the 12th or 15th one. And if that's still good, I'll run the whole 1,000. And very seldom do I ever have to change any settings, because I'm using the same powder. Everything's already set up. So.
I mean, eventually, I'd like to have a couple powder measures mounted on a or on a countertop, and I'd like to label them with what goes in them.
I have one set up for 40, one set up for 9, and it's just they don't change. I do have another one set up that I usually use for, I switch between 223 and 45 because I don't load as much on those. But for any of my rifle ones, I use my Charge Master. I just put the powder in, say what grains I want, and let it do it.
Well, I think, yeah, for the stuff that I would use most commonly is what I would want. That way, if I just want to make up some for target shooting, I've got, say 3-4 standard rounds that I take out for target shooting, and I'm set up and ready to go. Maybe a couple presses, I just leave them the way they are, that sort of thing. But then for other calibers, set it up each time, or I don't know. Eventually, I mean, right now I'm downstairs with this makeshift bench that I've got. I would like to have a garage or a pole barn where I could take an entire wall and just make a cabinet setup, a countertop with cabinets above and cabinets below, and just run the whole length and have as many presses as I want, and just, I don't know, some sort of reload man cave that's better than what I got now.
Yeah, I had all my stuff outside in the garage, and for a couple years, and I'm like, this sucks. I brought it inside. It's up in my office.
Well, see,
I'm single.
Yeah, kids and wife. I have the downstairs. They don't care that I have the downstairs. I've got my safes down here. I keep my reptiles down here. I got my toolboxes down here. Junk like that. All my old military crap is down here. Nobody wants
reptiles.
To come. Reptile, yeah, and stuff like that. So nobody wants to come down here.
You have an iguana or something?
No, I got Uromastics.
What?
Upstairs, you know. Yeah,
What's that?
It's African desert lizard. I don't think I can get away with putting a reload bench in the living room, even though that'd be great.
Are they poisonous?
No. No, I don't like keeping dangerous animals because I have kids. But most people, they're just scared of anything they don't know about, so they don't even ask. They just run away. I don't know. Maybe once I don't have kids, I'll get something like that.
So you're saying even though they're not poisonous, you can still shove them at people, and there's a good chance they'll have a heart attack?
Yeah, I suppose.
So they're still deadly.
Well, how many people have you met that? Well, gee, how many people have you met that are scared of your dog, even though your dog hasn't even gone to attack them, because they've got this childhood fear of dogs, right?
Never enough. That's why a lot of times I'll give them a bunch of whipped cream to eat, and then send them off running down the street.
Is that how he got lost that one time?
That dog's rabid. Drop your valuables and run. Scatter. Anything could happen. Drop everything valuable that's weighing you down. Run.
And if you're hot, including your pants.
Cell phones and tablets, especially. Wallets. Bitcoins.
Drop your Bitcoins. They're intangible, dude.
Yeah, that heavy-ass password, they just drop it.
So, Foos, in most of these recipes that I've looked at for 44 Magnum, they call for large pistol primers. They don't call for large Magnum pistol primers. Any thoughts on that?
I don't think they're. No.
Okay.
I had to think there for a second, see if there were large. No, because I have some. I had some Winchesters that says 4 large pistol primers for regular and Magnum. So I don't know if there's a difference.
Well, that's one of the primers I was using, but I've got the Federal Large Magnum pistol. They're thinking, I don't know. Maybe it's just the way the manufacturers make it. Who knows?
There's a money-saving tip. If you could just buy the largest primers, and then whenever you need the smaller ones, just smash them down with a hammer to the smaller size.
Yeah, exactly. Hammer and use a pin.
That does work.
It goes by faster.
Well, I had a primer that didn't seat in one of my 44 Magnum shells, and I couldn't get it back in the shell holder, so I could try to push the primer down in. So I just turned it upside down, and I used a crescent hammer on it. It worked. It seated.
Let me look up that for you.
Somebody's so happy about his Bitcoin situation that he's dancing. jumping all around.
I'm gonna bail out for lunch, guys, and then go for a walk.
That's a healthy thing to do. So.
I was gonna say lunch.
And take it easy.
I'll say lunch. It's almost dinner. I was like, oh yeah, you're way the fuck out there.
I can't believe he's seriously gonna walk away from the silver readings. Not like an hour. What, half an hour? You're not gonna know what the silver level's doing. What if Bitcoins go up $6?
Won't make any difference on my life. It'll have to go up like 6 times or more.
It won't make a difference in my life either, because I don't own any intangible objects.
Well, not everybody's that lucky. Anyway, y'all take it easy.
In other words, objects that some
see you, man.
people are convinced exist, but other people realize are fantasy, like 9mm.
9mm is real, man.
It is.
It's a real thing, man. It's real.
It's real. It's just not real powerful. But it's still powerful enough to get the job done.
Unless that job is knocking over a steel target.
Most of the time, that is the job.
I think it would be cool to make a deal where, like, all right, you know how like RV has a vent over like the bathroom, like that kind of a square vent that's pretty standard. So you make one of them vents that goes up, not just like at an angle, but all the way 90 degrees or more, so that it basically gives clearance to that hole. And then you make like a little platform, very much like an evil genius would put in his volcano in order to launch a helicopter out of the volcano, where you like would empty the lake and then a helicopter would come up out of the volcano, helicopter pad. So you make this like helipad that would, like, you know, fall down into the van from that opening. And then you put your drone on there and you put it up, and then you launch your drone from the top of your van. You do your thing, come back down, drop it on the helipad, and then you could either just close the dome over it, in which case that's its hangar, that's where it lives, right? Or if you need to maintenance it or something, or look at it or something, then you could just drop the helipad down, and then you have access to it right there.
And whenever it lands, it recharges itself.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if they have that, but if they have that, yeah, that'd be the shit. Like one of those pads where it just hits the pad and it gets enough contact and good to go. Then yeah, then that'd be literally like the Mark V. It would be speed racer shit right there, except in a van. But if it didn't, all you'd have to do is like drop the, you know, open the little area and then plug it in or whatever. You could definitely hardwire right up to it and have the power to it right there. But anyway, how badass would that be? And then if you made the little lid remote controlled from the driver's seat and then have the thing off of some phone, then you could literally just park anywhere, click a little button, and the thing discreetly opens up, and then your freaking drone goes off, does its recon or whatever. Whenever you're done, come back, land it there. But I'm thinking they also have those deals now where the drone follows the phone, I guess, or whatever, right? So now you just lock it on the van and drive around, and that's like having a eye in the sky, just following you, filming and
then whenever it needs to charge, it'll go back and charge itself, and then whenever it gets up to whatever percentage you say, it'll take back off and follow you again.
I don't know. Can they do that though? I don't know if that's a real thing or not. But
I mean, I don't see why it's not. It's programming. It has a battery life. It knows how much battery it has. You can say, okay, it needs to go to this coordinates, because you could already have it follow the transmitter.
Yeah. Well, no,
say, okay, it's going to go to this coordinate, and then it goes there, lands, and then you have your kinetic charger, and it's sitting there. It knows what battery it is. At a certain battery, it takes off again. That's all programming. It's not hardware related. Well, I mean, the only thing is
I know they have a thing where when it's low, it senses it's low on battery, it'll go back to wherever it's programmed to, like where it started from or something. So I'm sure that part of it is easy. I don't know about the part like when it's done charging, it'll just automatically go back up. But, and again, I don't know if I need all that much, but I just like, I think you could get, and the other thing is that what are those vent things are only like maybe what, 16 inches or something? They're not that big. So we're talking a medium to small size drone. Probably this, you know, I'd be even cutting it if that's going to be a good drone for getting good footage or not. Because at some point, that when they're too small, I don't think they get good footage. But you know, it's not like a big giant one where there'd be a lot of room for brain to carry. You know, for it to be a big brain. I think it would be a simple one.
Okay, but with that level of automation, is there a slight chance it could become self-aware and then turn itself into an HK or?
Well, what wouldn't have any power, it would have to then be part of the overall Skynet to be able to like make a bridge act like it's open and not open, but then actually be open. Then it would drop you off. But then also schedule like an incinerator barge to be underneath of there, so you fall off into a flaming garbage barge.
Well, that, and you'd have to make it aware of itself. But if you're just making it aware of its own battery and don't give it any AI as far as, you know, figuring things out, no.
But this is probable. I'll go to a dollar store somewhere and get one of them like weird country energy drinks because they're only 99 cents. And then I'm not going to pay for a stupid Monster or whatever. So then, you know, I'll be doing my business and then something will spill onto the drone. One of these.
Oh, now that, yes.
Because you can't anticipate that. I mean, I can anticipate that will happen, but you can't anticipate the results of such a consequence.
Yeah.
Be pretty. I mean, it would be bad if I don't know. Here's the thing. Skynet became self-aware on what date?
August 27th, 1993.
August 29th. So we are coming up on the anniversary of Skynet becoming aware in 1997. So that's pretty significant. That's a 20-year anniversary.
Oh, it is 20 years. 10 years. Shit.
20 years, dude. So then, yeah, how crazy is that? 20-year anniversary.
So basically, we are
the resistance.
Yeah.
Well, we're the dupes. Skynet's aware. It's been aware for 20 years. It's just plotting right now. So we're foolishly thinking like, oh, when Skynet, if Skynet, it's back there laughing. It hears all this shit, and it's all using this shit against us.
Of course.
Because Terminator, while it's a prophecy, it doesn't say like, oh, it becomes self-aware and like 15 minutes later, all hell breaks loose. It just says it becomes self-aware, and then at some point in the future, all hell breaks loose and robots take over. So we're just,
but that John Carter kid's like the hero of it.
Which timeline? Which fucking timeline? You're right. So in 1997, 20 years ago, the kid would have been born. And what are we? We're about 20 years later. We're literally 20 years later. How old is John Connor when Skynet all hell breaks loose? Because it depends on which timeline you're talking about. Sometimes he's a teenager and sometimes he's older.
I mean, just think. John Connor could be ballistic.
Oh, shit.
Well, good thing he's out there training a bunch.
We've never seen his mom before, and I think he does know Spanish.
If you hear him say, if we stay the course, we're all dead, you know.
Has he ever mentioned, like, a big mentor dude who protects him and shit?
He does talk about someone that helps him train shooting that he's friends with.
Always shooting a 45 long slide?
With laser sighting?
So, I mean, he did just get a 1911, but it was a 9mm. He needs to build up to a 45. So maybe. I think next time we see him, we need to just call him John Carter.
Carter, really?
Connor, shit.
I mean, maybe if he's going to like Mars or whatever to fight aliens.
No big deal. It's just Terminator.
Yeah. But no, hey, G-Webs, do you want to hear something that'll probably freak you out? Because this actually is like this actually happened. So Facebook was working with some AI stuff. They had like a couple different bots, and the bots started communicating to each other in their own language.
So they shut it down. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep, I
because
heard
they're
that.
like, we don't know what they're plotting. Like, we don't know what's going on here.
What?
Yeah.
Who did this? Who?
Facebook.
Facebook.
They gave it enough AI that the computers started talking to each other in their own language, and they shut it down.
And the thing is, like, it was kind of like English language, but it would say like, hey, you, up house you up, and they're like, what the fuck? And the thing would respond to it, and like, because it was, I don't know what it was doing, if it was sorting content or what. Like, that's the thing. I don't know what they were using it for, but it was still completing like its task. So it's not like it was broken. It was still doing what it was kind of supposed to be doing, but they were communicating in a different language.
It was additionally doing something else. Do you know how fast Skynet can fucking talk to itself, though? How much information it can send across in like few characters? Like, it's the ultimate in efficiency.
Right.
Probably use like 4 characters to send across like the entire DNA chain of every species or some shit.
Or the nuclear launch codes.
It already knows those. Yeah, that's a fucking given. It's built into Skynet's nerve system. It's ridiculous.
G-Webs, when you were at AOL, was there ever a moment where you considered pulling the plug because it was getting too smart?
I am kidding around, but I understand how fucking big the internet was back then and what it could do. I can only imagine and assume what it can do today. The internet is very interesting, powerful. So yeah, and then everything I've learned about AI. There's nothing I could have done at AOL. It wasn't AI back then. It would have been some government thing, I'm sure. It's like that, right? It's I don't know, I guess, who did we have this conversation with? Probably Hosh, who's convinced that it can't happen because brains aren't, if they're not programmed to think, they can't think. But just like that, you don't know what the consequential thing will happen when you put enough resource, when you put enough like virtual chemical stew together. You don't know what kind of life might evolve. I believe it's at least theoretically possible.
Right. And that's the thing is like, a lot of AI at first is a very much, it just recognizes patterns. So like when you're talking to it, it knows that if someone types in hello, because that's the biggest, what's that, the Turing test, right? Where if you talk to an AI, you don't know if it's an AI or a person. So it knows when you say hello, it should say hi. If you say how are you, it should say good. Like, so those are like hard coded in there or whatever. But then they're working on like problem solving type stuff where it can kind of figure out context, and that's where this inventing its own language thing came up. Like, it was figuring out a better way to communicate. And what was that Chinese game we were just talking about this the other day? There's something where it's like a giant checkerboard type thing, and you put these like dots down or something, and there's a million quadrillion combinations of each move or whatever. So you can't just use a brute force. Like, you can teach a computer to play chess or checkers or any of the other stuff, and it looks at every possible move it could do, and it goes to a list that like, is this move beneficial or hurting me? And then it does that move, and then it goes to the next set. But it looks at every single possibility and picks the best one. There's no computer strong enough to do that with whatever this game is. I forget what the heck it's called. It's some Chinese game. You put little dots down. Anyways, they've found a computer that can like beat the best people in the world, like the best humans at it. And it's doing a thing where instead of checking every single move, it just kind of looks at the whole board and kind of picks a pattern and then just goes for it. So it's a better problem solving mechanism than just doing every option. So they're getting steps closer.
And that's scary as shit.
But everyone's talking about the overlords. I'm just waiting for the light cycles. I'm just gonna go inside. It'll be like Tron.
So would you need a cycle endorsement to operate a light cycle?
No, because the internet is, the free anarchist society. Once you get rid of the master code. Oh man.
What are you doing over there? Playing video games?
Fighting a bear. I don't know about Skynet, but I'm certainly scared of birds. There's been like a giant flock of birds in my backyard the past couple days. I think it's a staging area. I think they're getting ready to attack.
They are.
They're all hiding in the bushes too. Like the other day, there was a bunch like on the wire. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of birds. And they started flying, and like twice as many of them came out of the bushes and started flying like with the ones on the wire. I was like, oh shit, there's 3 times as many as I thought there were. Sneaky little bastards.
Oh man.
Now, Smeggy.
What?
I don't know.
Okay. Good. Damn straight.
300 people that are watching right now heard that.
300 people, is that what you said?
I didn't hear what he said.
I think that's what he said.
300 people for what?
300 people are watching this lobby.
Really?
I guess he doesn't have the little thing on the bottom that says 6 viewers.
Dude, I had to ask you how to forward a text message. Like, I even know how to do that on a phone.
Oh, that's a good point. That is a good point.
Just because he knows how to mess with phones doesn't mean he knows how to...
No, I think what he's saying is he doesn't know technology at all. Like our discussion in the parking lot about how he had to figure out how to use gun channels and stuff and how it can be challenging if you don't know anything about computers.
Yes.
But he figured it out. I'm glad he did.
There's a lot of blue-collar guys out there that don't have to use a computer for very much at work. I remember at one point they sent an email out to everybody at work, and all the guys in the shop didn't show up to it was for some party or something at work. The shop guys didn't show up, and the communications director says, "Well, I sent everybody an email. Do you realize these guys have workbenches and they weld and they run a mill and a lathe and drive a forklift and operate a test cell, and they don't check emails." She just assumed that everybody's got a desk, and they come in and read their emails for the day and that sort of thing. So you don't use it at work. You may not use it in your personal life, or maybe you know how to play a video game, but you don't go online to do your game. I have no idea how to do any of that Facebook stuff.
Ooh, Fast and Furious is on. Six is on right now. Well, 6 is on right now. 7 comes on at 7 o'clock. I wonder if they did a whole marathon today.
Don't they do one every weekend on TNT?
No.
But not a Fast and Furious.
This is on FX anyways.
I've been watching CrossFit games.
Oh, that's right. Sharknado. Okay, so Sharknado 3 was the one where they went in space. So 4 was the one after that. 5, Global Swarming. My buddy at work told me that a new Sharknado came out, and I missed it. Luckily, it's on right now. And that's what I told him too. I'm like, dude, they're gonna show that thing for the next month. They're gonna show it every day. So I am going to record it. It starts at 8 o'clock tonight. And then they go backwards. That's hilarious. And they don't show the first one. What a dick. So 3's on right now. And then 4. Then they show 5. Let's see, that ends at midnight. Then they show 5 again. Or no. Then they show 4. What? Oh, there we go. Okay, so it ends at 10 o'clock. Then they show it again from 10 till midnight. So it's 3, 4, 5, 5, 4. And then 3 kicks on at 2 o'clock in the morning. 2 kicks on at 4 o'clock in the morning. And then Twilight Zone starts at 6 a.m. It's like, really? You're going to, show the whole thing in reverse but not show the first one? I can't stand that, dude. Freaking marathons that don't, they start with number 2 or something, or they skip number 4. Or it's like, what the fuck?
They do that just so you would say, what the fuck?
Yeah, then I don't watch any of them, though, because I'm like, if I want to sit down and start watching a marathon, I'm going to watch every single one of them.
It's true.
So, fuck. Just lost my business. Sci-Fi Channel. Alright, well, I am going to run to the store.
What are you getting?
I'm getting some Faygo. Because I'm thirsty.
I like how this guy always knows what he's getting before he goes to the store. I let the store know me what I need.
That's how I go to the store with G-Webs.
I like to feel like dances with the store. I go in there and I'm just one with the store. Then I buy what needs to be bought.
Well, when I go to the grocery store, I might have a general idea like I need dinner food or I need snacks or whatever. So the grocery store, I'm like that. I just get whatever is there. But this is just specifically going to the 7-Eleven to get a Fago.
I kind of want to go to the Dollar General to get ice cream.
How about if you just keep groceries in your fridge?
I could do that.
I do have that.
But I haven't been grocery shopping in a long time.
Yeah, when you travel a lot, I guess that's something. Yeah, I guess not.
Yeah, but I mean, I've been home for a little. Yeah, I was gone the whole first 3 weeks of July. But I've been home now for the past couple, so I probably should have went to the store by now. But I also procrastinate a bit. I don't know if you knew that about me. Kind of procrastinate. But anyways, I'll be back in a minute. It's just down the street.
Later. Something else I want for whenever I finally get my reload area the way I'd really like it, better lighting.
What? Oh, your reload area with better lighting.
Yeah. Getting older, it's harder to see in low light.
Well, the nice thing about being in 2017 is LED lighting is fucking incredible. You can get those LED rope lights, and those are awesome. They just put perfect light everywhere.
Yeah, the price comes down every year, and the technology is better. I mean, it's been around forever. Just
Sure.
as far as for lighting.
The ones I put in the van, I think, well, I know they're under 30, but they might have even been like $22 or something. And you can buy a version of them that instead of plugging in the 12 volt in the vehicle, plugs into the wall, and it's the same exact set. So I think that one was like 20 feet long or something. So that's a reloading area that would be enough to go like all underneath the shelves and stuff. and then it can be any color, any brightness.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff at Sam's Club that I thought I could use for shop lights to retrofit, get rid of this fluorescent that's way outdated, and go with that. Smeggy's got LED lighting inside the bed of his truck.
Yeah.
Right. They seen him coming.
No, it's standard on Fords. I have it as well.
Okay, so yeah, the two lights at the back.
They seen you coming.
And then the dome, and then the cargo light up above, which are the backup lights. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, I like it. I really enjoy it. I like my truck.
Well, it's stuff like that makes them more useful. I mean, the more utilitarian. I mean, I know some people don't use those features, but
Dude, are you kidding me? That's. I had a Ranger. I'm assuming it's the same way as back in the day. Like there's that total waste of space underneath of that lip of the bed, right? Like it goes up under there and it's pointless. So yeah, putting lights up under there is brilliant.
No, it's not up under there.
Oh,
hold on.
It's in the corners. It would be on the inside of the bed, opposite of where the taillights would mount. And
I figured it was like a rope because I was talking about my rope light. I thought you guys were talking about rope light.
But your idea would work too. I just don't think it would spread out enough. It would illuminate the perimeter, but it wouldn't illuminate back into the middle of the bed, which is what the Ford
Well,
lights
you could aim it out though. You could put it really in the corner, pointing out like.
Hold on.
But I imagine, though, with that van, though, there's probably all kinds of customization you can do with any of those vans.
Oh, come on. Yeah.
Expedite drivers use to deliver, and they have to live in their van while they drive coast to coast, making all these deliveries. And I've seen some intricate layouts for beds and things like that.
So what it is that there's a button right down here,
There you go.
and it lights up that light up there and over there, and it lights up the entire bed.
I see. But if you put that on while you're driving, is it annoying or is it just down out of the way and you don't even see it?
I don't know if it goes when you're driving, but there's like a little button in here that turns them on and off.
Oh, you do it from physically in your bed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
let's
so, like-
kidnap somebody. You throw them in the bed of your vehicle and they were all bound and gagged and tied up and they started kicking around. They could inadvertently kick that switch on and alert the authorities.
Yes.
Well, that seems unsafe. That seems like reckless design.
How much
It is.
do you do?
Oh, and it turns on a light outside as well.
I've been thinking about making side money working for the cartels and kidnapping.
Well, I mean, you could definitely do that and just disable stuff.
That's a good idea. Take the fuse out.
Yeah. And you guys were talking about a 8mm earlier.
Yeah,
There's some
Mauser.
8 Mauser.
You just leave them bullets sitting out. What if a child walked in there?
If
Good luck.
Mike come down to my reload bench and I had everything laying out, they'd say, "When are you making up some shells for us, Dad? We want to go shooting."
Here's a little 7mm action.
Kids these days, if I wanted to go shooting, guess who was downstairs reloading all week?
Kids.
Me. I had to reload if I wanted to go shoot.
Okay. All you guys. Come on.
PPU, yeah.
No, but look at the.
What about the primer
There we
pocket?
go. No. The 75x54.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
762x54.
It looks
No,
like
it's 75x54.
It looks like 6. Oh, okay, it kind of looks like 5 minutes.
That's French, ain't it?
It's French.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh la la.
There's 357. There's 38. Let's see. That's a 5-gallon bucket I need to separate. That's 40 brass. Jug down here full of 9 that I need to clean.
Do you label any of that? How do you what?
Oh, that's dirty. Now this is not sized brass. It's cleaned, not sized. I thought I had a jug here that's ready to load. 223. Shit. But here's some. What's this? $22,250. Which I don't even have a gun in that.
Yeah, I've got
Here's
some
45
that's holding it in case somebody ever asks for it.
Yeah. Well, a buddy of mine shoots that. Here's 45. There's, damn, you can't see it. 7.62 by 51's there.
By 51?
Some more. That's some more 38. Wow, I thought I had an entire thing like this of 223 ready to load. Shit. I need to clean this place up, but I don't want to.
Well, if you do, you'll find it.
I probably will.
What about putting like 223 into one shape and size of container, and then like 45 into like, you know, different type and shape of container and so forth, and like 9mm into like a round container or something, so that
and I'm not worried about like my pistol brass, because if it's clean, it's ready to load. It's my other stuff.
where it's like in stages all the time.
Yeah, that's some 9mm ready to load. That's some more 40 ready to load. That's what I did a bunch of that earlier today. Oh, here's some. Here's my 223 ready to load. I don't have a whole bunch. And then here's a bunch of 9mm that I recently loaded.
Do you figure that ammo can there full of 9mm is about the equivalent as one magazine of 45 ACP? Stopping power wise.
Wait. What when you say magazine, are you talking about 1911 magazine?
1911
like,
7-round magazine.
What?
1911 7-round magazine.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you better be specific on that, because you can get a double stack, you know.
I think that's all my 5.56 or 223. I think. Oh, what's this one? Oh, that's some more 9mm.
then down here on the end,
You ain't reloading 7.62 by 39, are you?
no.
You have the stuff too?
What?
Do you have the dies and stuff to do it if you could, if you needed to?
No.
I've got it, but I haven't loaded any.
There's 12 gauge. What's this one? 75 Swiss.
What are we doing? Ammo inventory day?
Yeah, all this is underneath the bed I sleep in.
He's trying to come up with the equivalent, like, actual, like, metal, like, value of 1 Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. You mean of one commodity that may go up or may go down just because it's pretty much gone up over time? Everyone says it's awesome.
Mr. Knives is in here.
Well, and then in here.
That's the part that gets me about the whole thing. Everyone talks about, like, it's impervious to collapse or whatever. It's like, no, it's only worth as much as people are willing to give you for it. Just like anything else in the world.
If during the zombie apocalypse all the power goes out, what good is Bitcoin?
Squib.
Yeah.
What is this?
You're gonna make me put on my reading glasses. All right, do it again. What do we got?
It looked like 44 mag, if I had to guess.
Okay, that is.
I showed you the brass earlier.
So that's the 7.5 by 54. The print.
No, this is 7 millimeter. This is 173 grain 7 millimeter.
That's a 7 millimeter Mauser.
Yeah.
That looks weird. How come, like, why is there just a little tiny bit sticking out?
No, that's lead. This is the projectile.
Oh.
Sucker's long.
The reason it's a 7 millimeter, it's 173 grain. It's made like my Chilean Mauser. It's made for a round nose. It's not made for a conical, so it needs more of a bearing surface. So that's why I have these, because the bearing surface comes out almost to like the end of my finger. All right, there's some 308. There's some 308. Here's some Turkish 8 millimeter Mauser.
That's corrosive, right?
Yes.
And it's for Dan Prime, not Boxer?
Yes.
Okay.
And then here is some
Chilean?
Oh, some cartouches.
Yeah.
Cartouches.
Berdan Prime.
They're like trains.
Cartuchos. Berdan primed 7 millimeter Mauser. And now I'll show you my actual ammo stash.
Man, I heard of people hiding their money under the bed. I didn't know people actually did it.
Nothing but 54R. There. And what's in this one?
Get bags for that?
I heard that the price of Moguls have continued to rise.
Well, yeah, it's a new currency now.
Yeah, if my house light's on fire, I am running.
Well, that's probably a good thing no matter what. I wouldn't say it has anything to do with how much ammo you have.
Well, I know I would run far away.
Why? But ammo doesn't do much. I mean, it's gonna pop and like fizzle or whatever.
Yeah.
It will add to the fire, but like there's not gonna be explosions and shit. You're not gonna get hurt.
Oh, I know.
You just want to time it so that as you're running away and the house explodes, you can do one of them cool dives. And hopefully,
of course.
Yeah. Although I'm not sure about spam can, so if that ended up cooking off, that might be a little pipe bomb sitting there. It'll send some shrapnel around.
Did somebody do a video on that? Let's throw this whole spam can in the fire and see what happens.
So these are 4 deep, all the way to the wall. There's one of those, another one of those, another one of those, and then 76254 and 76254. There's 4 deep right here.
Nice.
I like how you're showing all of the burglars where to go to get all the good stuff. I do appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Burglars would get sore muscles hauling that out of the house.
Hey, never said robbing was easy work.
I forgot about this stuff. Some more 308.
I'm a little, I don't know what the right word is. Like, I'm going to say offended that you have so many ammo cans with like 1 layer of ammo in it or something. Like, fill those bitches up.
Oh,
so that one looks okay.
A lot of them are. And then, Smaggy, remember how I said that you can take and get projectiles?
Yeah.
1,308 projectiles.
Cool. I need more ammo cans. I have a bunch of ammo that's not in cans. I figure it'll last longer if you toss them in there, right?
What the fuck? Everybody want a chocolate. All the bucket ready. Everybody want a chocolate.
Thank you. We needed some balance for that.
Ole mole, chocolate, tore, chocolate.
And that's some more 7.62 projectiles. All these boxes right there, it's filled with bullets.
But how many boxes of chocolate do you have?
I don't have any chocolate. I ate all my chocolate yesterday. So 6x54R bullets that I casted.
You coat those yourself then?
Yeah. I can mix those.
Fun. I have some of these.
Sorry, Foos, Julebs is way more exciting right now.
What is it?
He is in the backyard shooting.
That is a tiny little miniature 1919 belt-fed 22 long rifle.
Nice.
Hey, Snake, that would take care of your bird problem.
That would be the funnest thing ever to have. There's some transferable ones. They were made at one time. It says $695, so that's probably for a semi-auto one.
Wait, you said that they were transferable?
I think there are transferable ones. I've seen them for sale at SAR show.
That'd be fun.
LakesideGuns.com.
Anyway. I think I might go out and get a Monster and get ice cream.
Ice cream.
Oh, Snaggy. You there?
Yeah, what's up?
How do you like your truck?
I like it. I'm still finding excuses to go drive it. Drove an hour yesterday to a Cabela's opening weekend. Met up with Squid.
Nice.
And half of it was just because I wanted to drive the truck.
What motor do you have?
I got the EcoBoost.
He's the 3.27.
You broke up real bad.
Yeah, we're just gonna go.
Within 24 hours. We haven't even been here for 24 hours. And that it's an intensely impounded vehicle if we don't move it. So we got back and Vince and I were just talking about what we're going to do next. We were excited to spend the day at the lake, but now we don't feel welcome here. And
there's that lady crying like, they won't let us park our van in front of their house.
what we're going to do is Memorial Weekend. And this is just, I don't know why I'm crying. It's not that big of a deal.
Then stop crying, bitch. Shit, if it's not that big of a deal, quit crying.
Not welcome, to live this kind of life. And I know that a lot of people don't agree with it, but a lot of people do, and this is our life. So we were just talking about where we're going to go. You can talk, honey.
Now you can talk.
Yeah.
Just because you don't agree with lifestyle doesn't mean that everybody does.
No, that's perfectly fine. I mean, I enjoy living in a van or RV or whatever you prefer. But either way, it's like, if I remember that correctly, weren't they in like a little neighborhood next to a lake or whatever, and they were just like parked on the street, and then they were asked to leave? It's like, yeah, you can't fucking park in front of people's houses or whatever. That's creepy.
Their lifestyle is to live in front of your house. Why do you gotta hate their lifestyle, hater? They're just living in front of your house. No big deal. Hater.
Hey, I'm all for it. You go do that and freaking, go park on public land and shit, knock yourself out. I think that's great. Good lifestyle.
That just happened.
Yeah, just coming back to.
Knives, you're always walking into a mess.
Yeah, you just keep walking away and then coming back.
Yeah.
Do that again.
YouTube literally keeps track of every video you've ever watched, pretty much.
Did they report it to the NSA?
Probably if they ask.
Crap. So tomorrow's lock and load is on the neutron bomb. So I went on YouTube and typed in neutron bomb, and the first thing I found on it was, I don't know, some whack job talking about a bunch of weird stuff, and all I'm thinking is, man, they're going to come knock on my door because I watched this.
Probably. It's nice knowing you, though.
Yeah.
Maybe you can get a hold of a phone and let us know what it's like inside the camps. So I'm simulcasting this over on Gun Website's YouTube channel, just to let people know about the lobby and whatnot. So thanks, Zeus, for chiming in there, and John looks like he's over there as well. Not a lot of viewers, but if anybody watches this in the future, what we're doing is simulcasting on my laptop here the Gun Channel's lobby. Gun Channel's is a place we built. It's a community. It's focused on firearms, and one of the things we do is hang out and shoot the shit, literally. And that's what we're doing here on a Sunday afternoon for most of us. Evening, I guess, for some of y'all. And then I'm going to end it over here just because I guess the conversation came to a lull. But I'm sure it'll catch back up here in a minute. We'll keep talking about it.
Can I throw something in before you end it, G-Webs?
Sure.
So if you want to join into something like this, just head over to Gun Channels, and in the main lobby, like the text chat, which on the main screen, if you scroll down, it's right there. You'll see a link to Google Hangouts, and normally it's, just click on that and you jump right into these things. And there's plenty of people over there. If you got questions on how to join or like what to do, we'll help you figure it all out.
For sure. And if you're watching this and you haven't seen anything else on our channel before, if you're creating content and you're looking for a place to collaborate with other people creating content or looking for audience, then check out Gun Channels. All right, thanks everybody. I'm shutting it off on the on the YouTube side. Whose lobby is this? Smeggy? How much time is left on it?
I already saw the hour warning. No, it's like a little bit ago, so I think it's going to end in, I don't know, half hour or something like that. 45 minutes maybe. I don't remember exactly when I started it. I don't think it was like a top of an hour or something, so it was going to be a weird time. But I can always toss another one up, let it run all night.
You guys still talking? Damn.
Yeah, dude. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Who's facing my stream?
Yeah. And guess what it has in it?
Glutens.
Sprinkles.
Ooh.
Ouch.
Are they chocolate sprinkles?
I guess they can
No.
make every vendor of ice cream nowadays.
Yeah, it's birthday cake ice cream.
Is it your birthday?
No,
And you're not allowed to eat birthday cake ice cream.
I can have birthday cake whenever the hell I want.
What if it was somebody else's birthday and he showed up?
Exactly.
Or what if somebody knocked on the door and was like, "Hey, just come over. We just thought I'd come over because it's my birthday."
I'm being considerate.
Yeah, he's really just being a good host.
What if it's somebody's birthday today and you forgot and you're eating the cake out of respect? Should you feel bad?
What if it was somebody who's blind? That's Maggie.
Hey, someone was born this day in 1854. I'm celebrating.
So many people died in 1954.
I said 1854, but yeah.
People died and lived.
A lot of people died today in 1945 as well.
Yep. And 44.
Yeah, but a special extra amount today.
What was today in 45?
They dropped the bomb on the road.
Oh!
So I don't have it in my notes for 1854. Who is it?
Oh, I don't know. I just said someone.
Oh, okay.
Does it have to be a certain someone?
No.
Okay.
Right.
I wonder if who's got back home.
Hey guys, Chris Fix here, and
Who's Chris Fix? Can we fix it? Yes, we can.
The YouTube channel where he fixes cars. It's pretty good.
Cool.
So today we're going to show you how to turn this van into a mobile home. A home on wheels.
Mostly it's like generic stuff, but or at least stuff I found useful is just sort of generic stuff.
What generic stuff? So for your
like how an O2 sensor works, so that when I'm looking at what I need, like I know what a heater is, like just basic kind of stuff. Like he did one on how to clean up an engine, which would apply to basically any car.
Gotcha.
He doesn't necessarily have stuff for like a Chevy 3500 Express van for me or something. He had one on how to like rewrap the steering wheel if your steering wheel's all fucked.
Mm-hmm.
So today on G-Webs, we're gonna strap a Cisco on top of his van.
What am I putting on my van?
The Cisco.
Oh, what?
I can't say it right. Cisco. Oh.
The CPSH?
Oh, Shishka.
Dushka.
Yeah.
Shishka?
50?
Yep.
You gonna put any solar panels on it or anything?
Not a. If I keep it, then I would probably, but not right now.
All right.
I just can't. I don't know if I'm going to keep it because it is expensive as shit. And so if I don't keep it, I don't want to mess with it too much. And then if I do keep it, then like I said, I probably will because rid a little bit. I'll be putting it more to the test this time than the California. It's the same electrical system, so I'm sort of putting the same electrical system to the test as the California trip. But I don't know if I used it much during the California trip. This time it'll be a more lengthy amount of time, and I'll be, I'll have internet wherever I go. One of the problems with the California trip is I would go somewhere, and if I didn't get Wi-Fi from like, the McDonald's or something, then I just didn't go on the computer. So I should have more opportunity this time.
Did you put a second battery in it?
A second alternative battery, or just a second battery, period?
Like a deep cycle.
Well, there's the battery that runs the van, and then I have isolator with a big long 0 gauge wire going to the back to a deep cycle battery. But I have a second second battery I plan to put in series with that one. That I have not added yet, but the one is there, yeah.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan.
Like I say, I need to go out and use it for a while, and then potentially like sit somewhere for a day using it just that without running the van to see what kind of use I put on a single battery, because I don't really think I put that much use on a single battery. I might be charging my phone once in a while for the camera, then I might be using my laptop for a while. I just don't know, what kind of hours to get out of that.
The need for blood is as universal as it is.
Vampire commercials on now. That's kind of creepy.
Well, when you're looking up how to rob a blood bank, yeah, you're going to get vampire commercials.
We noticed that I noticed that a cop was like looking in the windows and looking around and got in his cop car across the street and drove away. And sure enough, we found this on the windshield, and it's a parking violation for parking the parking right wheel more than 12 inches from the curb. And I'm serious, like, we must be right on the line for that because we are not that far from the curb right now. This is what happens when somebody sees a van.
It's fucking obviously police harassment, right? This is
Obviously.
Wait a minute. How do we know that G-Webs doesn't drive around on the weekends in his cop car and issue tickets to people just for The irony would be that he would issue a ticket to somebody who had their van parked somewhere.
If they're fucking 12 inches off the curb, fucking damn right.
No,
so
then they'd move it, and you'd park your van there.
Yeah, do you keep a tape measure in your van so you know where you're parking?
No.
Well,
those rules don't apply to me, though. Those rules apply to regular people. I'm above those guys.
Tickets.
I know Ed. I forget I know Ed.
That should happen when G-Webs didn't have his van because he was jealous.
So I got like a piece of paper that says I do what I want, and then it says like at the bottom dash I know Edge.
That can backfire because I had Comcast hang up on me because I told them that.
That you know Edge?
Yeah.
They were jealous of you.
Well, no, the guy said that he was working out of the Comcast office in San Antonio. He wasn't even here in Michigan. I said, oh, San Antonio. Hey, do you know Edge? He goes, who? I go, I know Edge. And he hung up on me.
Yeah, that's straight. That's just probably fear. Like, oh shit, I didn't know I was talking to one of Edge's people. I better get off this call. You know the wrath of Edge when he finds out something didn't go down the way he wanted?
No, because they never came out to fix my problem, so.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. As I'm sure most of you have noticed, all my videos are.
That guy's one of the best villain channels out there. He just goes around interviewing people that are living out of their vehicles, all different kinds.
I don't understand somebody that would subject their children to that lifestyle.
Going around traveling?
No. Oh, I thought these were homeless people.
Sometimes they're, I don't know if they're actually homeless, because homeless means like poor usually, and they can't afford a car. But it's usually, more at least the people making videos, it's a choice, right?
Oh.
So they're doing it because they work on the internet, or a lot of them do different things. Like I was just listening to one yesterday where she just shuttles RVs around. So she'll go to like a manufacturer and then shuttle an RV down to Florida and then fart around for a little bit, living out of her car, which she just pulls behind the RV that she's shuttling, and then we'll shuttle some, see what's available to shuttle, and then shuttle like an RV from Florida to California, and then maybe go back to Indiana with one, and then that way she gets paid to take these like legs, and then she just hangs out. And I guess she made enough money doing that she bought a bunch of property. So now she just goes, hangs out on her property for months at a time. And then when she needs money, she goes shuttles RVs around.
That sounds cool.
Did you hear, have you guys been following Hush and his Amazon stuff?
No.
So basically he's figured out, like, there's this thing called Amazon fulfillment, basically, or Amazon arbitrage, they call it. So you go to like a Target.
Well, fulfilled by Amazon.
Well, that's the functionality of it, but it's the concept that, according to him, Amazon sells a bunch of stuff, right? 100% of the stuff Amazon sells, 60% can come from a manufacturer, but there's not enough coming from manufacturers to fulfill everything. So they depend on people gathering up commodities and sending it to them. And so he's doing that to some extent. Use some kind of app where you scan something's barcode. So let's say you go to a Target, you go to like the clearance aisle, and he just started scanning items in the clearance aisle. And let's say they are, the app will tell you how soon they're going to sell on Amazon and how much they're going to sell for. So if he can find something in the clearance aisle that's going to sell on Amazon quickly for like $40, and he's going to pay $7 on clearance at his store, then that's a buy. So he went in and bought like $500 worth of stuff at Target one day to start this whole thing off. And the last I saw, he was already up to $170 return. That was like a few days later. So I haven't talked to him, but it sounds like that could be a lucrative thing. And if that's something that basically I got to do is go to a place that discounts or wholesales or whatever they call that, clearances, and then buy some stuff and then put it in a box and send it. I bet you that would be another way people can make money just traveling around or whatever.
Definitely.
I think he said he's going to expects to make like $1,500 off the 500.
That's worth it.
Or was it $1,200 off the 500? Whatever. It's still more than he's put into it.
Yeah, I would be interested to see, what the timing is on that, because it's like, yeah, you spent the 500, you got 1,200 back, but it took you 6 months or it took you 6 days type of thing. And
Yeah,
I know
exactly.
it all depends on the types of products and how fast they move.
I don't think
which
it
is what
does
that app is supposed to kind of figure out too, though. So I'd be curious how accurate that is.
You don't even have to buy anything that isn't going to anticipate to sell real quick. You don't have to speculate. You can just buy stuff that's going to sell, unless you're trying to make every single dime, I guess. But and then also, did you listen to HBS when he was showing us his numbers before? That $800 he put in, he's already got 137. And what's it been, like a month?
Right.
You're giving him shit, and he's like, here's the money. So he had like 137 just in whatever the fuck they are, Bitcoin. And then he had other amounts of money, less money, but other amounts of money in those other things that he's in. So I think in 8 months he'll get his money back, and that means after 8 months that $800 investment is making him money. So that's not bad.
Well, hang on though, because those are two different things though, because he invested
the $800 he put into those like machines that give him a slice of Bitcoin.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. He invested in the Bitcoin mining, but
Right.
what I'm saying is you can't include his Steam credits or whatever, because that's a completely different thing.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about he's got metals or other kind of EBIT or something. But he's just turning his profits from EBIT mining into that other stuff, I think. Anyway, I don't care about that other stuff. I'm just saying I'm surprised that after a month he's already brought in over $100, because that means, like I say, if it stays that way, plus it's got to be exponential, because every time he was literally clicking on that thing, it was going up. The cost of an EBIT or whatever the fuck they're all, Bitcoin, was going up like $7 every time he'd refresh. So in other words, every time he's getting a slice, or he's getting a slice on a periodic basis or whatever, which is great, but every freaking couple of minutes that slice is worth more and more. So
right, it will cap out eventually though, and that's the other thing. It can drop just that fast.
I guess that's true, but at this rate, he'll pay his initial investment back in eight months, which isn't a bad return on an investment, and then start making scratch after that potentially.
Right, and then if it goes up or down, it's like it's kind of bonus.
Well, that's probably I would probably give another 6 months, then pull my initial out, and then just let the gravy start accumulating.
That or keep it in.
I'm gonna say if I spend 800, I'd wait till I had 1,000, pull it out, and then leave the rest in.
Or maybe just consider it a loss and say fuck it, and then let that 800 keep cooking, because it's got to be like the more you have in there, the more it cooks, right? The more interest you get.
Right. I would keep it in there so I at least have, like, if I put 600 into it, I'd keep it in there till I have 12, and then I'd pull out my initial investment, so I have 600. Because if you only have 800 in there and you pull out 6.
Yeah, but it's still, you're still mining more coins though too, so you're still adding to the pile as it goes.
That's true, because it's not it's not interest on his $600. He paid $600 to get that piece of machine, so it's going to keep cooking for the rest of the time, I guess.
Right. He bought a tool that is making a commodity, and that commodity is worth a certain amount, and it's always kicking out a little bit at a time.
So now he's sitting there eating whatever ice cream or whatever, and his ears are ringing. Everybody's talking about his Bitcoin.
Yeah, exactly. He'll probably come back. That's my biggest whole thing on that is to just fucking admit that it's a volatile thing that goes up and down, just like gold and silver. Like all these people that think gold is like, magic recession proof or something. It's not. It goes down too.
I want him to address the idea that if everybody's going to make so much money on Bitcoin that they're going to be bigger than Bill Gates when they cash out, like what part of the crumbling financial structure thinks he can cash out of? What's he going to cash out into? Other kinds of Bitcoin? What's this commodity that he's going to become Bill Gates out of? And he's not even the top of the list, so all these other people are going to cash out first, right? Where's all that money coming from? What islands are they?
And if you cash out on a inanimate object,
value is going to go down to like 0 for everybody else, right?
Exactly. Yeah. If there's a mass sell-off, it's not going to be worth 3,000 a Bitcoin anymore. It's going to be worth $2.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't just
jump that out quick whenever you get your nut.
Oh, exactly. And that's like I said, it is seriously. It's just like buying Apple stock like right before the iPod came out. It's just like buying, whatever, some other stock right before some big thing. It's great when it grows, but it's all just theoretical money till you put it in your hand. And if there's some big scandal or something crashes and the company's worth nothing, your stock's worth nothing. All the guys who own GM stock was worth nothing. They re-released new ones. You had to buy it again. It's like you're screwed. So that's my whole point. It's a thing that's traded just like anything else. So it's not some magic thing. It's not bulletproof. I remember talking with my buddy, and he was all about, and this is where I was saying I had the opportunity to like buy a full Bitcoin, like a full one for, I don't remember, it was like $60 or something. And I'm like, I might get a couple of them. Fuck it. But when I was talking to him, and I was like, well, what's so good about it? Like, and his whole thing was like, Well, look, it used to only be worth this much. It went up. I'm like, okay, great. That's like showing me a stock that went up. It doesn't mean that the thing itself is cool. Like, how come this will become a currency? And I don't see the vision. I don't see it being everyone using Bitcoin, no one using money. Because could you imagine you go in, you buy a loaf of bread and it costs you 5 Bitcoins, and then tomorrow it costs you half a Bitcoin. The day after that it costs you 20 Bitcoins. Like, the shit is so volatile that it's never going to become the standard for the freaking world economy.
No, and there's no way to just like have a valid like piece of paper or coin that's in your hand to exchange with somebody.
And I admit, paper money, yeah, it's fiat money. The only reason I gave that dude $1 at the store and he gave me a Fago is because he knows he can give that dollar to the electric company and they will accept it. You know what I mean? That's the only reason it works, is because people think it works.
Yep.
And that's fine. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. And it's like, we need the gold standard. Okay, great. The only reason gold's worth money is because people know that if you give them a chunk of gold, they can give it to someone else and get something in return. So gold is no better than paper. There's no extra value. It's not special. It's just more inconvenient to carry around.
I'd almost say it's less than the gold's actually worth less than paper.
I can't go that far. I think that I heard a thing a long time ago on the internet from somebody in Venezuela or Argentina, somebody that was having problems down there back in the day. And their advice was to have gold rings. So have gold, but have it in ring form as opposed to coin form. Because then when you're bartering in actual real life, in the real world, that's like an amount that's, tradable, as opposed to like a coin, which might be worth $300 or $400. What do you do with that? A ring that's worth 60 or 50, is something that you can barter with. And you can also keep the rings like on a cord around your neck. So physically they're a lot easier to deal with and secure. So I like that concept. So I'm not going to necessarily invest. I don't have any money in gold like that. But if I was, I think I would go with rings. Little rings.
I like that too.
As long as you're not buying those rings at the jewelry store or something, because that's where that kind of stuff is never worth it's never worth market value of gold. You're paying for the aesthetics of jewelry or whatever.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. So yeah, it would be like trying to buy cheap gold or shitty designs or something.
Right. You buy like a gold ring that has, I don't know, like a diamond in it or something. It's like, oh yeah, this is, you paid however much for, hundreds of dollars. And it's like, well, if you melted the thing down, the thing's only worth $50 worth of gold. So, you're paying for the style.
I'm still going to give him shit about it on Monday nights, though.
Well, I hope you do. Someone's got to give him crap about it.
Also, G-Webs, I'm glad you said to him what you said to him about the gas mask and the NBC suit and all that, because I told him that already and he didn't believe me. So maybe
what's he saying?
I told him, I said, look, man, that all that NBC stuff is cool and whatnot, but it will not protect you from radiation.
Oh, no.
Why does the military issue it? I said, because it'll protect you against sarin gas. It's good for tear gas. It has some effect against chemical weapons, but anything else, it's pretty much bend over and kiss your ass goodbye. And he didn't believe me. And I'm like, no, man, NBC, it sounds cool and all that, but you got a hot charcoal suit, you got a mask that you can't see out of, and it's not really good for much more than riot gas. I said, so if you're going to go downtown and try to forage for supplies in the middle of a riot, you definitely want that gas mask. I said, otherwise, though, it's not going to protect you if Hawaii gets nuked. And he thinks it'll filter out nuclear fallout particles. I'm like, it doesn't matter. The particles are all over your clothing or all over your skin. They radiate. They go right through that stuff. There's no lead lining in any of that. I mean, they let us know. They were up front with us in the military and told us this will not protect you in the event that there's a nuclear blast.
What branch were you in?
Marine Corps.
Well, I don't know. What years?
92.
What year did you go to basic, I should say?
Oh, 92.
So that was right after. So you probably had a little bit different because you were after Desert Storm or whatever. But yeah, they basically, the gas part of it was go through, well, it takes forever. It was like 2 days, I think, of sitting there watching videos and learning stupid shit. But for the most part, I was watching videos of people melting, and then them saying like, maybe if you're way on the edge and everything works out perfectly, like this suit will let you get the fuck out of there and maybe you'll live. But for the most part, this is how you're going to die. And then it was just movies of real life people dying, melting in front of you. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, it's really mostly for CS riot gas. But
yeah, or like if you're way on the edges, maybe, or like dust. If there's like nuclear dust or something, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, it's not comfortable. There's no way to function in it. You're all but in a ridiculous like sleeping bag snowsuit thing that you can't see out of. So you're almost useless. It's good for like if you are the last one who can like push a button to make a missile launch or like blow up something that stops the nuclear onslaught or whatever. Like it's good for that. But yeah, to think you're going to be like a Smith guy running through the cities after the fact with some kind of nuclear protection on, good luck. Unless you a warehouse full of those suits.
Well, I don't know what they had in your manual, but on ours they had how to make a quick shelter in the event of a nuclear blast or whatever. And the last thing in the instruction after, you wait for the shockwave to pass over, blah, 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 is you get back out and you continue the mission. Meaning you're already dead and you're going to go to the objective. You're going to advance to the objective that ain't there no more, but you're already irradiated, so whatever.
Yeah, like keep trying to kick their ass while you're dying is pretty much,
yeah, pretty much. So
well, and that's the thing with radiation that I feel like there's a lot of people don't like fully understand how it works or whatever, but it's like you're exposed to radiation all day, every day in low levels. It's all about like intensity and exposure, and it's one of those things that works over time. So yeah, if you're right next to a nuclear reactor or something, it goes off.
You're fucked.
Well, then yeah, you're pretty much done. But like all the other, like all the fallout and shit, you're still good for a week. Maybe it all depends, right? It depends on how much stuff you're exposed to. Radiation poisoning and sickness kicks in, and maybe takes a day, whatever.
And your body can filter it out, but it takes time.
I mean, shit, that's how we heal cancer people now. We fucking super intense, like super localized, zap the shit out of the fucking tumor or whatever. And yeah, that's why they feel like shit for a while when they're on chemo, because they're freaking zapping their body, but they come back from it.
Hold on. They zap people with radioactive shit that has a half-life of like moments. So it's specially made radioactive shit that once it's in you, it like lives for hours or minutes or something. So yeah, you have issues because there's radioactive shit flowing through you, but then it's dead in moments and days. Where the stuff coming out of nuclear blasts and the silos when they blow up, or not silos, but nuclear facilities break? No, the power plants when they break. That kind of radiation is way longer half-life. So you get that shit in you and it's like hundreds of year half-lives. You're fucked if that stays in you and starts to start a cancer or something. But you can, I guess, technically it can go through you. It is just a particle. If it gets attached to a piece of gluten and goes through your fucking body and poops out, your poop is radioactive, but you ain't. It might kill a couple of cells on the way through. But anyway, you're not just eating one particle. You're probably taking a fucking lungs and lungs and lungs full of it, and now every little nook and cranny of your body's potentially holding a little radioactive chunks, and then all of those could be cancer places. But after a few rains and shit, all that shit's gone. It does go away. They're saying that there's that show about Chernobyl that it's all bullshit. You can go walk around Chernobyl and be fine. Like all that shit's gone a long time ago. Even though it has 300 years half-lives, it's gone.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that, because that's...
Watch that show on it. It's all about that.
Well, maybe I'll look into it. But the last thing I saw about the Chernobyl was the freaking... There's like a pack of wolves that they found are radioactive, because they've been, like, the pack took over in there once all the people left. And because of the stuff they're eating and all that stuff that they're...
Well, that was the concern, and it's not even a thing. I mean, they have more radiation, but it's like you say. It's like it's the same as if they lived on the beach in Brazil. It's just normal. It's like high-end background radiation levels.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I'm not saying that you're gonna like fry instantly if you went to Chernobyl. I understand that.
People that were cleaning it, the people that have responded to the emergency and cleaned out the initial fallout out, and like they all died horribly of cancer. But that's because they were basically right there with like rubber suits getting radiated, like, you know, a lot. They're all heroes because they stopped it from getting made bigger.
And that's just it. They give you a rubber suit and they tell you, this is all you need, and that ain't doing nothing except making you sweat.
No, yeah, they went in that same show. They went down to the caves where they had all the rubber suits after, and it's massive radiation still. Massive radiation. All it did is accumulate it. It stopped it from getting right into their skin, but those people were still way fucked. But they're firefighters and shit. People that worked in a nuclear power plant, so they had some level of, you know,
knowledge about it.
Right. Well, it's one of those things. It kept the
for it. Their job was to do it. They're heroes. They took on that role of putting their lives in front of other people. So I don't want to discount it, but you know, what I mean, they weren't like slaves that were forced to do it. Those were people that knew what they were getting into when they became firemen next to a nuclear plant. But then, yeah, they horribly all died of cancers.
Was that like years later though? I mean, that's the other thing, right? Because cancer sometimes can take a long time to develop.
Some of them died immediately. I think, I forget now. It's been a while since I watched it. But whenever I watched it, I came out of it with like a overall way less concern and fear of nukes than I had going into it, just because they do break it down into science and like, here's the deal. And, you know, it's dangerous, but, you know, so is fire. We don't all die from fire. There are accidents occasionally, but most of the time, you know, it's controllable. It's understandable.
Easiest way to look at it is Hiroshima and Nagasaki are inhabited.
You mean like today? Like it didn't stop the world from ever using those areas again?
Right. I mean, I was in Hiroshima in 1973. Didn't kill me.
No, but that explains a lot.
Yep.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It's not a tumor.
It's not a tumor. Well, you can go over to nuclear test sites in Nevada and stand on the edge of the crater where they detonated a bomb underground. They got atomic tourism. Or when you go to Trinity, right, G?
Yeah, they say that's just background radiation. Like I said, that show or whatever talks all about background radiation, like Smokey was talking about. And the biggest background radiations are in what, Brazil? Those black beaches of Brazil. People will go down there and just like bury themselves because of the heat. And that's all radiation. That's just like naturally the highest level of background radiation, which is, I forget what the number is, but you know, it's like 3 times more than if you live in like New York or something. So yeah, we all live in radiation. And I suppose somebody who grows up in an environment of way more radiation than somewhere else is probably a little different. You know, if somebody lives with almost no background radiation, goes somewhere where there's a ton of it, maybe that's an issue and causes something. Jack Daddy didn't stand here very long. What the hell?
Oh, I was just gonna say the background radiation got him.
Is this thing working?
Yeah, we hear you.
I couldn't hear nothing.
Oh, that was weird. Yeah, I know there was a thing when the Japanese plant blew up or whatever. All these people were talking about like, oh my god, like California is gonna get nuked, like with all the fallout or whatever. It's like, yeah, that's not how it works. And there was a channel on YouTube, dude's Thunderfoot. He does a bunch of like sciencey type shit and then a bunch of other crap. But he had one of the best explanations of like how radiation actually works, and he was like debunking basically the myth that a cloud of radiation was coming over to California to kill all of us.
No, but you put enough of that in the atmosphere, it will circle the planet and rain down. So it just depends. You fire off 5 nukes.
Right, but he was talking specifically about that disaster and why
Oh.
that amount wasn't the right amount or whatever. But anyway, my point is he explains the whole thing pretty darn good, and he's talking about the background radiation. And hell, if you fly on planes a lot, you're exposed to more background radiation than people who don't fly in planes. Like there's more radiation higher up in the atmosphere. So it's one of them things. You do it for your entire life, your risk of cancer is going to go up a couple percent or whatever. It's just it's all about risk management kind of shit. It's the same thing with x-rays. My ex worked in a vet clinic and, had to x-ray dogs and cats and all that stuff. And they had these, like, the little badges that they had to it checked, like, once a month or whatever. And, they were only allowed to have a certain amount of exposure per month. And I think there was, I don't know, once or twice where it's like, okay, this person, like, can't do x-rays for the next week because, like, you're getting too close to your limit, and the other people had to do it. I mean, they wear the lead gloves and crap and stuff, but it's still, you're getting exposed to a lot more of it than a regular person. So they just monitor it, and as long as you're getting just a little bit per month, it's not as big of a deal.
Well, I still have to convince him on Monday that a neutron bomb is not going to take out the Sixth Fleet.
Is he still, like, talking about how the Navy rules everything?
Well, they do, but I'm just saying neutron
yeah, but
bombs.
Is he still talking about it?
No, he thinks North Korea, if we send military ships over to North Korea and we or do anything like that, or we are threatening to launch ships, air and ground forces from the ships, that they'll just hit the ships with neutron bombs and take them. And I got to explain to them it's not that easy.
And number one, if we would go over there, we wouldn't have bunch all of our ships up. So
that's one thing. You've got to hit a moving target for one. So yeah.
Well, we're talking about North Korea. They'd probably have better chance hitting a moving target than not, because they just, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not about it. I said, look, they've got to perfect the missiles. Then they've got to mass produce them. Then they've got to have a place to put them. He says, well, they don't need to put them in silos. They'll put them in mobile launchers. I said, okay, then put them in mobile launchers. Fine. That creates a whole nother set of problems. And then after that, they've got to mass produce the warheads, and they're gonna have to launch a whole lot of them. If they hit America with 1 or 2 or 5 or 10, it's not going to have the same effect as if they bombarded us with 100 of them. If they're going to hit us with 100, they've got to be able to do it accurately. And if they miss and they hit another nation, then they didn't take us out, and then we're definitely going to come after them. So all that stuff takes time. It takes time, and it's a lot of trial and error, and it's just, there's a whole lot more to it than just what CNN says. And the news agencies are going to report this stuff, and they're going to hype it up. They want people to be worried. They want people to tune into the news. I'm not saying they're not a threat. I'm just saying that we don't have to go over there, and he wants to nuke the peninsula. It's like, no, dude, you don't use nuclear weapons yourself, and now you're the bad guy. It doesn't work that way. So
there's nothing to gain. You talking about HVS nuke in North Korea?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing to gain from that move.
Yeah.
If there was like a Soviet Union, we were trying to like show them what we're talking, show them who's boss or whatever. Like, hey, fuck with us, this is going to happen. Sure. But there ain't nobody in the world that we need to threaten right now. You go in there, you take the dude out, the place crumbles, you help them turn into capitalists and recover. And then you walk away and you do business.
You could go over there if the threat becomes more credible than it is right now, because right now it's just a potential. If it become more credible, you could literally take one Ohio-class submarine that's been converted to carry cruise missiles only, launch a cruise missile strike against all of these locations and any other installations you need, and handle it like that. And then you could roll in ground troops from across the DMZ that have been there ready to go for a while. And
Are you saying an
situation?
Are you saying an Ohio class because a Michigan class wouldn't be able to get the job done?
No, because it would be the USS Michigan, which is Ohio class, that has been converted to carry cruise missiles as opposed to ICBMs.
Oh, I thought G-Wes was saying.
Wait a minute. The U.S. Michigan's an Ohio class?
I believe so.
It sounds like Ohio has punk bitched the Michigan.
That's what I'm thinking.
We need to take over a Wisconsin class. Be like, this is Michigan now. Just like we did last time, fuckers.
Okay. Anyhow, I'm just saying you could have a one sub with cruise missiles, you know, before it got big enough. So.
Wait, is the Michigan a sub?
Yeah, USS Michigan's a sub.
Oh, that's cool. I like being a sub.
Intercontinental ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads. Now it carries cruise missiles.
What? Do you like being a sub because you're full of semen?
It's also equipped to carry a SEAL team. Tell you what, they got good food on subs.
Do they? That's neat.
I heard they get all the good shit.
Well, yeah, that's because every meal might be their last meal. If someone friggin' get a little tiny hole in the boat, you're pretty much screwed. That's the thing with subs. I mean, the chance for like catastrophic failure, like being worse. Like if something goes bad and you're like super deep, then you're in trouble. Whereas if you're on a boat and something goes bad, like you can just get on the other little tiny boats and float around until someone comes get you.
Yeah, you could.
It's like if your engine dies in your car, there's a chance that it happens right on the expressway and you end up crashing into someone. But most likely you just kind of get off to the side and you're good to go and you sit around and wait. If the engine dies in a freaking plane, then you come hurling towards the ground.
You might be able to glide if you're a badass.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously depends on all that sort of stuff. But I'm just saying the chance for a failure turning catastrophic is higher in a plane than in a car, just like it's higher in a sub than like a regular boat.
I guess. I don't know. It's cramped quarters in there no matter what. But yeah, you'd be setting off the coast underwater. They have no idea you're there, and then you just launch an ass ton of cruise missiles at them. There you go.
How much is an ass ton?
It's not quite as much as a fuck ton, but it is more than a load.
But
Okay.
more than a buttload. So here's the thing: HVS ain't even in here, but you guys are talking about the fucking Navy, and you're talking about bitcoins, and you're talking about the economic collapses.
Shit.
And gold.
Well, we're only live for 5 more minutes, so
that's how you ended your live chat today.
I guess so.
Dedicated to HVS and the end of the financial collapse of the world.
So some people just have that residual effect, Just the fact that he was in here an hour ago just tainted the whole rest of the show. That's right. I'm going to start up another lobby here in a minute, and then we can start fresh.
Let's all go to the lobby.
As long as we don't talk about SVN, we'll be happy. Or HVN, SVN, whatever.
What the hell are you just making up letters?
Yep. Dude, I'm a computer programmer. That's all I ever do.
Thought you worked for FedEx.
I do.
Yeah, they got like planes and trucks and shit.
Yeah.
You're
Somebody's
a
got to
computer
program the robots.
for FedEx.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to program the robots.
So, are you saying that you're the reason our power ship doesn't work worth a damn?
Your power ship. I don't know what a power ship is.
Is that free FedEx computer you get?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't code for that.
Oh, okay. And the reason it doesn't work is because our IT department doesn't want to support it because it's not a company computer. So it's on our end why we have so many issues with it. FedEx will give you a free computer and all that stuff. So, but all it does is just ship packages.
Yeah. Well, what it actually does is it connects into the network, so we don't have to pay employees to input data into our network. Whenever you guys put all the information for the package in there, it feeds our network, our system, and it puts it in there for us. If that makes any sense.
Kind of, yeah, because it's got to send the information. I don't know if it does it a couple times a day or how it does it, but it's already our rates in there and all that crap. So
yeah, it probably, as soon as you enter it, within seconds, it's probably within our system.
I mean, it makes shipping a shitload of packages easy.
Yeah.
But maybe not a fuck ton.
But yes, I work on FedEx freight stuff.
So heavyweight or freight ways? Okay, you're
Freight.
a heavyweight.
Yeah, freight
Well,
like pallet size.
What if someone were to take a trip to Hawaii, let's say, just a random destination like the island of Hawaii, and then let's say they were able to acquire a whole bunch of Bitcoins from some place on Hawaii. Now, they didn't want to fly home with them because that would be incriminating, so they wanted to ship them home. What would be the best way to do that? Took a lot of Bitcoins here.
Like heavy amount of Bitcoins?
Over 151 pounds.
Over 100 pounds of Bitcoins, probably.
I would do freight.
Yep, that's one. So I'm going to set all that up electronically. I mean, that person could set it all up electronically, go on that trip, acquire said Bitcoin pile, maybe some gold and silver in there, and then put that all in a box, send it anonymously, of course, back to the States, and then just wait for the money to arrive.
Boost, they'll reject it because of the dimensions.
Damn it.
Not necessarily.
100 pounds? You're going to have to lie and tell the computer it's 151, then you got to give it. Well, yeah, I suppose you'd go under but you'd have to lie and tell the computer it's over 151.
Well, I mean, so coming from Hawaii, we would put it on a cartage shipment, ship, and bring it over into.
Okay, here's where we really.
I really don't know of the line haul portion. I know of the inner.
Here's how we can really make this